Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Not Date My Best Friend by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma. Prologue. Baz. "Oh, God, no," I whimpered as I stared out the car window at the pouring rain that partly obscured my view of the walkway to the building up ahead. Even if I made a mad dash from the car, there was no way my brand new pair of suede shoes wouldn't suffer the consequences of me ignoring the weather report this morning. Drat. Never again. I glanced at the time on my dashboard. I had 5 minutes to get to my class on time. The rain wouldn't magically stop, and since I didn't have a staff to part the Red Sea, here goes nothing. I grabbed my umbrella from the backseat of the car and slung my messenger bag over my shoulder. With any luck, my shoes would be the only things to get wet. Air whistled past my lips into my lungs. I huffed several breaths, bracing myself for the impact of the hurricane no one had warned us was imminent. This was no ordinary rain. I flung the car door open and yelped as icy wetness landed on me. I pressed the button for my umbrella to open up and ducked beneath it, hauling my bag after me, then slammed the car door shut. Water rushed into my shoes. I ran in the general direction of the humanities block. A gust of wind plastered my clothes to my body and tugged at the umbrella. The momentum of my body hurtling forward and the wind pulling me back yanked the canopy of the umbrella up, offering me no shield against the harsh elements. Water slapped my face, and in a matter of seconds my hair was sticking to my head and my clothes to my body. Fuck! I ran as fast as I could toward the building. Finally, shelter. Useless junk. I dropped the umbrella to the floor and leaned my bag up against the wall. Hands spread, I stared down at myself. I should have turned the car around and returned home when the rain had gotten this bad. How could I be comfortable in class when I was soaked to the bone? Water was dripping along my ass crack. I might have appreciated that at some other point, but I was in public for crying out loud. A quick glance around revealed the corridor was empty. I pulled my shirt over my head, my flesh instantly awash with goosebumps. I squeezed the excess water out of the shirt. That would have to do for now. Click, click. I stiffened, clutching the shirt to my chest and whipped my head around. The culprit was a ridiculously hot guy, because fate needed a bit of humor at my expense today, with a camera poised at his face and the lens pointed directly at me. Anger boiled through me. "Hey, stop that!" I yanked my shirt on and turned my back to him. How many pictures of me had he taken? "I'm sorry, Delete them now," I marched over to him. "Don't you have any respect for people's privacy?" "Privacy?" He lowered the camera, showing off a lopsided grin. "You're in the open space, man." Heat surged in my cheeks. "I may be in public, but I still have rights, and you just violated them. Now delete every single photo you just took of me." "I'm sorry, I can't." "What do you mean you can't? I'm not leaving until you get rid of those photos. You think I'm going to have you and your friends laughing over them later?" "Dude, seriously, you need to chill." He raised his camera arm to keep the equipment out of reach. "Why would I laugh at the photos I take? If I don't take my art seriously, who will appreciate it? Look, I'll show you the ones I took." He moved to stand beside me, and I inhaled the musky scent of his cologne. It wasn't enough that he was ridiculously hot. He had to be incredibly tall, too. He pressed a button, and the last image he took appeared on the screen. Just as I'd thought. I was shirtless in the photo, and his camera was too damn good. Every fine line of stretch mark in my pudgy belly was on display. I sucked in my gut. "Delete it." "But it's a wonderful photo." "What?" I looked up at him. He had to be making fun of me. His face didn't show any trace of humor, though. His tongue peeked out at the corner of his lips as he frowned as if concentrating on the image. "The angle is great," he said. "The lighting hit you just right. It's perfect street art. A picture that speaks 1,000 words about a man and his war against the elements. Look how much energy you're putting into wringing out that shirt. It shows determination not to let the elements win. It's breathtaking. You're extremely photogenic." I glanced back at the picture. He saw all that? From that awful picture of me? Any minute now he would laugh, and shame would burn through the tingling sensation that warmed my belly at his words. "You can't keep that," I said, but without the earlier conviction I'd felt. He had kind, honest eyes. He didn't flinch or look away as if he were trying to hide something. And he was staring at the photo as if I was something special. "Technically, I can, given the fair use of street art, though I'd very much like your consent to keep it. I have an exhibition coming up, and I would like this photo to be one of my feature pieces." "Nobody wants to see that." "Why do you think so?" I shrugged, dropping my gaze. "There are many more interesting people to photograph." "But today is your day, my friend." He lowered the camera and extended a hand to me. "I'm Andy. Are you also a student?" "Yeah, part-time." "I'm Baz." Baz. My insides melted at the way he said my name as if it held great meaning. "I like it," he declared, "and fits the photograph very much. How about I develop the photo and I'll send you a copy? Then you can decide if you don't want me to use it." "You won't show it to anyone else?" "Scout's honor." I scoffed. "Like you were a Boy Scout." Andy laughed. "You got me, but I promise I'm good at my word." He dug into his sweater pocket and handed me his phone. "Put your contact details in. I'll send you the photo once it's ready." "My hands are still wet. You might want to do it." I rattled off my cell phone number and my email address. My phone rang, and I turned toward my bag against the wall. "That's just me," he said. "Now you have my number, too. If I convince you to let me use this photo, I can even get you free tickets for you and your girlfriend to attend the art show for free." "No girlfriend." I straightened my shoulders and looked him square in the eye. "I'm gay." He shrugged. "Bring your boyfriend, then?" "I'm not going out with anyone right now." He laughed. "Dude, just bring whomever you want. It'll be fun." "Well, don't go talking like I've agreed to this yet. You'll send me the photo first." "Yes, I will." A heavy gust of wind blew past us, and I shivered. I wrapped my arms around my torso to conceal the way my nipples pointed through the fabric of my shirt. I should have gone with a darker color today, too. "Damn, you're soaked to the bone." "Yeah, I should go to the bathroom and see how dry I can get using the hand dryer." He grabbed the hem of his sweater and pulled it over his head. Beneath, he wore a graphic t-shirt with a camera and the words, "I'm always watching you." His arms were well-defined and his shoulders even broader than I'd thought with the sweater covering him up. "Here, put this on. You're cold." He thrust his sweater into my arms and stalked away. To where my bag was. He slung the strap across his chest. "I can't take your sweater." "You need it more than I do. You're shaking. I'm betting you don't live in the dorm, but I do. You can dry your stuff in my room, and I may be able to lend you some clothes." He walked off, his stride so long that I had to run after him while pulling on his sweater, which was all warm and cozy and smelled like him. Andy glanced over his shoulder at me, and my heart skipped a beat at the grin on his face. He was so handsome. What did any of this mean? Did people show random acts of kindness to others like this? He'd seemed interested in who I was dating. Had it been a genuine question with no hidden agenda? Or did he feel it too? "We have to hurry," he said. "We have maybe half an hour before I have to go pick up my fiancée, Malia." My heart plummeted. He had a fiancée named Malia. How typical. The kindest guy I'd ever met, and not only was he taken, but he was straight to boot. I'd bet my new pair of now-soaked suede shoes on it. Well played, fate. Well played. 1. Andy. A piercing shriek filled the air and yanked me into the present. I blinked several times and frowned at the woman on the ground, staring up at me, her eyes wide and mouth slack. "Let me help you." I extended a hand to her, but she pulled away, fear creeping over her features. "Leave me alone." "Hey!" Dave, one of the guys who worked at the gym, rushed over and reached out to help up the woman. "What happened here?" I shook my head, searching for the memory, but nothing. Fear crept up my spine, and I took a step back only to bump into another body. A man had snuck up behind me and was standing way too close. I was all boxed in. "I'll tell you what happened," the guy behind me said. He smelled ripe, like he hadn't bothered to take a shower last night and had come to the gym to work out, piling up sweat on top of sweat. "This asshole tackled her to the ground all because she touched him." Fuck. I didn't, I mumbled, but from the look on the woman's face, I had. I just didn't remember. "Is this true?" Dave asked the woman. She nodded, moving closer to Dave. She looked on the verge of tears and my stomach churned. "It was my stupid fault," she sniffled. "I was going to ask him out for a coffee, but when I said hi, he didn't respond, so I touched his arm. He freaked out. I shouldn't have touched him." "You should know better than to tackle a woman, asshole," the guy at my back said. "You love hitting on women?" "Scotty, back off. I'll handle this." Dave signaled to another of the gym workers who came over. "Can you check Maggie out and make sure she's okay? I need to talk to Anderson. It's Anderson, isn't it?" "Yeah." I turned to the woman. "I'm sorry," I said hoarsely. "Give us some space, Scotty," Dave said to the man who still lingered as if he were spoiling for a fight. "Someone needs to teach him a lesson." Scotty walked away, muttering under his breath. When we were alone, Dave planted his hands on his hips. Even with my pumping iron several times a week, Dave still outweighed me by a lot of muscle mass. The tank top he wore put his bulges on full display. "What the hell happened, man?" I licked my dry lips and swallowed. "I don't know. The last thing I remember was getting up from the bench press to grab my water bottle. Next thing I know, she's screaming." "You gotta do better than that, Anderson, or I'll have no choice but to revoke your membership. We can't let this sort of thing slide when you attack other members." I swear I don't know what happened. I just blacked out. Seconds ticked by as Dave observed me as if trying to decide whether I was being honest. "Look, we respect our members' privacy. We see you come, we see you go, and you don't interact with anyone, but that's fine. Of course, the other guys find you a little weird, but that's not a crime, right? You start assaulting our members, a woman no less, and we have no choice. We have to let you go. I'm going to need your membership card. If luck's on your side, she won't want to press charges, but I wouldn't blame her if she does. We don't hit women, man. That's just low." But I didn't hit her. She touched me, and I reacted. The defense lined up in my brain, but my tongue felt heavy. This was the one place I'd found to burn off energy, lose myself, forget the past, and live in the moment. Now it was just another thing I had lost. "I understand. I'll get dressed and hand in the pass on the way out." I felt several eyes boring into me. The gym wasn't as full today as on some days, but still one too many people had witnessed me attacking a woman who just wanted to ask me out for coffee. On my way out of the workout area, I glanced around for any sign of her to apologize again. Maybe I could make her understand it was a misunderstanding, that I would never intentionally hurt someone. But that would require me digging into my past, and I only revisited those memories when my shrink made me. I didn't bother to shower or change, since I lived only a few blocks away. I grabbed my gym bag out of the locker and took out the membership pass that gave me around-the-clock access to the facility. At the front desk, I handed over the card to the receptionist, who stammered an apology that I couldn't be refunded the rest of my membership fees for the year because I was getting kicked out based on my demerit and nothing that the gym had done. Harsh words were on the tip of my tongue. It was fucking March. If I couldn't use the facilities, they should refund at least some of my money. But one of the gym guys hovered close by as if they'd placed him there in case I attacked another woman. My stomach roiled, and bile rushed up into my mouth. As I marched out, the sun warmed my face. I always went to the gym in the early afternoon before the crush of people leaving work crowded the place. The one time I'd made a mistake of visiting the gym at that hour, I'd found people came in groups to convince themselves they were doing something healthy, when instead most of them just socialized and did the bare minimum. I'd made it a point of never going back at that time. Now that was over with, I would have to explain to my wife why I no longer went to the gym. Not something I was looking forward to. She was already walking on eggshells around me. I pounded down the steps and slung my bag across my chest. Maybe Mal wouldn't be home, and I could stave off the conversation about what had happened. "Hey!" I must have walked a block when someone shouted behind me. I turned around. Great. That guy Scotty and another man hurried to me. Shit. If trouble had a face, it looked exactly like these two. I ducked my head and kept walking. "Hey, woman beater, I'm talking to you!" A woman walking toward me made a detour and crossed the street, almost running into incoming traffic. Shit, she must have heard those assholes. I gritted my teeth and turned to the two guys coming after me. They wanted to act as if they were standing up for that woman, but they had bullies written all over them. "Look, I already apologized," I said. "It's all a big misunderstanding. I didn't mean to tackle her, it just happened." "So you just beat women without meaning to, you sick fuck? Maybe try someone your own size for a change." I gestured to the man beside him who had yet to speak. "That's why you brought a friend? Because it takes two of you to take one of me?" Scotty's face turned red. "No, I brought a friend to show you how it feels to be outmatched." He swung his arm and punched me right along the chin. I could have dodged it, but he was right about one thing. I'd frightened that poor woman, so maybe this was my atonement somewhat. I stumbled back, my ears ringing, but before I could upright myself, my arms were jerked behind me, and another fist landed in my gut. I doubled over into another fist. Fuck, he held nothing back. I tugged on my arms, but his friend's hold was too tight. "You're nothing but a fucking bully, Scotty," I groaned, my stomach hurting. "At least what I did was accidental." Hey, I'm calling the police," a man cried. Scotty punched me again, right in the kidneys, and I pissed myself a little. "It doesn't feel so good, does it?" he yelled in my face, then nodded at his friend. "Let him go. That should teach him a lesson." He released me, and I dropped to one knee, sucking a deep breath until I no longer felt like I was going to puke. Grimacing, I climbed to my feet and took a step. "Hey, the police are on their way," the guy from earlier shouted. I ignored him and kept walking, a hand around my stomach. I would be sore as hell later, but it wasn't like it was the first time I got my ass whopped. This was tame compared to what I'd been through. When I got home, Mal's car was parked in the driveway. Just my tough luck she hadn't left yet. The house next door looked tempting. I had the spare key. I could stay there until Mal left. Then I could crawl into the comfort of my home and wallow in a bottle. No, I couldn't do that to Mal. Not after everything else. I walked in and closed the door quietly behind me, then lingered in the hall listening to sounds of her puttering around in the kitchen. "I know I canceled dinner last night, Phil, but he had a terrible night. I couldn't leave him alone." Great. She was discussing me with the man she was cheating on me with. Not that I had a problem with it. It was for the best. He could make her happy. I hadn't for a long time, and now that I was broken, that only made it worse. "You don't see what he's like when he's had one of his episodes. I don't know whether he's going to be violent or fall apart. And the worst part is that he doesn't remember any of it. So how can you be mad at him?" I'd heard enough. Although my gut still hurt, I straightened up and strode into the kitchen. Mal shrieked. "Andy, I didn't know you were back." Just did. I screwed off the cap of my water bottle and dumped the water down the sink. "Don't let me interrupt your conversation." Mal blushed, and for a second clips of her rosy cheeks and her laugh filtered through my mind. She was still as beautiful as the day I'd met her. Strawberry blonde hair, intense blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. We'd gotten married the week after we both graduated from college. For the first few years, everything had been good between us, until I started taking my trips. We argued more, and then I found out about the affairs. At least now she had someone steady on the side. "I'll see you in a bit, Phil," she said. "I've got to go." "You didn't have to do that on my behalf." "I didn't." I'll be spending this weekend with Phil and his kids. Are you going to be okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" She sighed. "You know what I mean. Last night was intense." I turned my back to her and washed out my drinking bottle. "I don't remember." After my episodes, I just woke up drained and hoarse, my body aching all over. She was the one who had to listen to me go through them. "I can cancel the weekend. Do it some other time." "Don't be the martyr, Mal. You have nothing to be sorry for." "Then why do I feel guilty anyway?" I placed the water bottle in the dish drainer and faced her. "You don't. You have every right to be happy and find what I'm not able to give you." "But maybe I gave up too soon. I could have tried harder." "No, you couldn't have." I wiped my hands and walked over to her. Taking her face between my hands, I kissed her forehead. "I'm the one who's sorry for making you feel you have something to apologize for. I just have one thing to ask you. Don't discuss me with Phil. He doesn't need to know my shortcomings." She flushed. "I'm sorry. I won't." "Thank you. I need to go take a shower." "Andy," she stopped me. "Aren't you going to explain about that bruise on your face? Were you in trouble?" "It was just a misunderstanding. I'm fine. One step." "Have you turned off your phone again?" "Maybe." Her sigh was clear across the room. "You got some calls. One's from a local station. They want to interview you about what happened in the Middle East." I continued walking. She knew better than to tell me that. I hadn't accepted a single request to interview me about what had happened to me almost 2 years ago. I barely had the guts to talk to my therapist about it. The rest of the world would just have to keep wondering. "It might help to talk about it openly." Mal followed me out of the kitchen. "I already pay for a shrink, Mal. I don't need one at home, too." It was unfair to her when she was only trying to help. I didn't need her help, though. Not for this. The only reason she stayed in this house was out of guilt. Some days I wish she would make up her mind and go. I climbed the stairs to the second floor and followed the hall to my bedroom, the first turn on the right. The bedroom we used to share was at the end of the hall. I closed the door behind me and kicked off my trainers. I undressed and headed straight for the bathroom. Showering took longer than usual. Each time I turned or bent, my stomach hurt. Purplish bruises were already forming, spanning the breadth of my skin. At least I never had to see those assholes again. After showering, I made my way downstairs to prepare something to eat. The house was quiet, and a peek out the door revealed Mal's car was gone. A silver Honda was parked in the driveway next door. I fought the instinct to cross over to the house. Just as I was ruining Mal's life, I did nothing but destroy his. Mal had already made me a turkey and cheese sandwich. How could she still be so thoughtful when she was fucking someone else? I waited for jealousy and anger to take over, but nothing came. It hadn't been her fault. She'd said she didn't want me to go away, and I did anyway. Still, I would have appreciated it if she had broken off our marriage instead of cheating. The living room was Mal's domain, but the den was where I spent most of my time. The walls, once adorned with photographs, were now bare. I turned on the TV, which was on a nature channel, but I kept it mute, preferring my own company. I sank down in the love seat and mechanically ate the sandwich. Nothing in life had flavor anymore. "Andy!" Except him. He walked in, a bright smile on his face. He must have changed out of his work clothes since he got home. Instead of the high-end fashion he wore to work, he was dressed down in a pair of forest green shorts with the hem rolled up and a white shirt. A pair of flip-flops on his feet and a charmed anklet around his left ankle complemented his casual outfit. His pierced eyebrow rose as his grin widened. "There you are!" Baz glowed. He always did. No matter how dark my skies were, his wide, dimpled smiles always brought the rainbow. Baz was where happiness dwelled, and his presence was the only thing that brought me joy. and it scared me. He lifted his arms, brandishing a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses. "What's that for?" I asked. "Guess who's getting their first article published in Flair magazine?" He made a squeak and giggled. "Moi!" His smile turned into a frown. "What happened to your beautiful face?" "An accident." I brushed off his concern. "And congratulations. I didn't know you wanted to write for the magazine." "I didn't want to jinx it, so I didn't tell anyone until I was certain it would be accepted." "I thought you wanted to become a stylist." "I do, but I can diversify, right?" He thrust the bottle of wine at me. "Now you open this for me, you gorgeous hunk. You're not on any medication right now, are you?" "Nope. And thank fuck. I hated swallowing those pills. They were nothing but a reminder that something was wrong with me." "Good, because we're going to finish this bottle of expensive wine I've been saving up for such a day as this." I removed the red tape and unscrewed the cork. "I'm so happy for you." I was nervous. When Chloe called me into her office, I thought it was to tell me that my piece was absolute shit, but it turned out she loves it. "You always doubt yourself. I don't know why. You've more skills than merely being an assistant." I poured the wine into both glasses he held out. His cheeks flushed and he raised his glass. "Here's to a new journey ahead." I drank to his toast, but I didn't see any new journey ahead for me. He downed his wine, grabbed the bottle, and topped up his glass, then sat next to me, leaned back against me, and propped his legs over the arms. The couch wasn't that big, so he was pressed up against me. Funny how close he was. Close enough his scent tickled my nostrils. But he didn't send me into a panic. Baz was my best friend, my safe space. He didn't badger me about my days, but pried enough to let me know he still cared. It was his normalcy that I craved hearing about so I could forget my own crippling life. "Tell me about this article you wrote." "It was about relationships and compatibility. I'm sure you don't want to hear about that, but listen to me go on and on. How was your day?" "Same. I went to the gym." He tilted his head back. His bright blue eyes stole my breath away. "Your body's fucking perfect. You're like a muscle god. I don't know why you spend so much time at the gym." "My body's not perfect." "Could have fooled me." He reached behind me and felt up my stomach, and I groaned. "What's wrong?" I couldn't look him in the eye and lie, so I glanced away. "Worked too hard at the gym." He swung his legs down to the floor and slid off the love seat. He put his wine glass on the floor and wedged himself between my legs on his knees. "I don't believe you. Let me see." He grasped the hem of my shirt, but I covered his hand with mine. "It's nothing, Baz." Baz gave a little tug, and I made the mistake of looking into those honest blue eyes. "Let go, Andy." I released his hands and he raised my shirt. He frowned at my discolored stomach. To give him credit, he didn't overreact. He brushed his hand lightly over my skin, and my flesh tingled where he touched. After all these years. "Did you see a doctor?" he asked softly. "It looks worse than it is." "But what if there's internal bleeding?" I took my shirt out of his hands and lowered it. Seeing him on bended knees between my parted thighs, his eyes full of concern, and his plump cheeks pale, screwed with my mind. "What happened?" he asked. It was my fault. I dropped my head back against the rest and closed my eyes. I blacked out at the gym, and a woman touched me. She was lying on the ground when I came to, Baz. They suspended my gym membership, and 2 guys who saw the whole thing followed me out and decided to teach me a lesson for what I did to that woman. Their intention was pure. Fuck intentions, Andy. You would never knowingly hurt anyone. But I did, and nothing changes that. You didn't see the way she looked at me, Baz. She was terrified, like I was a monster. "No, Andy, you're not a monster." Baz rose to his feet and climbed onto my lap, straddling my thighs. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled my head to his chest. What should have felt weird only made me feel safe. "You are not a monster. You've been through a rough time, and it's taking you a while, but you're getting better. You're my best friend in the entire world, aren't you? I placed my hands on his waist, the softness of his curves angering me. He'd always been great at giving hugs. Over the years, he'd gotten me used to the concept of men hugging and comforting other men, one awkward, affectionate gesture after another. Aren't you? He nudged me. Yes, I am. And I have excellent taste, right? There's no way I'd be friends with a monster, so never let me hear you call yourself that ever again. 2. Baz. My boss, Elliot, was a creative genius. Although I've been working with Flair magazine for the past 5 years, they kept impressing me with their fashion sense and innovative way of arranging fashion to tell a story. Standing off to the side, I watched them work alongside the in-house photographer, Rhea, to capture the male models for today's photo shoot. Male models to include in next week's issue to highlight breast cancer in cisgender males. Baz! Elliot didn't even look at me, but from their tone, I knew exactly what they wanted. That was why we worked so well together after so many years. I anticipated their needs and met them so they could be a visionary. Here you go, El. I handed them their cucumber water, and they took it from me without thanks. To anyone looking on, they might have seemed ungracious, but they were too deep in their work. I knew I would get all the thanks piled up into one later. My job as assistant to someone like Elliot was demanding. Had they been an ungrateful boss, we would never have lasted this long. No, Elliot muttered, too low for the model to hear, but I could tell what they were thinking. The average-looking guy was uncomfortable before the camera. He stood hunched over, reminding me of someone years ago, until a very kind man told me how well I photographed. Dan, take 5, will you? Rhea smiled at the model and turned to Elliot. Let me see. Elliot sidled up to her and checked out the pictures. From the grunts and groans they made, they were bad. You knew we would risk this happening when you chose to go with authentic male breast cancer survivors to tell this story rather than professional models, Rhea said to them. Leaving the 2 professionals to discuss how they would tackle the rest of the shoot, I walked over to the young man. The other 3 guys we'd photographed earlier had left already. Technically, they could use the photos from the other 3 guys for the spread Elliot had planned. But I hated the thought of this guy coming all the way out here from another city for nothing. Hi, I smiled. I'm Baz. You okay? He swallowed hard. Dan, but you probably know that already. I think it's best if I go. I'm fucking up the shoot and wasting everyone's time. A professional model should do this, not me. I placed a hand on his arm. If we wanted professional models, we would have gotten them, Dan. We want you to tell your story. And to tell your story, we want you to be you. Not the image you have in your head of what professional models look like in photographs. So I shouldn't try? Do you have to try to be you? I guess not. Exactly. How long ago did you do your surgery? I nodded at the scar that ran across the left side of his chest. He had no nipple on that side. A month? I rarely go without a shirt. I can't pretend to understand what you must have gone through, I said. I do know that for most of my life, I never went without a shirt either. For obvious reasons. He frowned. What? My extra weight. For years I hid behind clothes, and then one day all that changed. How did you get past it? All the staring. I chuckled. It's a funny story. I had a situation similar to this. I was soaked to the bone and thought I could get away by yanking my shirt off and squeezing the excess water out of it before anyone saw it. Not only did someone see, but they snapped a photo of me. I was so angry at first that the world would see my imperfections. But he taught me not to let the world define what imperfections are. He taught me how imagery can evoke powerful meaning and break the idea of the status quo. And that was the moment I developed a crush that had grown into full-blown infatuation. Sounds like a great guy. He's the absolute best. Even when struggling with his demons, he was always there for me. He rarely went out these days, but he had agreed to leave the house to join me for lunch later. Do you remember why you chose to be a part of this shoot? Yeah? Good. Rhea is an amazing photographer. Will you let her help you tell your story? Break time's up. Elliot walked over to us. Dan, do you want to continue with the shoot? Just say the word and we can end this. We don't want this to be torture for you. Dan glanced at me, then returned his gaze to Elliot. Let's try again. It didn't immediately go great, but Dan was more visibly relaxed until he gradually unwound, and Rhea was able to snap some decent shots based on the huge smile on her face. When they were done, Dan was smiling, looking more confident and proud. I knew exactly how that felt, to have the lens of a camera love us just the way we were. When Dan left the room to get dressed, Rhea shook her head at me. I don't know what you said to him, Baz, but it worked. I might just steal you away from Elliot to work for me instead. You have a way of working with people. Get your own assistant, Rhea. Elliot clutched me to their chest, making me laugh. I'm never letting Baz go. Exactly what I feared. Outstanding photo shoot, Elliot. I'll get these sorted out and sent over to you ASAP. You're a doll. Left alone with Elliot, I picked up the outfits the other guys had worn for the photo shoot. They had to go back to the local shops from where we'd sourced today's costumes. The magazine liked to balance well-known brands with local ones. One of the many reasons I loved working for this magazine. The diversity was another. You did a fantastic job as usual, Baz, Elliot said. I honestly don't pay you enough, but I'm glad you stick by me anyway. You pay me just fine, Elle. Plus all the fabulous outfits that are perks of the job make up for what your imagination is telling you is lacking. Elliot clapped their hands. I'm so glad you introduced us to the designer labels that look after our plus-size needs. It's ridiculous that in this century the so-called beauty standards are still archaic. But you try to change it, and that's so important. I would have killed for a role model like you when I was in high school. I'd never have guessed. The inexperienced young man who insisted that he was the right man for the job when we just met had none of those insecurities. What they didn't know was that I'd cried my eyes out the evening before, after being rejected by yet another magazine for not exuding the image they wanted to be associated with their brand. I'd been on the verge of giving up, but Andy had convinced me to show up for my interview at Flair. The rejections had given me an edge that day, and I might have come across as demanding, but Elliot had taken one look at me and convinced HR I was the one. Sometimes all we need is that one person to remind us what truly matters. Exactly. They glanced at their watch and gasped. I need to meet with a designer about Chloe's dress for the charity ball she's going to next month. I waved a hand at them. Go. I'll have things sorted out here and run all these back to the shops they came from. You're the best. Please don't leave me anytime soon. I laughed at Elliot's antics as they rushed out of the room, blowing me a kiss. How lucky was I to work in such a relaxed environment? It made the pressure of working less stressful to have supportive, non-judgmental staff around me. With the clothes all bagged, I double-checked the tags on them were all right. The last thing I would want was to deliver the wrong costumes to the wrong store. I'd spent years building up my reputation as Elliot's assistant. The company had an excellent image in the world of fashion, too, which should have made things easier once I became associated with them. But it had taken a while for me to gain their trust. When you weren't a size 4 and didn't meet societal expectations, you were seen as an imposter. Thankfully, it was rare these days that I had to call Elliot to vouch for me after a store refused to hand over the item they had promised to loan the company for a photo shoot. After mapping out the easiest route to get to all the shops, I set off with clothes and jewelry that were more expensive than my entire life. It took some time, but I had everything dropped off just like I'd promised Elliot. I had only half an hour before I had to meet with Andy at my favorite restaurant for lunch, but one store had entrusted me with a pair of diamond earrings for Chloe to wear to an evening function. I sent Andy a message that I would be with him shortly and headed back to the office quickly. I was still far from comfortable handling these pricey items I could never afford in a million years. Baz, that lightweight scarf is to die for. Chloe's assistant Gwen greeted me. Thanks, Gwen. My scarves were my signature look. I had one to complete every single outfit in my closet. Your skin is absolutely glowing from your pregnancy. In a little twist, Gwen had volunteered to be Chloe's surrogate after Chloe and her wife hadn't had any luck in conceiving. That took helping out one's boss to the next level, but they made it work for them. I'm having fun now while I'm still not the size of a whale. She gasped and slapped a hand to her mouth. Baz, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply. Relax, Gwen. It's fine. I smiled gently at her. If I took offense to every little thing that someone said that might unintentionally refer to my weight, I would have a perpetual sour face. Is Chloe in? I have some jewelry I was told to hand over directly to her. Yes, go on in. Thanks. I crossed over to the door of Chloe's office and knocked twice. Come in. Chloe's office overlooked the busy city with its floor-to-ceiling windows. She sat on the edge of her glass desk, observing 2 photographs she held up. But as soon as I walked in, she looked up. Baz, you're just who I need. Take a look at these 2 and tell me which is your favorite. She turned the pictures toward me. Both were of the same 7 people who presented as diverse, wearing a spring collection, but the backgrounds were different. The first was abstract with swirls of color as the backdrop, and the other played up the dramatic scenery of spring. Are you sure you want me deciding something like this? I asked nervously. Why not? You have an excellent sense of style, and I value your opinion. My chest burst with pride that someone of Chloe's stature would openly compliment me. Then the abstract. It says spring, but is more subtle and allows the viewer to focus on the models. The other pulls the eye away from the model. She snapped her fingers. Perfect, that's it. I've been staring at these for the past half an hour, too distracted to figure out why the nature photograph seems perfect, but just not right. She gave me a big smile, got up from her seat, and laid the photos on her desk. Listen to me, go on. You wanted to see me? Oh, yes. The Glam House sent this over. I handed her the slim box. I've been waiting for these. She popped the box open. Thank you. Aren't they gorgeous? The diamond linear cluster drop earrings were set in white gold and cost over 10 grand. The jewelry store had offered them to Chloe to wear for an event as a means of advertisement. I'd be too afraid to wear something that expensive, but they're quite beautiful. Chloe chuckled and closed the box, then slipped it into the top drawer of her desk. Not that it's any excuse to be careless, but these are always insured. There's some relief in that. My phone buzzed and I glanced at the screen. A message from Andy that he was almost at the restaurant. Well, Baz, how serious are you about writing for us? Chloe asked. Or was your article just a one-time thing? I swallowed, my heart skipping a beat. I would like to write more. Well, why don't you sit in our group meeting today? This is where we brainstorm as a team, come up with ideas for our next issue, and assign pieces to our writers on staff. We'd love to have you. Me? Of course, unless you don't want to. I do, I really do. Good. Then meet us in the conference room in 5. Right now? Yes. Is that going to be a problem? My stomach quivered at the thought of Andy's message. He would be so disappointed. But this was an opportunity for me, especially with Elliot out of the office and not needing me for anything. Baz? Sure, I'll be there. Andy would understand. Great. See you then. I walked out of Chloe's office, clutching my phone in my hand. I hated doing this to Andy after I dragged him out of the house, but there was no way I could have said no to Chloe. This was my opportunity to be a part of something new and to contribute, to get others to see me as Baz the writer and not just an assistant to a stylist. I ducked inside the showroom, where we had racks of clothes, shoes, and accessories always on standby. After taking a deep breath, I rang Andy. Hey. He answered the call, sounding so much brighter than yesterday. I'm at the restaurant. Do you want me to order you anything until you get here? My chest tightened, and I loathed myself for having to do this to him. Andy, I'm so sorry, but something just came up at work, and now there's a meeting I have to attend. Oh. The disappointment in his voice made me feel terrible. Does that mean you're not coming at all? Do you want me to wait? I can do that. My entire afternoon's free, as you already know. I closed my eyes and swallowed. What kind of friend would I be if I asked him to wait? knowing how spontaneous things happened at the magazine. I don't think I'll be able to make it. Elliot will probably be back by the time this meeting's done, and I haven't even spoken to them yet about my writing. They thought the piece I sold the magazine was a one-time thing. But what about lunch? I'll eat some of the mini sandwiches from the snack table. I think today's cucumber butter day. But you hate cucumbers. I know, but I don't have a choice. Do you forgive me? I'm sorry I dragged you out of the house for nothing. It's fine. I'll eat, then head back home. If anything changes, call me. I will. I hung up and tried not to pout, but I looked forward to these dates with Andy, where I could pretend it was just us and there was no Mal in his life. It was the only time I took selfish pleasure in manipulating his time, but I always felt guilty about it afterward, that even after all these years I was still crazy about my married friend. To be fair, I tried to pull back and create some distance between us, but then he'd been arrested, in Iran of all places, and after crying and being afraid for him for almost a year, when he'd finally come back, I'd only grown closer to him. I'd been his support person when Mal broke down and couldn't handle the sight of her own husband. None of that mattered, though, did it? He would never be mine. I was right on the nose about Elliot returning once the meeting with Chloe and the other writers ended. Chloe had introduced me as interested in writing for the magazine, and I had received some glowing praises from a few of the on-staff writers for my last submission. I'd been so nervous, but everyone had been welcoming and made me feel right at home. While I didn't have much to contribute, I observed the way they ran the writing portion of the magazine. I'd worked here for the past 5 years, but knew little about this side of the business. By the time I got out of the meeting, the snack table held a pitiful number of sandwiches. They were so tiny I'd need 100 of them to fill me up. When I returned to the office, my stomach was still grumbling. Hopefully Elliot wasn't back so I could do a quick run to a cafe to pick up something more filling. "Hey, where have you been?" Elliot asked. My workstation was nothing but a desk stuffed inside Elliot's office, but the floor also boasted a sitting room and a showroom if I needed more space or to put my feet up. "Meeting with Chloe," I said. Please don't ask me what for. "It went well?" "Yes, it was informative." "Good, because I have a task for you. How would you like to style Vanessa Sway?" My jaw dropped open and I stared at Elliot. Vanessa Sway was a hot new singer whose debut had just climbed the Billboard Hot 100 Top 10 singles. Every show wanted a piece of her, and she had done a shoot for us last month. "Shut up." "But if I shut up, I can't tell you all about it." "Don't shut up." I leaned against Elliot's desk. "Tell me all about it. When did this happen?" "Just now. It's a last-minute assignment, however, so you'll have to get on it right away." I cocked my head and gave them my suspicious eye. "How last minute are we talking about? Next week?" They mumbled something that could not be what I thought I heard. "What's that, Elliot?" "Tomorrow night." "Tomorrow?" I gaped at them. "That's impossible. You need to give a brand notice." "I know it's a challenge, but it can be done," they said. "And brands should line up to throw clothes and accessories at her. This is frickin' Vanessa Sway. One photograph on her Insta and that's instant marketing to millions of potential clients." True, but not even 24 hours to put everything together was intimidating. From time to time, Elliot threw one of their clients my way for me to dress them, but never on such short notice. "Think of it this way, Baz. You know how much I value my image. If I didn't think you could handle this, I would never have placed such an important client in your capable hands." I groaned. After that little speech, how could I say no? It might take me all night, but I would find the right outfit for Vanessa Sway, which meant I had to dig into her background and get to know her a little. I never went for the clothes first, but always familiarized myself with clients by scrolling through their social media pages and finding their style. It was important for me to keep the authentic style of someone while adding my flair to it. Elliot left me to do my research, and they also gave me Vanessa's contact so I could get in touch with her. After scrolling through her Instagram and Twitter feed, I had a sense of her style. Because of her fair skin, she could practically pull off any color, which made shopping around for her easier. I didn't have the luxury of time to go running all around the city, browsing racks, so I used the internet and came up with a decent selection. That done, I had to go speak to different stores and drop Elliot's name to get them to agree to me using something from their showroom. When I returned to the office, I had 3 options for outfits in total. Since there was no time to check in with jewelry stores, I had no choice but to use accessories from our showroom collection. I breezed into Elliot's office. "How'd it go?" Elliot asked. "I think fabulous. Do you want to see?" They waved a hand at me. "You don't need me to approve your choices, darling. You've got this. Speaking of which..." They flicked a finger over to my desk, which I had my back to. I spun around and yelped, jumping back. Andy sat lounging in my chair. His lips lifted in a grin, and my heart skipped a beat. This was the playful, easygoing Andy who I'd met back in college. Well, almost. He still had that guarded look about him. "Andy, what are you doing here?" "I didn't mean to intrude." He got to his feet. "I would have left, but Elliot said you'd be back soon and I could stay." "He's being modest," Elliot grinned. "I wasn't ready yet to let this gorgeous vision out of my sight, so I was extremely insistent that he wait on you." Andy chuckled, and the sound melted me on the inside. I wanted to hear more of that sound. "They were rather insistent." Crap, Elliot could be a bit much. I scanned Andy's features for any sign he had endured undue stress and was merely masking it to not offend Elliot. He was like that. "Well, I need to use the restroom," Elliot said. "It was nice meeting you, Andy. You should come around more often." When we were alone, I turned to Andy. "Are you okay? They didn't come on too strong, I hope." "They were very gracious to let me stay and wait on you." "Why didn't you tell me you were stopping by?" "I didn't plan to at first, but since you skipped out on lunch, I thought I should bring lunch to you." He gestured to my desk, on which lay a paper bag. I sniffed the air and closed my eyes. "Is that..." "Sweet and sour, just the way you like it." "Oh, God, I love you so much." I threw my arms around him and hugged him tight while he patted my head. "Well, I couldn't let you starve, and I didn't want to go home yet." I released him and rounded my desk, took out the plastic container and removed the lid. My stomach grumbled as I inhaled deeply. "I swear you're an angel. I was starving. Haven't had a moment to stop to eat." I wrestled the plastic wrap off the fork and dug right into the sweet and sour pork. I moaned around the flavor that exploded on my tongue. "Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The best type of gasm there is, a food-gasm." Andy shook his head. "The guys you hook up with aren't doing it right if that's what you believe." "Like you'd know how to do it any better, straight boy." I looked him dead in the eye and a flush passed through me. "Speaking of which, you haven't been out on a date recently." I frowned. "How do you know that?" "No strange cars parked in your driveway at night." While he literally meant that, it also sounded dirty. At least it made me think about him parking his car in my garage, and I wasn't talking about his Mercedes-Benz either. But he wasn't wrong, on both accounts. I used to have an active sex life, but not much action had been going on for over 6 months. Too busy. Elliot works me to the nub. "Lies!" Elliot swooped back into the office. "I have come nowhere close to your nub." "Ooh, is that Chinese I smell?" "Yes, Andy brought me lunch. Isn't he the bestest friend in the world?" Elliot eyed Andy up and down. "That he surely is. So, Andy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how single are you?" I choked on a piece of pork, and Andy whacked me gently between the shoulder blades. "You okay?" I nodded, blinking back the moisture that had gathered in my eyes. "Sorry, Elliot, there's no scale to being single. It's either you are or you aren't." "The scale would fall in the middle of it's complicated." "I'll uncomplicated for you. Andy's married and he's straight." And I hated the way Elliot was eyeing my best friend like he was a tall glass of that cucumber water they guzzled down several times a day. If it were possible to turn someone gay, and it wasn't, I would be the one to do that to Andy and not my boss. And I needed to get Andy out of there ASAP. "Andy, I should really get back to work. But thanks for lunch. I owe you one. I guess that's my cue to go. Or you can stay and I'll entertain you while Baz gets to it. I'd love to find out more about you. The shutters went down over Andy's eyes fast. The smile he'd sported since I saw him sitting at my desk was gone, and he pushed his hands into the pockets of his hoodie. I have some errands I need to run, he said. Thanks for accommodating me, Elliot. I'll see you at home, Baz. See you, I waved at him. Call me if you need me. He walked out of our office area, and Elliot rolled their eyes at me. Does that call me if you need me go both ways? Sure, why? Then I'd say you need to call him back because, honey, you need that man so bad it's almost painful to watch. I sucked my bottom lip between my teeth, my face burning. It took Elliot less than 30 minutes to see my true feelings for Andy. I always wondered if Andy really didn't know, or if he just ignored it to save me the embarrassment of not reciprocating my feelings for him. Now, I wasn't sure. 3. Andy. I took a long drag off my blunt and stared out at the empty driveway next door, trying to convince myself I was only watching from my balcony because my smoking bothered Mal. Even when I wasn't in the same room with her, she had a problem with it, as if the medicinal marijuana hadn't been prescribed to help me with my anxiety. And I was too anxious tonight, the tension turning my joints stiff. I frowned at my watch. The hour hand was creeping closer toward 1 a.m., and Baz wasn't home yet. A heaviness settled in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Maybe I should call him to check on him. What if he was kidnapped, hurt? So many things could go wrong. I was stronger than Baz, and I'd been broken after my last confrontation with the truly evil in this world. What chance did Baz have against the bad guys? He spoke in butterflies and rainbows, a language not many people understood. And I couldn't afford to lose the one person who kept me sane. Baz had been dressed up rather fashionably when he'd left his house around 8. There was a possibility he'd chosen to go back to some guy's place. Baz was never short of admirers. But what if he wasn't? I rose to my feet, but the crunching of wheels approaching stalled me. I peered out into the night. A familiar silver car came into view. Baz was home. The outside lights automatically turned on, and I was unable to tear my eyes away from the vivid view of Baz getting out of his car. Alone. That wasn't always the case, but he had dated little since I'd been back. Baz slammed the car door shut and started toward the porch, his gait unsteady. Was he drunk? Had he already been with some other man for the night? It was none of my business, but that didn't stop me from worrying about him. I'd been able to push away the attraction I'd felt for him years ago. I'd already been engaged, and attraction didn't mean a relationship would work. Now it didn't matter. My sex drive had been non-existent for quite a while. He stopped and peered up at my balcony as though sensing my presence. It was too late to pretend I hadn't seen him, so I waved. He waved back and smiled. Baz's smile was warm and pulled me right in. He held his hand to the side of his face to indicate a phone, then walked up to the porch and let himself in. A second later, my phone rang. I slipped into the bedroom and picked it up from the nightstand. Hey, you okay? I asked. I'm not sure. I hear there's a peeping Tom in the neighborhood. Should I be scared? He giggled. What are you doing watching my house? I couldn't sleep, just smoking a joint. Isn't Mal there? Nope. She was with her boyfriend. Why didn't she put both of us out of our misery and ask me for a divorce? It wasn't as if we hadn't talked about it before my last trip to Iran. Want to come over and watch a movie? At 1 a.m? When has that ever stopped us? He was right. Hadn't that been the whole point of us getting houses right next door to each other? I'm on my way. Should I bring anything? Just you, and the blunt. I chuckled. You know you get the munchies like crazy afterward. I'm sure we can find something in my fridge to eat. No blunt, no admission. The phone line went dead. I shouldn't indulge him. The marijuana I had was for medicinal use only, but Baz was hilarious and even more affectionate than usual when he was high. Instead of carrying the entire supply of weed, which would only make Baz greedy, I rolled a new fat joint we could share. I shrugged on my hoodie on my way downstairs. Instead of taking the driveway, I hopped over the long fence between our two properties. This had been one of the best decisions I'd made in my life, to help Baz secure this place when the for sale sign had gone up. It had taken him some convincing to move in next door, but here we were. The front door was open, and I let myself in, but locked the door behind me. Baz clattered down the stairs, having changed into a pair of his favorite shorts. His thick legs were bare up to mid-thighs, and the t-shirt he had on was worn to the point of transparency. As someone who was proud to maintain a fashionable image, Baz wouldn't have been dressed this way had anyone else been over. No one else got to see him like this, with his armor off and the soft, sweet guy I knew all relaxed. "Gimme, gimme." He made grabby hands. "It's been a long time since you've shared with me." "I won't be your dealer." "Too late." He walked right up to me and pushed his hands into the pockets of my hoodie. He raised his eyebrows and grinned when he found what he was looking for. "Bingo." Baz lit the blunt with the lighter I supplied and took a long draw of it, moaning with his head tilted back. "Ooh, how I've missed you." I took the blunt from his hand and took a draw too. "Where have you been?" "Socializing to keep up appearances. Usually I don't mind, but all I wanted was to be home tonight." I passed him back the blunt and followed him to the living room while he puffed on it. "Why? Something wrong?" "Not really. I just need to work on my new article for Chloe, and I'm nervous about it. I kept thinking about it tonight instead of dancing and enjoying myself. What are you in the mood for?" Horror. I only said it to get a reaction out of him. He scowled at me over his shoulder. "Hey, I'm trying to get my buzz on. Don't kill it with that horror shit. I want to feel mellow as fuck, not to be scared witless tonight." I'd hold you. I always did whenever he indulged me and we watched horror. "You're not serious, are you?" "I'm just messing with you." "For that, you get to suffer through a rom-com with me." I groaned. He had an eclectic taste in movies. I didn't mind most of what he watched, but rom-coms were only beaten by musicals. Let me see. Baz took another drag on the blunt. Whenever he did, he made a satisfied sighing sound in his throat, which made me hyper-aware of him. He squatted next to the TV unit and searched through his collection of Blu-rays. The movement caused his shirt to ride up, showing his smooth, pale skin. His generous ass jutted out, full and round. My nostrils flared and my cock twitched. Holy fuck, my cock twitched. It hadn't done that in a long time, completely disinterested in anything to do with sex. It was one of the things my therapist and I hadn't been able to work out. She'd attributed it to the traumatic experience I'd been through, but her solution of working through it with my wife had gotten me nowhere. To be fair, Mal had been willing to try, but whether it was from a lack of interest in engaging in anything sexual with her, or the fact that I was broken, it just didn't work. This twitch from checking out Baz's really nice ass was the most action I'd had in the last couple of years. "Ah, here we go." Baz straightened. He still looked good vertical. What I'd said to him the first time we met, about him being photogenic, was still true. He was gorgeous. He slipped in the disc, grabbed the remote control, came over to the long couch and sat with me, folding up his legs. I tossed the throw over him. "Damn. What is it?" I asked. "I should have grabbed snacks." "I'll get them." "You're a doll. If you weren't already married." He winked at me, but his words followed me all the way to the kitchen. While I would have liked to continue the conversation, it would be unfair to him to do that. Not only was I still married, if only on paper, but I also had a lot of baggage I was struggling with. I already thought he helped too much as a friend. As a spouse, he would have to go through too much with me, and I'd hate to see the rainbow disappear from my gray skies. I returned to the living room with 2 canned sodas and a bowl mixed with his favorite snacks the way he always did them. The scent of weed drifted in the air. Baz's eyes were already glassy when he looked up at me. "I think you've had enough of that." I took the blunt from his fingers and plopped the bowl into his lap. "Why do you want to kill my buzz?" He dipped a hand into the bowl and stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth. "These are so good." I chuckled. Just regular chips, Baz. He popped his feet into my lap right against my semi. It's so huge. At my quizzical look, he said, the bowl of chips. What did you think I was talking about? I glanced down at his foot in my lap. Baz snorted and threw a chip at me. I already know your dick's huge, you lucky bastard. You don't have to point it out. Will you rub my feet? I've been standing all night. He wiggled his toes. Your stinky feet in my lap, Baz? I don't have stinky feet. You can suck on these babies and they'd be delicious. He wriggled his toes again. Just messing with you. Turn on the movie. Or did you change your mind? I grasped his tight foot in my hand and kneaded. Oh, yes, right there, he moaned. Don't stop. The movie, Baz. Right, movie. He'd lied. He hadn't put on a rom-com like he'd threatened, but a crime thriller he must have gotten after I'd mentioned it sounded interesting last week. That explained why his feet were in my lap and I was enduring his moans as I massaged his soles. Baz did little things like this for me all the time, listening and making sure I had the things I wanted or enjoyed. So I did the same for him, regardless of how others might misconstrue the nature of our relationship. Between the two of us, we devoured the bowl of chips and got into the movie. Perhaps I watched movies with him so often because he didn't distract me from talking. We could watch, then talk about it afterward. Halfway through the movie, he shifted, placed the bowl on the floor, and tipped over to lean heavily against me. Here, grab a corner of the throw. I draped the other end of the throw over me, and he sighed, comfortably pressed me like it was the most natural thing in the world, which it was for us. We'd watched movies like this for years, and neither of us thought anything of it. A snore pulled my gaze to him. Baz, I shook him gently. You're sleeping. I should go. No, not sleeping, he mumbled. Just resting my eyes a bit. I can still hear what's going on. Don't go. Are you sure? Got any more of that weed left? I think it's making me horny. I chuckled. No more weed. Go to sleep. Ugh, he growled. Gotta get laid soon. Too long. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him again why he wasn't fooling around as much as he used to anymore. But I didn't, partly because I was afraid of the answer. He was worried about me, but he didn't nag and ask me 50 times per day if things were crazy inside my head. He simply understood and knew I would rather forget and distract myself than dwell too much on what was wrong with me. The moment I'd returned, he'd been too focused on me being healthy to be his usual flirtatious self. I hadn't been the only one who had changed by what I'd gone through. Baz had changed as well, even though I'd tried everything in my power to keep him unaffected. His breathing deepened and evened out, his shoulders rising and falling against me. I slipped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him farther into me in a more comfortable position. He mumbled and tucked his face into my neck, his breath hot against my skin. One of his hands fell onto my crotch, where my erection strained against the front of my sweatpants. I inhaled deeply and let the breath out slowly. How much longer could I ignore my curiosity about what Baz made me feel? 4. Baz. It wasn't the first time I'd woken up to find myself sleeping all over Andy. He was used to my octopus-like limbs clinging to anything when I was asleep. Pillows, blankets, strange men I picked up from my nightly outings, and my straight best friend. To be fair, I liked dicks, so when I woke up to the hardness under my cheek, I might have smiled and rubbed my face against it. It felt fucking good, and it had been so long since someone's dick had touched me. Not that it was touching me for real, as it was still tucked away behind his sweats, but the material was soft enough to feel the thick indentation against my cheek. As the movie and getting high with Andy rushed into my sleepy mind, I froze. This wasn't just a one-night stand I was rubbing against, hoping for one more quick fuck before I kicked him out of my bed. This was Andy, whose dick I'd ogled from afar in the past, satisfied that a look was the only thing I would ever get. I'd been so wrong. If I turned my head just right, I could mouth him, but that would be inappropriate, of course, even with him wearing clothes. he was fast asleep. But I closed my eyes, cataloged everything in my brain about how thick he was, and pretended that he'd gotten hard for me, and that it wasn't just a purely biological response to whatever he was dreaming about, or to me rubbing against him in my sleep. With a deep sigh, I inched my head out of his lap. Not an easy feat, given his arm lay protectively over my back. His head was thrown back on the couch, and his mouth was slightly open. Ouch, he was going to have a crick in his neck if this was the way he'd slept all night. How had I ended up with my head in his lap? I couldn't remember a thing. Not that I expected there to be anything worth remembering. This was just another guy's night that ended with us crashing on the couch. It wasn't the first time it had happened, though it had been more frequent since his return. This was the longest he'd been home before going off to some poverty-stricken or war-torn country to bring awareness to the world. What he'd been through had been tragic, but it had brought him back to me, possibly for good this time. And I hated how relieved I felt he would be around all the time now, that I'd missed him and worried about him whenever he'd been away. Andy snorted, and his body twitched. His head jerked forward. His arm tightened around me as if he didn't want to let me go. And then his eyes flew open. They stared right into my soul. Panic built inside my chest. How could he not see the way I felt about him in my eyes? Baz? Sorry, I whispered hoarsely. I didn't mean to wake you. We fell asleep on the couch. As if that wasn't obvious. And I'm trying to get up. Does your neck hurt? I can't follow what you're saying. He raised his hand, freeing me, and rubbed his neck, groaning. Talk slower, and maybe not so many words. You know how I am when I just wake up. Coffee? Of course, coffee. His tone was surly, but he gave me a small smile. Sorry. Please? Just let me use the bathroom first. I wrestled the throw off me and scampered to my feet, but I stepped on one corner and toppled over. Andy reached a hand out and grabbed me before I crashed to the floor, and I landed on him instead. I winced at the 200 and I'd stopped counting pounds of body fat that crushed him. Are you okay? He asked. I turned my head and gagged. Dude, morning breath, not so close. Fuck you, like yours is any better. And what's morning breath anyway to a guy who eats ass? Keep that up and I'll sit on your face. My cheeks burned. Kill me now. We were used to ribbing each other just like guys do, but there was ribbing and then there was telling a guy you were going to face-sit him. Your ass would stifle me. He grinned as if none of it bothered him. Could he really not be troubled by what I just said? Goes to show what you know. My voice sounded too husky, but making it more normal was way beyond my control at this point. That's the appeal. I shoved off him to my feet to end the horrible conversation. Next thing I knew, he would take me up on that offer, and I'd be fornicating with a married man. And I'd never do such a thing. Not like that would be a problem, since there was no offer anyway. You can use the bathroom down here. I beat a hasty exit and climbed the stairs. Once I was in my bedroom, I grabbed the pillow on my bed and buried my face in it while I screamed the best I could. It worked. Some of the pent-up frustration fled, putting me back to functioning capacity. A few minutes later, I'd finished my morning routine and dressed in a pair of jean shorts and a t-shirt I'd grabbed off a rack in the women's section at Macy's. I'd liked the attitude print on the front, and hadn't cared one bit about the department I had found it in. Some of my jeans came from the women's clothing department, too. It was easier to find curvier jeans to fit my body type without having to alter them the way I had to men's jeans. When I entered the kitchen, Andy was opening cupboards and drawers. He frowned at me. There's no coffee. Shit, I could have sworn I'd gotten some the last time I went grocery shopping. He raised an eyebrow. Which was... I licked my lips. When was the last time I went shopping? You barely have any groceries, he said. What have you been eating? Takeout. I sucked in my gut. Stop that. I let out a breath, and with it, my gut. I know it's not the best, but I've been really busy at work. I'm not talking about you eating takeout. I mean, stop sucking your belly in as if there's something wrong with the way you are. You look amazing. I eyed the muscular hunk before me who was effortlessly fit, with abs I drooled over, and yet he didn't even bat an eyelash about my excess weight. Says the guy with washboard abs who hits the gym several days of the week. I frowned. How come you never try to convince me to go with you? I might have, you know. He shrugged. If it's something you want to do, you'll do it. You don't need anyone to tell you what to do, Baz. Now, what are we going to do about our coffee situation? I let you use me for a bed all night. The least you can do is provide me with coffee. Do you have any at your place? Yep. All right, let's go over there, and I'll do even better than coffee. I'll cook you a 5-star breakfast. Happy? Yes. He took my arm and guided me out of the kitchen. It's been a long time since you've cooked for me. It used to be our thing. Whenever his flight got in from whichever country he roamed, I would cook him a huge spread, knowing in some of the countries he visited he wouldn't have enough nutritious meals. Sometimes he came home having lost a lot of weight, because he insisted on living among the people he documented. I didn't get it, but that was how far he took his photography, how he maintained the integrity of his documentaries. When was the last time you cooked for me? I asked him. You think I can't? Doesn't matter that you can if you never do. All right, I'm gonna surprise you. You'll see. I grinned. Of course he wouldn't cook for me. He was horrible in the kitchen, and we both knew it. I tutted as I found his front door unlocked. You're lucky nobody broke in. I'm not even sure if I'd care. It was the closest he'd come to talking to me lately about his progress with his therapy session. I always waited for him to bring it up. No one wanted a constant reminder of the private hell they were going through. How are your sessions going? He shrugged. Okay. Between you and my therapist, maybe I'll be whole again in the next decade. Don't say that. You're getting better. You're practically your old self around me. That's because it's you, Baz. I don't know how to be anything but myself around you. With other people. I reached for his hand and squeezed it. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? I do. He kissed the top of my head. You know where to find everything. I need to take a quick shower since I still smell of the weed. I winked. Splendid stuff. Let's hope it lasts you for a long time. Not going to turn you into a stoner. He headed for the stairs and I detoured to his kitchen, which was larger than mine. I found the coffee in the pantry labeled the way Mal did everything. I shouldn't feel so at home in their kitchen, but I'd cooked here more times than I would admit to anyone. Mal never minded. Often I'd cooked for the 3 of us when Andy was home. The 5-star breakfast I'd promised Andy was halfway done when he walked in. I poured him a cup of coffee the way he liked it, with creamer only and a pinch of salt to elevate the taste. I'm making enough for Mal. I stacked the last pancakes on the platter. Don't bother. She wasn't home then. Probably working the night shift at the hospital where she was a nurse. Something seemed off about their relationship lately, but I chalked it down to Andy's struggles. They were a solid couple, and they would get through anything. The respect I had for Mal only made my guilt over how I felt about her husband worse. Almost finished. Did you find a new gym? Not yet. But your workouts mean a lot to you. I go for a run now. I found my old bike in the garage, so I may take up cycling. At least I'd get firmer thighs that way. I snorted. What for? Trying to make them into perfect pillars of stone or something? You should talk. I see the guys you fuck around with, Baz. They're all muscular dudes. Did I have a type? Of course I did, and I was staring right at him. That's not true. I turned my back to him so he didn't see my discomfort with the change of topic. We never talked about the guys I slept with. Do I need to go through the list? What list? I plated the bacon, snapped a piece off, and stuffed it into my mouth. So good. The list of guys you've been with, and that list only covers the ones who I know of when I'm around. That's creepy, you keeping a list of the men I fucked. Don't do that. Do you? Do I what? Fuck them all. I gaped at him. Dude, you aren't seriously asking me that, are you? It's not my fault you said fuck you to the playing field when you were like fucking 18. I didn't begrudge anyone being with one person since their teens, but my experience was different, and I didn't need an excuse to be an adult and do consensual adult activities. Shit, Baz, I didn't say it to upset you. You didn't? Because you come across as all judgy, and I don't need to be slut-shamed first thing in the morning. I would never. Come on, do you think I'm that kind of person? Maybe he wasn't, but his question was odd. I passed him a plate and the syrup. Why ask me then? Maybe I was way out of line. I found it curious you've never had a relationship. Not in a judgmental way. I just want to know why, but of course you don't have to answer. That question was easy to answer. I'd never been in a relationship because I'd fallen hard for the clueless idiot across from me, and it didn't feel right to be with someone and not give them my all. One day I'd get over Andy and my heart would be available. That day was not today. Just haven't met anyone yet who I'd want to spend the rest of my life with. I sat across from him and slid 2 pancakes from the pile onto my plate. I'd rather enjoy life and broaden my sexual horizons than get involved in toxic relationships. At least this way everyone knows the score, and no one ends up getting hurt. Andy fell silent, chewing his food. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Baz. I know. Just eat your pancakes. You're the last person in the world I'd ever want to hurt. My throat closed up, and my chest tightened with emotions. I felt the same way about him. He'd been through so much. All I wanted was for him to be happy and carefree again. He'd never gone into details about the horrors he'd faced in an Iranian prison for almost a year before they released him. Maybe I should have asked, but I was afraid of knowing. A door opened and footsteps echoed in the hall. Mal entered the kitchen dressed in a short black dress and heels. Her hair was slightly mussed, and the low cut of the dress showed her skin all red and irritated. I could recognize beard burn when I saw it. What the fuck? I looked from her to Andy, waiting for him to have some reaction, but he barely glanced up from his food. Hey, I was going to make you breakfast, Mal said. I see Baz already did that. He frowned at her. I can make myself breakfast, Mal. I'm not a child. Why the hell was he ignoring the fact that his wife had just walked in the front door 1/2 past shame walk o'clock? I know you aren't, Andy, but I wanted to. We've got it taken care of. You must be tired. She blushed, her face a bright, fiery red. Yeah, I'll just take a short nap. I'll cook this evening, since I'm off duty. Baz, you're welcome to join us, as always. Great, see you later. She strutted out of the kitchen, leaving me to stare after her. I turned my head slowly in Andy's direction. He was too intent on shoving as much of the pancakes as he could into his mouth. What was that? I asked. I thought Mal was at work. Why would you think that? Her not being home so early in the morning. He shrugged and continued eating. Will you quit inhaling those pancakes long enough to tell me what's going on? He put down his fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. What's there to tell? Mal's seeing someone else. Everything inside me went cold. She what? It's not new. Some doctor from the hospital where she works. It makes her happy, and I can't. It's for the best. Your wife's fucking someone else and you think that's best? For us, yes. Don't make a big deal about it, Baz. It's fine. I mean, it started when I was out of the country, but we've had our blow-up about it and moved on. Are you telling me she cheated on you? I pushed back my chair and rose to my feet. How could she? Her husband was going through therapy, barely getting any sleep at night, suffering from blackouts and people touching him, and she was banging a doctor. It's okay, Baz. No, it's not okay. Oh my God! On top of everything you have to deal with, you have to handle this too? You don't deserve that. That's why I didn't want to tell you. I knew you would overreact, but I don't have any energy to get upset about this, Baz, so please calm down. How long? Have you been pretending this whole time? He inhaled deeply and let out the breath. If you sit back down, I'll tell you. I didn't want to sit. I wanted to tip over the house with Mal in it. How could she hurt him like this? Baz. I sat back down. Don't leave out anything. We've been having arguments for several years, he said. Mal didn't agree when I took my career to the next level and traveled the world to take photographs for my documentaries. If I remember clearly, you were on her side. Because the countries you planned to go all scared me. But you didn't see me replacing you with another BFF just because you were away. I'm glad you haven't. She admitted to cheating on me, but we tried to work through it when I got home. It soon became clear our relationship was done, but we didn't want to part hating each other. We were talking about separating legally when I left for Iran. We should have done it when I returned, but well, you know the rest. I was sent to prison for almost a year, and she sought comfort with one of her ex-lovers. I think it would have been better for her if I'd been left to rot in that Iranian prison. You shut your mouth right now, Anderson Kyle. I leaned forward. I would have been devastated if that had happened. Do you know how much I worried about you? Baz, it's okay. I'm fine. What's going on between Mal and me is old news. But it was new to me. I hadn't suspected a thing. With Mal working all sorts of shifts at the hospital and Andy being away a few times during the year, the moments when we were all together, they always seemed loved up to make up for the time they spent apart. Oh my God, I'm a horrible friend. I stared at Andy, my chest heavy. Am I so self-absorbed I didn't notice a thing? You're the least self-absorbed person I know. He stretched across the table and took my hand. Baz, you were happy. Your life's going great. Your career took off when you landed that job working for Flair. I didn't want to bother you with my marital issues. I pulled my hand out of his grasp. You were talking about legal separation, Andy, legal separation. How could you have not shared that with me? Every life change I'd gone through, he'd been there for me since we met. When my father died, he was one of the pallbearers. When my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer only a year after, and I'd thought I would lose her, he'd been my rock. Did our friendship mean so little to him he didn't want to give me the same opportunity to be there for him? Baz, I think I should go. I'm sorry I can't help to do the dishes. I don't care about the damn dishes, Baz. Please don't go. Let me explain. Explain what? That our friendship means that little to you? I'd rather go work on that article I have due on Monday. 5. Andy. Want to grab lunch together? I reread the message, then hit send and pocketed my phone. All weekend, Baz had ignored me. He'd called to turn down Mal's dinner offer, so Mal had gone out during the night, and I'd eaten alone, all the while trying to come up with a way of asking Baz to forgive me. He was upset I hadn't talked to him about the issues I was having with Mal. I should have, but it was hard to think of my marriage with Mal ending without Baz factoring into the equation. How could I be all mad at Mal when I felt guilty that I didn't give her as much time and attention as I sometimes gave Baz? Baz didn't need to hear the truths Mal had flung at me during the heated arguments we used to have. She still had no idea how close she came to the truth. But I tried to make our relationship work. We'd been together for years. She was familiar. Baz was familiar too, but as a friend, not a partner. Being with Mal made more sense. Having Baz around in my life as my best friend made more sense. Until it didn't anymore. My phone vibrated and I held my breath as I checked the message from Baz. He'd broken his silence. Sure, where and what time? It's a slow day at the office today. Thank God he wasn't mad anymore. I sent off a message with the time I'd be finished with my therapy session. The phone on the assistant's desk rang, and she answered it, spoke briefly, then replaced the phone on its hook. Mr. Kyle, Dr. Barrett is ready for you. She always was, but was I ready for her? Thank you. With my camera in hand, I walked across the hall to the door and knocked once, then entered the office. Anderson, come on in. Take a seat. Holly Barrett, my therapist, motioned to the sofa facing away from the window. Thank you. The contrasting blues and yellows lent the room a comfortable and welcoming ambiance. I claimed my corner on the long chiffon couch across from the white leather chair with wooden accents where she usually sat. The modern metal artwork on the wall was perhaps my favorite thing to look at in the room. It had become my fixation when I had to talk about things I wished she wouldn't ask me about. As tough as these sessions could get, I pushed through them. They'd helped me a great deal to free the man who'd locked himself away at home after being released from the hospital. For a long time, her office had been the only place I ventured. "How are you doing today, Anderson?" She closed the filing cabinet, retrieved her notepad from her desk, and walked over to claim her seat, a pleasant smile on her face. Holly was easy to talk to, didn't push too hard, but wasn't afraid to challenge me either when I wanted to avoid certain topics. She was only a few years older than me, but she gave off the confident air of a woman who'd been in the business for a long time. "I've had worse days," I replied. Her eyebrows arched. "Ah, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you in the mood to talk to me today?" 6. She always asked that question. It supposedly guided her in how to approach our sessions, but whether or not I was in a talking mood, she always got me to open up. But sometimes she started at a much slower pace. "Is there anything you want to talk about?" I shrugged. "Nothing comes to mind." "What about your weekend? Can you walk me through that?" I leaned back against the couch and placed my camera beside me. It's the same old. Baz and I watched a movie. We might have gotten a little high. Then we hung out in the morning. I did a little on Sunday, and here we are. "How is Baz?" I swallowed. "He's doing great at work." "Why are we talking about Baz?" "He's a big part of your life, and I'm interested in what your interactions are like with people you come in contact with regularly." I rubbed my forehead. "We had an argument over the weekend." "Want to tell me about it?" He was upset because I finally told him about Mal and me. Said I didn't tell him because I didn't trust him, but that's not true at all. "Then what's the truth, Anderson? He's your best friend. Doesn't it seem strange to you that you never told him you were having marital problems?" "I didn't want him to worry." "Is that all?" I couldn't meet her gaze. "What else is there?" "You know, if you're not honest with me, we stall in our progress, and that would be a shame after all the work we've done so far." "I don't know what you want me to say." My heart thudded deep inside my chest. "Baz, Mal, it's all so complicated." "What is?" "Mal and I go way back." "Since middle school?" "Yes, our parents were friends. We grew up together, dated, fell in love. I loved her." "Past tense." "When Baz came into both our lives, we were already engaged. I loved her. You've got to understand that." "I believe you." My heart picked up, pounding so hard now it was hard to breathe. I loved her, but I can't deny that it was strange when I met Baz. He and we connected. It's so easy to be with him. It always was. "Are you ready to admit that your interest in Baz goes beyond friendship, Anderson?" she asked gently. It couldn't be anything else. I loved Mal. We were getting married. "And you also discovered that you had feelings for your best friend." I frowned. "Shouldn't we be talking about what happened in Iran?" "Is that what you want to talk about?" "Because, Anderson, everything is connected. The reason for all your travels, which led to your imprisonment in Iran, and the relationship you now have with the two most important people in your life." "It's only one now. This morning, Mal and I talked about a divorce." Holly raised her eyebrows, a gesture I'd never witnessed her make. I'd been seeing her for the past 7 months, but this was the first time she reacted surprised. She was always so guarded and never let on how she felt about anything I said. "Who started the conversation?" "She did. She wants to officially be with the man she's been seeing." "How do you feel about that?" "Fine. She should be happy, and it's clear she's not happy with me." I know that's the answer you think you should give, but I want you to dig deeper and tell me how you truly feel. I propped my elbows on my thighs. The tension in my shoulder had me hunching over. I don't know, confused, scared. Everything's changing, and I'm not sure how to deal with it. I chuckled, the sound bitter. I tried to make things right when I got back home. I tried to save our marriage, but it was too late. Mal's already in love with someone else. And so are you. Baz is my best friend. I'd rather have that. Because his friendship is familiar. It's what you understand. Yes, things can get messy real fast. And the kicker is that Baz is a popular guy. It's not worth risking if he doesn't feel the same way. She nodded. I understand. The relationship between you and Mal lasted for over a decade. Regardless of whether you still love each other that way, you've both invested a lot in the relationship. Divorce, even when amicably agreed upon by both parties, still takes a toll on the individuals involved. Exactly. I hadn't been surprised when Mal and I wound up in the kitchen this morning and she'd said the 4 words, "We need to talk." Still, her coming out with it and discussing the next steps to a divorce had left me numb. We'd built a life together for almost 15 years. The love might have dried up, but the memory of what we used to be to each other was still there. Mal had always been at my side, and soon she would no longer be. Is there anything else you would like to share about Mal and Baz before we move on? Holly asked. Any questions that you might have for me? My mouth bobbed open to tell her about the rise in my cock that had happened over the weekend when Baz had slept against me, but I held back. We'd talked too much about Baz and Mal already. The end of my relationship didn't mean I was about to jump into a relationship with Baz. Did he even want a relationship? It didn't seem so. Baz was a sensual guy who did casual hookups, but I'd never been the guy for sex without emotions. I'd been with only one person, a woman. Not only was my sexual experience limited, but I didn't know how I would respond to intimacy with another man. Had I thought about it before? Yes. But Mal and I had been together for so long, I'd pushed my attraction to Baz as far back into the recesses of my mind as I could. No. That's all. From the way she stared at me, Holly didn't believe me one bit. I tensed up, expecting her to call me out on it. It wouldn't be the first time. I see you brought your camera like we discussed. Thank you. The camera case was brand new, like the camera inside, since the one I'd been wielding in Iran had been confiscated and broken. Baz had bought it for me as a coming-home present. A part of me felt guilty for never using it, although he told me it was a gift for when I was ready. I'd only brought it today because I owed it to him to try to reclaim this part of my life. You bought yourself a new camera, Anderson. Maybe you should spend some time getting to know it a little. Go ahead, take it out of its case. I took up the case and placed it in my lap. Baz had sewn my name into the corner with pink thread. Seeing it made me smile. Actually, Baz bought it for me. I wouldn't have thought to buy anything for myself. That was awfully sweet of him. Yes, Baz was the sweetest person I knew. I grasped the zipper and slowly rolled it down. I inhaled deeply, glancing up at Holly. Do you know why I asked you to bring the camera, Anderson? I assume you want me to take some pictures as part of the complete healing process? I shook my head. If that's what you're expecting, I don't think I can. Baby steps. For now, all I want you to do is open the case and reacquaint yourself with your first love. I want you to employ your senses. Look at it, touch it, smell it even. There's no rush. Take as much time as you need. 6. Baz. Elliot, do you have a minute? My heart was pumping a mile a minute. I'd spent the last 15 minutes in the showroom rehearsing what I wanted to say to them, but now every syllable, every word had fled my mind. Elliot raised their head from the pages scattered on their desk. A minute is just about what I have to spare. What's up? I swallowed hard and leaned back against my desk for support. In 5 minutes, Chloe expected me to be in her office. I owed it to Elliot to prepare them for what was about to come. We worked too close for me to keep them in the dark. "Clock's ticking, Baz." "Right." I inhaled deeply. "There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. And if you don't spit it out soon, you'll continue meaning to talk to me but never actually doing it." My face flamed when they cocked their head. "What I mean to say is, do you recall that article Chloe agreed to print in the last magazine under my byline?" "I read every word, sugar. That was a beautiful and fun article. Did I tell you congratulations on that, by the way?" Yes, you did." "And?" "And I have a meeting with Chloe right now about another piece I'm working on," I said quickly. "Elliot, I've been thinking that I may want to head in that direction instead." Silence filled the room. They stared, mouth open, as if trying to make sense of my words. I know it seems arbitrary, but I want to do this. And the pieces I'm writing right now are a bit more fun than I eventually want to write about, but it's somewhere to start. Elliot frowned. "I don't understand. Don't you want to be a stylist? I've been grooming you for the day when I leave Flair, and you'll sit at this desk." "But that's not going to be soon, is it? It's been years, Elle. You know there's no room for growth in this department. Management would never budget for another position when you and I are so efficient in our current ones." "Is it more money? Because I'll lobby on your behalf for a hike in your salary, even if it means cutting mine." "That's sweet, but it's not the money. It's also about growth." No, this doesn't make any sense. Baz, I refuse to believe you want to leave this department. You were born to be a stylist. You have a genuine talent for it, and you want to waste that away writing boring articles? That's kind of undermining what the writers do. I'm sorry if it feels that way, but honey, you're a stylist. I've never tried anything else, Elliot. At least this way I'll know for sure. They grabbed the paper in front of them with more force than necessary and jammed their reading glasses on their face. Are you abandoning me, then? I won't give your position to someone else, Baz. I won't abandon you. I can do both for the time being. It wouldn't be wise to jump with 2 feet into a new project. What if it doesn't go well? What if I suck and Chloe doesn't like my ideas? I may not like this, Baz, but I respect you for following your dreams, no matter how misguided they are. As far as I see it, the good that will come out of this is that you'll realize here is exactly where you belong. But the one thing I won't stand for is you doubting yourself. Tears pricked my eyes, and I smiled at them. Elliot, you're the best. They held up a hand. I'd reserve judgment for when I'm riding your ass for slacking off because you're busy being Ayn Rand. I laughed, grabbing my planner from my desk. I'll take that into account, boss. Chloe wants to see me, and I'll be heading out for lunch after. Want anything? If I think of something, I'll let you know. I crossed the production floor, where writers were pounding on keyboards or chatting with each other. A couple of girls who worked together on a column for the magazine glanced up and waved at me. Stephanie was the petite redhead with a big personality who always strutted on impossibly thin and high stilettos. Next to her station was her best friend, Lupe, who was also rumored to be her lover. Even in a great workplace such as this, gossip was flying around. Hey, Baz, what's up? Stephanie asked. I stopped at her desk. Nothing much. I pointed at her gorgeous red croc-embossed small top-handle Kate Spade bag on the desk. Love the bag. Birthday gift. She shimmied her shoulders. In fact, we're having a party at my place on Saturday. Want to come? Sure thing. You have my number. Send me the deets and I'll be there. Awesome. And feel free to bring a friend or two. Thanks. I'll check if any of my friends are available to hang. I would have loved taking Andy. He needed some socializing with other people instead of being stuck in the house and talking only to me and Mal. Mal. I growled her name in my head. I'd avoided their house over the weekend, afraid I would say something nasty to her if we ran into each other. I didn't want to make the situation any worse for Andy, and he'd made it clear he didn't want my interference. At Chloe's office, Gwen told me to go right in. She's expecting you. When I entered, Chloe gestured at the sofa in front of her desk and held up a finger as she talked into her phone. From the one-sided conversation, I assumed it was her wife on the other end of the line. Sorry about that. She hung up and turned to me. We had a family emergency I needed to take care of. Thanks for responding to my email and being on time. I was so used to Chloe's friendly, down-to-earth persona that the professional vibes she was giving off left me in doubt. Of course. Is this about the article? It is. She locked her fingers of both hands together and stared directly at me. Baz, I'm going to be honest that when you pitched your idea to me, I was intrigued. I mean, our magazine is well known for handling tough topics and giving our readers the scoop on relationships, fashion, and the works. Oh my God, you hate it. I buried my burning face in my hands. I was a failure. Why on earth had I thought I could be a writer? What had I written since I left college other than tweets and social media posts? It's not that I hate it, Baz. I don't. It's a well-written article about why it would be a terrible idea to date one's best friend. And from the way you've titled it, I can easily see this spinning off into other topics and becoming trendy. But it's very clinical. There's nothing that reflects about the writer, Baz. Imagine how much more interesting this would be if it's written from a personal view. A personal view? My heart skipped a beat. While I had gotten the idea of the article from my unrequited love for Andy, I sure as hell wouldn't have mentioned it to Chloe if I thought I had to write about me pining for my best friend. Yes, Flair isn't known for just putting articles out there, Baz. We attract millions of subscribers because our readers connect with us through the stories we tell. Do you think that's something you can do? No, I didn't. Sure, I can do that. Good. Now take your time and do justice to this piece. How well it's received will determine if we continue with it. And with me as a writer. No pressure. I just needed to write about why it was a stupid idea to date my best friend without said best friend finding out about it and figuring out what this really was about. I understand. Thanks for giving me another chance to get this right, Chloe. I want you to succeed at this, Baz. Put some thought into it. And I want to discuss what you've come up with by next week. Do you think you can do that? Yes, of course. Good luck. Thank you. I walked out of Chloe's office with the biggest anchor in my gut. Maybe Elliot was right and this wasn't for me. I was good at fashion. I should stick with it. Why the long face? They asked when I walked to my desk. My face can never be long. It was too round for that. Semantics, love. Your meeting with Chloe didn't go as planned? Nope. You'll be happy to know she hated my article. I can't imagine Chloe using the word hate for someone's work. She's usually more subtle than that. She didn't actually use that word, but she thinks my article is boring and clinical. That's the word she used, clinical. So she told you she never wants you to write for the magazine again? No, she gave me the chance to do it over. But I'm not sure I can. Elliot rose to their feet, came over to my desk, and rested their ass on the top. Run it by me and we can brainstorm together. Isn't that cheating if I need you to help me figure out this article? Honey, there's no saying that you can't let others help you. Now tell me. I came up with this idea to write an article about why it's a bad idea to date your best friend. Their eyebrows shot up. This wouldn't have anything to do with that gorgeous, abs-lickable hunk you brought here last time, does it? I snorted. Abs-lickable? They thought that, and they hadn't even seen Andy shirtless, which I did all the time. Yep, something wrong with that word, honey, because someone needs to add it to the Webster Dictionary with a picture reference of that man. My shoulders shook as I laughed. I could always count on Elliot to flip my mood. So does it? They asked. Of course not. I was just reading an article about relationships and how people who are platonic friends at first stand a better chance of having a stable relationship should they get romantically involved later. I got to thinking, while that sounded good, there were a lot of reasons friends shouldn't date. My listicle didn't cut it for Chloe, though. She wants me to make it personal. How am I going to do that? Simple. Make it an experiment. Date your best friend, and then you can write about a personal experience. Except my best friend is married and not gay. His marriage might be on the rocks, but unless they get a divorce, they were pretty much still together. That sure does complicate things, huh? And even if he weren't married, I wouldn't date him. That's the whole point of the article. I snapped my fingers and grinned at them. But you just gave me an idea. It doesn't have to be Andy, especially since he doesn't fit into the experiment. I have tons of friends. They may not be my best friends, but I'm pretty sure I can make it work if I call around and find someone who doesn't mind dating me for an experiment. The trick was to find someone who I hadn't already been out with or slept with. 7. Andy. I almost canceled my lunch date with Baz after my difficult therapy session ended, and we'd come no closer to solving any of my problems. I'd only left frustrated and disappointed. I'd managed to touch the camera and play with it as Holly directed, but I hadn't even been able to turn it on. Holly had seemed pleased that we'd made progress, but I'd been hoping I would have good news to share with Baz. The restaurant we decided to meet was one of Baz's favorite spots to eat. I already knew he wouldn't eat inside, and since I arrived before him, I requested a table in the gardens. Baz liked to watch the butterflies while he ate, and the garden was less crowded than inside the restaurant, so it was a win-win situation for both of us. While I waited for him to show up, I had a root beer float. 10 minutes after me, he walked into the garden, stopped, and glanced around. At my wave, he stalked over to me, and despite the way we'd left things the last time we saw each other, he smiled at me. The tension eased out of my body, and I tried but failed epically not to drool when he skirted the table to get to me. The Baz I'd met in college would never have worn pants this fitted, but present-day Baz did, and his confident and self-assured stride was downright sexy. He'd paired the dark pants with suspenders and a light pink shirt. His scarf was tied in a classy style. Classic Baz, always looking gorgeous. He pushed his hair behind his ear, revealing the several piercings in the lobe. His nostril and eyebrow were pierced as well. At some point, the one he'd had in his tongue had closed up, and he had never bothered to pierce it again. "Hey, sorry I'm late." I rose to my feet and held out his chair for him. He kissed my cheek. "It's no problem. I'm glad you could get away, or I would have had to pop up at your office again, and I don't want to get you in trouble. Feel free to pop in any time. It's super flexible there. How was your session? Do you want to talk about it?" He eyed me as if he wasn't sure if he should ask, and it just about killed me inside that he was doubting himself because he thought I didn't trust him enough to share with me. "It went okay. I brought the camera you bought me." "You did?" "Yes, but before you get all excited, I didn't use it." "I'm excited that you just touched it. I hate that they took something you love away from you. And if I can help you get that back, I'll do my best, although I feel so helpless." "Trust me, just you being here helps." A waiter approached our tables and asked to take our orders. Baz hadn't had the chance to look at the menu, but it wasn't needed anyway. We'd eaten here several times and knew the best dishes. After we ordered and the server left, we turned to each other. "I wasn't sure you would come. I upset you, and I'm sorry." "No, don't apologize. I'm ashamed of my reaction, to be honest." "What do you mean?" "I made your relationship all about me, and that was wrong. You had your reasons for not talking to me about it, and I have to respect that." "Not if it's going to give you the impression I don't trust you. There's no one else I trust as much as I do you." His drink and a basket of chips with dip arrived. We dug in for a few seconds in silence. "Can I ask you something?" he asked. "Sure, always." "Are you still in love with her? Do you want to work out the relationship?" I shook my head before he'd even finished. "Nope, that's done. There's no turning back. We had so many things working against us. It wasn't just our work or me being gone so frequently. It was a lot of small things that added up. Such as, remember how we were talking in my kitchen and you said I basically settled down with the first person I met since my teens? And there's nothing wrong with that. Lots of people get together then and their marriages work." "Yeah, but I don't think we're that people." I wiped my hands on my napkin. It's why I got over my anger pretty quickly after I found out about her initial cheating. We weren't enough for each other anymore. I'm not sure we ever were. But we let our parents decide we were right for each other from the beginning, and we believed them. Yeah, well, she should have said that to you. There's no excuse for cheating, Andy. If she wanted out, she should have said that instead of looking for a lover. You and I both know I'm not good at turning the other cheek. He smacked his hand to his forehead. There I go, making this about me again. I'm sorry. I just don't want anyone to hurt you, so I'm angry on your behalf. Maybe we should avoid the topic for now, especially since nothing's going to change about our relationship. We've talked about the divorce this morning, so it's safe to say we'll be moving toward that next. He sighed heavily. I'm sorry. It's fine. How's work? He made a frustrated groan at the back of his throat. I'm not sure that's a better topic. Why? What happened? The server arrived and placed our lunch on the table. Baz had ordered beef kebabs with grilled veggies and a side of sweet potato fries. I'd gone for a grilled chicken burger and a light beer with a serving of wedges. I should have ordered the burger too, Baz said as he eyed my plate. I hid my smile. He always did this. Order food, then change his mind when he saw what other people were eating. Want a bite? I shouldn't. I unwrapped my burger and took a big bite, moaning. It's so good. Burger whore, gimme. I laughed and held the burger out to him. Instead of taking it, he bit a huge chunk right out of the sandwich in my hand. That is really good, he said when he'd swallowed. Here, have one of my kebabs. I'd give you more, but I don't wanna. I accepted the kebab, and we traded food between us, sharing our sides and even our drinks. He got himself an iced tea, as he was on the clock, but he wanted the swig of my beer. Are you going to tell me what's wrong at work? I wouldn't say wrong, per se, but Chloe rejected the piece I spent all weekend writing. Did she say why? Does this mean you're not writing for the magazine anymore? No, it's an opportunity for me to do better. She was all nice about it, said it was well written, but clinical. What does that even mean? What does she expect you to do? She wants me to make it more personal, and so far I've had no luck with that. What do you mean, personal? What did you write about? His cheeks turned red, and suddenly the empty skewers of the kebab seemed more interesting than the conversation. I was reading this stupid article about why best friends who later become romantically involved were usually great together, and I wanted to prove how it would be awkward and a disadvantage to date someone so close to you. He rolled a skewer between his fingers. It wasn't personal at all, but Chloe wants it that way. I've been calling friends, asking them out on dates, but I've had no luck. It seems that in the last few months, everyone's gotten into serious relationships. I see. I have a couple more options. I called Thatcher, but it went to voicemail. When he calls me back, I'll ask him. But isn't that cheating? That's not a true personal experience, is it? He raised his head. His cheeks were still rosy. How so? Thatcher's hardly your best friend. Just some guy from college you still hang out with at parties from time to time. A real personal experience would require a best friend. My fingers tingled. What the hell was I doing? I should let him go ahead with asking Thatcher out and not get involved. Baz chuckled. It's the best I can do. My best friend's straight and he's still married. Getting a divorce and still straight. Was I, though? I still didn't know how to define myself. What did I classify as if I still mostly found women attractive, but a few guys turned my head, mostly the one sitting across from me? Was there a certain quota I needed to reach before I could classify myself as anything but straight? Can I share something with you? Baz swallowed. Sure. I'm not so sure I'm straight. Maybe I am, like 80% of the time, but I've been curious. Baz's eyes widened, and he made a strangled sound in his chest. You have? Yeah. I never, thought about it too much because I was with Mal, and I'm a monogamous guy. But maybe we can trade off? Trade off what, exactly? I'll be your experiment to personalize your article, and I'll gain some insight into what it's like being with someone of the same sex. I'm still not sure if it would be weird or anything. Wow. Baz picked up his iced tea, took a big gulp, and set the glass down on the table with a thud. This is a lot. I don't know what to say. What is? Me admitting I have been attracted to guys? You've never mentioned that before. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I was married to a woman, so it was hardly relevant. He frowned. Being married to someone doesn't erase your sexuality, you know. But maybe that can be the first point I make in my article. That when you date your best friend, you start to question how much you really know them. So we're doing it then? I need to think about it. He got to his feet and my chest tightened. No, he couldn't go yet. No, don't go. It's okay. It's understandable if you don't want to pretend that way with me. I stood as well. Andy, sit down and relax. I need to use the bathroom, that's all. You'll get the check? I let out a sigh. That's another thing you can add to your article. You know your best friend is a sucker for feeding you, so he'll always get the check. Baz laughed, and relief coursed through me. For a minute there, I thought I'd brought us to a place of ruin and no return. You know me so well. I followed him with my eyes as he walked into the restaurant. When he was gone, I exhaled. What the hell had I just instigated? It was a good idea exploring my attraction to the opposite sex, but I couldn't do that with Baz. We were too close. He meant too much to me, and it would be the worst thing to lose him now after losing so much already. I ordered a slice of strawberry cheesecake for Baz and paid the check. He spent so long in the bathroom I was worried. Should I go after him and take back my offer? The cheesecake arrived and Baz still hadn't returned. I fidgeted. Finally, he walked back toward me, a determined look on his face. My heart skipped a beat. Fuck, this wouldn't end well. Look, Baz. Oh, cheesecake. He pointed at the container with the cheesecake. Is that for me? Yes, it is. Sorry I took so long. Thatcher called me back while I was in the bathroom. My heart plummeted. Oh, did he say yes? Actually, I didn't ask him. I decided I would take you up on your offer. You're right. To maintain the integrity of this article, it has to be my best friend, and that's you. And if it helps you to discover more about yourself and your sexuality, then all the more reason to do it. To help a friend. Yes, that was exactly why we should do this. To help a friend. It had nothing at all to do with how Baz affected me. Okay, that sounds good. Walk me to my car? Like he had to ask. What now? Come over to my place later. I'll cook dinner and we'll talk about the ground rules. Rules? Do we really need them? You bet your ass we do. I'm not doing this without rules, Andy. Too much is at stake here. The last thing I'd want to do is make our friendship awkward. I see. But you don't have any food at your place, though. How about I make dinner for a change? He grinned. Well, hot damn. All it took for you to cook for me is to agree to go out on a date with you? What else were you holding out on that you'd be willing to do for me now that we're dating? My throat thickened. Baz was teasing me, but my cock liked it way too much. You'll just have to wait and see. 8. Baz. You go get your man, Baz. I rolled my eyes at Elliot's teasing as I checked that I'd put my phone in my messenger bag. I couldn't remember if I'd taken it out again since my mom called me a while ago. That's not the way it is, Elliot, and whatever happened to professionalism in the workplace? Flew right out the window when you brought your gorgeous hunk of a best friend around. Well, guess who won't make that mistake twice? They pouted at me. Be selfish and keep him to yourself. I can't blame you. If he were mine, I'd never let him out of my bed, too. Ha ha, Elliot, hilarious. See you tomorrow. Seriously, Baz, I hope it goes well. I smiled my thanks and walked out of the office. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Elliot about Andy's offer, but I needed someone objective to talk to about it and get their opinion. I'd almost had a heart attack when he suggested that he be the one to fulfill my experiment. At that exact moment he told me about his bi-curiosity, I almost lost my mind. My Andy was questioning, and he wanted me to help him get some answers. The selfish part of me that was hell-bent on self-preservation wanted me to turn him down, but the foolish, romantic, hopeful part of me I'd tried to bury for years wafted to the surface and took over. What if this was the chance I needed with Andy? His marriage was over, and it had nothing to do with me. He was practically single and looking to test the waters of being with another man. That's right, Baz. He's just testing the waters and only with you because he feels safe with you. Don't go taking things out of proportion. I'd ended up at the office longer than I'd thought I would. The day had stretched into a series of activities I had to do for Elliot. One of the models we had for a photo shoot tomorrow in the park had food poisoning and couldn't make it. I'd had to shop around for a model with the same build to fit the outfits we already had adjusted for the new model. Even so, the model had to be contacted at short notice, and the measurements were still off. We'd spent much of the evening trying to fix the clothes. Once I was in my car, I got out my phone and sent a message to Andy that I was leaving work. I hooked my phone up to the Bluetooth and pop music blasted through the car as I drove home. I blared out the lyrics to some of my favorite songs, the music doing its job of chasing away the tiredness. By the time I drove into my driveway, I felt re-energized. Instead of going into my house, I walked over to his. As usual, the door was open, and I let myself in and followed my nose, which led me to the kitchen. Andy was cooking. Whatever it was smelled good, but the kitchen itself was a disaster, with flour on the floor and the counter. Holy hell! Andy startled and spun around. Flour was in his hair and on his forehead, too. He had on an apron with the words "Smart, Sexy, and I Cook Too" on the front. I'd bought matching ones for him and Mal to encourage them to cook more. "What time is it?" he asked. "You said 7. It's not 7 yet." "It's 6-ish. Just wanted to see if I should order something." I grinned and tried to peer into a bowl he had on the counter. "We agreed 7. He stepped in my way and made a shooing motion with his hand. "Get out of my kitchen, Baz. It doesn't matter what it looks like right now. It only counts when it hits 7, and everything will be ready then." "Are you sure? I can roll up my sleeves and help." Andy turned me around and pushed me toward the exit. "Get out. You're welcome back at 7 and not a minute sooner." "Seriously, Andy, I don't mind." "Baz, will you let me do this?" I shrugged. "All right. Should I bring a bottle of wine with me?" "I don't think we should have wine tonight. We need a clear head for what we need to discuss." "That's right, silly goose. This isn't a typical date." "We'll see you at 7 then. Call me if you need anything." I took another peek over my shoulder. He was back at the stove, muttering under his breath. Andy seemed to be taking this cooking for me thing more seriously than I'd expected, but I wasn't about to complain. Back at my house, I had a glass of wine. So what if I cheated? Despite what Andy said, I needed it to settle my nerves. With wine glass in hand, I went straight to the bathroom and took a bath. The perfect place to sift through my thoughts. Dinner with Andy was nothing new. No reason this time should be any different. Our dating would be experimental only, nothing to overreact about. I wasn't a baby gay anymore. I had hidden how deep my feelings ran for him for years. After my bath, I felt more confident I wouldn't give away anything I didn't want Andy to know. I air-dried while I browsed through my extensive closet for something to wear next door. Casual and normal, but with a little more effort. I had way too many clothes, but I'd accepted this as my vice a long time ago. I discovered a few plus-sized shops with pretty hip fashion choices, and I even had one of the clerks send me a message whenever they had new inventory roll in. Long pants or shorts? I grabbed one of my favorite dressy shorts, a tan color, and a thin white linen shirt I didn't tuck in. I left the top buttons undone, showing off a bit of my chest hair. Next, I brushed my hair and slipped on a pair of tan espadrilles. Spritzed on some cologne Andy had bought me a couple of years ago, and I was ready. Right on time. I left my phone at home and turned the lights off except for the one in the hall downstairs. He didn't want wine, but I had a box of expensive chocolates, of which I'd only eaten a few. Instead of barging in as I'd done earlier, I rang the doorbell and waited. The door opened. Andy had shed his apron, and it looked like he'd taken a shower given his still damp hair, which turned curly when not dried properly. A lock fell over his brow, and I clenched my hand to avoid reaching out and fixing it. "You're on time," he said. "Yep, here for a party of 2. You look great." "Thanks, so do you. But you always do. Come in." I stepped into the house and gave him the box of chocolates. "I brought you these." "Nice, but why are 4 missing?" "You ask a lot of questions." He placed a hand on my hip from behind, effectively stopping me. At the unexpected touch, I sucked in a deep breath. "Do you want to eat or talk first?" "Eat. I'm hungry." "All right, then let's go to the dining room." I raised my eyebrows. Not the kitchen? Then a thought struck me. "Mal, is she here?" "Night shift." "Oh." It all felt so weird being with Andy like this, talking about dating, even if it was for an experiment. Andy led me to the living room where he'd set the table. He'd even taken out a tablecloth. The lights were dim and soft music played in the background. Too low to make out exactly what it was, but the rhythm was comfortable. Have we started with the dating experiment?" I glanced around the room. He pulled out a chair for me and grinned. "I have to bring my A game if I want to convince you this will work. You'll get your article, and I'll get a sense of how this works." This referring, of course, to his attraction to other men. But did it mean he was attracted to me? Or was he just up for finding answers regardless of the level of attraction? I'd slept with guys before when the attraction was low. It wasn't very hard to do once you were horny enough. Andy disappeared into the kitchen and made several trips to bring out everything to the table. He poured us both a glass of sparkling cider, then took his seat next to me. I liked that he didn't take the seat at the other end of the table. This way we were closer. It would be ridiculous talking across the length of the table when it was only the 2 of us. "I'm impressed." I eyed the assortment of food: green beans, bacon, cheddar mashed potato, and some sort of rice along with chicken parmesan. "I have a confession to make." He rolled his silverware out of his napkin. "I had to get you out of the house earlier because the meal I tried preparing was a disaster, and the one I'd ordered had just arrived. I needed to get rid of the food packaging before you saw it." I chuckled and picked up the bowl of green beans. "You think I didn't already figure that out?" "What gave it away?" "Next time go with something more beginner if you want me to believe you cooked the meal. Like some mac and cheese and fried chicken. Easy peasy. And you know I'm not fussy, so I'd be all right with that." "I didn't want the meal to be just all right, though. I wanted to impress you." I stopped adding the beans to my plate. "You did? Why on earth would you want to do that?" "I don't know. I just wanted to." As far as explanations went, that wasn't much of one, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I shrugged it off and concentrated on the food. "It doesn't matter if you cooked it, Andy. I'm just glad we have food." For a few minutes, we talked a little as I dug into the dishes. He asked about work, I asked about his day. He mentioned he'd gone through with his plan and did his first cycling to the park, and then tried to get me to buy a bicycle. "Just think about it. I found this cycling event that's happening in the park next month, and we could do it together. You always walk for charity events." "Yes, walk, not cycling." "It'll be different. I can volunteer to be the cute guy on the sideline who cheers you on and passes you a bottle of water as you go by." "If you're worried about being left behind, I don't care about finishing. I just do it with you. Aren't you always telling me I need to go out there more and take part in things? To get back out there?" "You don't understand. It's not a matter of me not wanting to. I really can't." "What do you mean you can't?" "Can't implies you don't know how to ride." I took another sip of my drink. "You don't know how to ride?" I cringed at his booming voice. "Broadcast it to the entire neighborhood, will ya?" "We've been friends for what, almost 10 years? How come I didn't know about this?" I shrugged. It never came up. It was shocking that after all this time, we could still discover new things about each other. "I'll teach you." "I'm almost 30 years old. It's a bit late for that." "It's never too late to learn." Let me think about it. You need time to think about a lot of things. He groaned. Do you still want to go through with this? From the way his tone turned serious, we were done talking about the cycling lessons. You were right. If I am to write about my personal experience, it would have to be you. And there's no one else I trust enough to steer me in the right direction about me questioning and navigating a same-sex relationship. Is that what you truly want? I'm not saying I want a relationship right now, especially with my pending divorce. But don't you think I owe it to myself to explore the attraction I might feel for other men? Damn, I couldn't turn him down, even if some other friend agreed to date me. Andy was serious about exploring this side of himself, and I knew too much about the sleazeballs that would love to get their hands on a questioning man like him. I could give him a better experience than I ever had, be a guide for him to find the man he wanted to explore with. I placed my hand over his. I think you're courageous for doing this, and I'm here to help you. But rules. Yes, rules. Did you think of any? Maybe you should go first. I admit I'm not sure what rules apply to this situation. I pushed my chair back so I could face him. These are the ones I've come up with for us to talk about, but of course we can discuss them again and adjust where it's necessary. Okay. I licked my bottom lip. We first have to define what dating each other means to each of us. For this to work, I'll need you to make the effort and do the little things people do when they're dating. We make plans and meet up a few times to spend time together. We can alternate plans. For instance, you can plan our first date together and I'll do the next. Sounds fair? So far, yeah. But are we dating exclusively during the trial period? How long are we going to do this? Damn, those were good questions. It may not be a good idea for us to be exclusive during the 2 weeks. What if you meet a guy you want to explore with? I wouldn't want our experiment to impede that. As hard as it was thinking of Andy exchanging his firsts with someone else who might care about him the way I did, I couldn't let my feelings get in the way of his happiness. I doubt that in 2 weeks' time I'll be ready to meet and explore anything with another guy. But you don't know that for sure. Sometimes you meet someone and your soul connects in the purest of ways. The way mine connected with his when he took that photograph of me with my shirt off. All right, got it. What else? You have to be open about it with Mal. Tell her about the experiment. If there's any chance of you two getting back together, I don't want her to get the wrong idea about what this is. Trust me, we don't have to worry about that. But sure, I'll tell her. Good. What about the other things people do on dates? I was dreading talking about this part. Intimacy. Yeah. I'm all for not having any fast rules on that. His eyes widened and I held my hand up. Hear me out. Despite us knowing this is an experiment, the whole idea is to prove or disprove the best friends to lovers things. I think that can only be done if we let things happen naturally. You don't need to hold my hand unless you feel compelled, or kissing or anything else. Kissing? Don't look at him, don't look at him. I raised my head and looked directly into his dark brown eyes. For so many years I'd thought about what kissing him would be like. Would it finally happen? Do you have any objections? No, of course not. Are you sure? It's fine, and we should absolutely be truthful if anything makes us uncomfortable, or if something's not working. I'm not opposed if it should happen, he said. It'll give me familiarity with kissing another guy. Get me used to it. That's good, but don't be afraid to check in with me and let me know what's going on in your mind. In fact, let's come up with a safe word. Whoa, safe word? He leaned back and I laughed. It doesn't mean something kinky's about to happen, you goof. Trust me, you can't handle a kinky Baz. Safe words don't have to apply to the bedroom. I know you may not want to talk about certain things, may not want to explain, but you still should be able to give me a sign that things are getting too intense for you. Like what? We can use the traffic light system to make it easier for you to remember the concept. Green means go, we're all clear and everything's fine. Yellow, you want me to slow down with whatever we're doing, even if it's a conversation. And when you say red, you want me to stop immediately. Do you understand? I do. We've talked enough about things from my end. What exactly do you want me to help with? He shrugged. I'm not sure. Us dating is a good start. It'll make it feel less awkward to think about going out with some guy in the future. Maybe we can go to a gay club on one of our dates? Why not? I know all the best places in the city, but brace yourself for men hitting on you. Hitting on me? His face turned pink. Yes, you. A gay club is like a stud market. Lots of hookups happen, and you're a curious, hot guy. Of course you'll be hit on. He grinned. You think I'm hot? I rolled my eyes. It was time to wrap up this conversation. You own a mirror. Pretty sure you know exactly how you look, and besides, you've traveled the world. Don't tell me men haven't hit on you before. I might have traveled the world, Baz, but the places I've been were never places for hookups and hitting on anyone. The pleasure he'd had on his face at me calling him hot disappeared, and his eyebrows furrowed. Hey, I placed a hand over his on the table. Do you want to talk about it? Not tonight. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So, who will plan the first date? You or me? I hated the anguish in his eyes, the pain etched in the stroke of his brows and the firmness of his lips. I would give anything to have Andy fully back to the man I'd known. But maybe he would never be that man again, and I needed to accept that. You have the pleasure, I said. Now this should be easy, since you know me so well. 9. Andy. Had I not been kicked out of my gym, I would never have realized how much fun riding was. I set out early in the morning and wound up in the park. I wasn't the only cyclist around, and I ended up chatting with a few guys who mentioned the times they were usually on their bikes if I wanted to join them on other mornings. By the time I rode up our driveway, I was soaked in sweat, my legs ached, but my mind felt decluttered. Maybe the next time I could bring my camera. I lowered the kickstand of the bike, and a door slammed shut. I swerved my head to next door, and I grinned. Baz hurried down the steps toward his car, his scarf trailing after him. He was running late. Morning, can't stop, I'm so late. He waved at me but didn't give me much chance to reply. He jumped into his car, and then nothing. He clunked his head on the steering wheel, his frustrated cry coming muffled through the windows. Oh boy, this wasn't a good morning for Baz. I hopped off my bicycle and jumped the fence as he got out of the car. What's wrong? I don't know, it won't start. The battery? I really don't know, and I don't have time to check either. I need to get to work. We enjoy a flexible environment because we do what's required of us, like getting to work on time. Take a deep breath, Baz. How's that going to get this damn car fixed? He kicked the car wheel, and the bottom of his shoe at the front fell apart. You've got to be frickin' kidding me! Baz rarely came apart at the seams, but whenever it happened, it wasn't pretty, and he could go from 5 to 10 on the drama scale in a finger snap. I took him by his shoulders. Seriously, take a deep breath. His face was conflicted, but he did it. More quickly than he should, but it was a start. What now? Go back inside and change your shoes. I'll get my car and drive you to work. While you're at work, I'll check out your car and drive it over when it's fixed. You will? Yes. You're the best friend in the world, he frowned. Or are you treating me like your date right now? He waved a hand and made an adorable dash toward the house. Screw that, I'll keep it a suspense. I didn't have time to shower to wash off the sweat from my ride, but I changed my shirt. By the time I backed my car out of the garage, Baz was waiting for me at the end of my driveway. He changed into a pair of Mary Janes with twin straps and heels. I tried not to stare too much as he got in. We might make it on time after all, he said as he shut the door. But just in case, I called Elliot to let them know what happened. Good thinking. Did you oversleep? He groaned. Did I ever? I forgot to set my alarm. I woke right in the middle of a delightful dream, too. Boner saved the day. My throat tightened as an image of Baz waking up all flushed and hard from a sexy dream flashed through my mind. I shook my head to dispel the image. I thought I was saving the day. If you get me there on time, I'll kiss you so hard. How could I not get him to his office building on time, given that promise? I got him there with 7 minutes to spare. I parked and smirked at him. See, you're early. I can't believe we made it on time. I owe you one. He stretched across the console, held my face in his soft hands, and kissed my cheek hard. It wasn't exactly the kiss I'd had in mind when I'd nearly broken the speed limits for him. How about a movie later? I asked. Sure, that sounds fun. He scrambled out of the car. Your place or mine? I was thinking more of a movie theater. He snapped his head around and stared at me with wide eyes. Oh, he bit down onto his bottom lip. Is that okay? I thought it would be easy for a first date. Baz's cheeks tinged pink. Yes, of course. I can do a movie. That sounds fun. Cool. We've got a date then. Yeah, a date. Nervous energy pulsed between us. I'll text you what's showing, and we can decide on a movie and the time. Okay. My stomach clenched, and I gripped the steering wheel. Why is he being so weird about this? Baz was the cool one, but now he looked nervous about the whole idea of us going out together, and I was feeding off his energy. Maybe a movie wasn't the best idea for a first date after all. It was juvenile. Baz deserved more than that. A fancy dinner somewhere, an art gallery, or a show. Baz was that kind of guy to fit into a social environment. A movie theater was dark and so distant. Or we can go to a restaurant for dinner. A movie is cool. He checked his watch. Let me know the time so I don't dawdle around this place too long after work hours. There's always something to do. All right then. Have a good day. Did his face look redder? You too. I should go in. He closed the door and walked toward the building. I couldn't tear my eyes away from his figure. The heels he wore gave a gentle, hypnotic sway to his hips. He climbed the steps, glanced back at me, gave a little wave, and entered the building. I let out a slow breath and stared down at my lap. Son of a bitch. If just watching Baz walk away from me was enough to give me a hard-on, how was I supposed to last through a date? Our first date. Oh, fuck, it was really happening. We discussed it in plain terms, but this was different. Frightening, yet exciting. I didn't want our relationship to change, but how could we stay the same after dating each other? I backed out and headed home, which took me almost twice the time it should have. It was a beautiful and busy morning, and the highway was filled with vehicles during the rush hour. Rustling sounds drew me to the kitchen. Mal was making waffles. Well, heating them up more likely. Neither of us was fond of cooking, and we bought frozen meals as much as possible. Baz had tried every trick in the book, including the aprons he'd gifted us to encourage us to prepare our own meals, but he'd never succeeded. She glanced up and smiled. She looked fresh this morning, a waft of jasmine from her perfume lingering beneath the scent of the waffles. Her hair lay in curls around her shoulders. Where were you? I thought you went for a ride, but I saw your bike parked in the garage. I did. When I got back, Baz was having car trouble, so I dropped him off at work. Gonna take a look at his car to see what's wrong. Of course, Baz. Don't say it like that. Like what? She shook her head. I made you coffee, and the waffles will be ready in a minute. I poured myself a cup of coffee and added cream. No thanks on the breakfast. I'm not too hungry. Gonna take this back with me to the garage. Wait. I halted and turned. Something wrong? Can we talk before you tend to Baz's issues ahead of mine, as always? I flinched at the bite in her words. Excuse me? Don't act as if it's not true. It's always been that way. Ever since he came into our lives, things changed between us. And I never realized it for what it was, but I finally see it now. Don't do that. Don't blame our failing marriage on Baz. That's not fair to him. He's done nothing but love and support you, especially when I wasn't here. It was your love and support I needed, not Baz's. She let out an explosion of air through her mouth. Look, I'm not trying to start an argument. It's hardly relevant now. I just wanted to talk about the divorce. I'm moving out later today. Where are you going to go? This is your home. But it hasn't felt much like one in a very long time. No, you stay. I'll find somewhere else to stay. I'm sure Baz won't mind. I don't want to be next door to you and Baz. I just want to be out of this nightmare. She sniffed, and tears spilled from her eyes. What the hell did we do wrong? Mal, don't cry. Our marriage might have ended, but she would always be special to me. She was the first and only person I'd been with intimately. I crossed over to her and pulled her into my arms, tears stinging my eyes for a love that had frittered away. We tried. Do you honestly want to try again? She shook her head. I don't. I think we're better off this way, but it doesn't make it any less painful. We've been together for a long time, Andy. We have, but this is the best for both of us. You have someone who loves and cares about you. And you have Baz. I released her. You keep saying his name like that. Because I should have realized when he entered our lives that at some point, he would mean more to you than I do. He's my best friend, Mal. She scoffed. He's more than just your best friend. She grabbed a handful of paper towels and dried her eyes. Don't get me wrong, I love Baz too. How can anyone hate him? He's lovable and adorable. But I should have seen the signs. You were way too close, but Baz is affectionate with everyone, so I thought nothing of it. We don't need to do this. I think we do. Did you and he ever... I widened my eyes. What? God, no. I didn't even know if I could. I was attracted to him, but it was a completely different thing to follow through and kiss him. Mal, you've got to believe me. I've never cheated or done anything with anyone but you. I believe you. A rush of air left me. Thank you. You don't have to feel guilty about anything, you know, she added. Besides, Baz may be good for you. Maybe now you'll stop running from your life. I loved you. I know that too. So did I. But we have different paths now. I think we both stayed in this marriage longer than we should have because this was all we knew. It was safer. But now it's time to take risks. Do I worry that Phil will change his mind about me in the future? I do. But I'm still going for it because I deserve to be loved. You do. So do you. You should tell Baz how you feel about him. I licked my lips and breathed deeply. I can't. Not yet. I don't want to ruin our friendship. And what if he doesn't feel the same way about me? And I know what I feel in my heart. But I don't know if I'll be able to be intimate with another man. Not even Baz. But we're going out on a date. Her eyebrows arched. I shouldn't be surprised, but I didn't expect you to move this fast. It's an experimental thing. We're going out for research he's doing for work. But I hope that I can figure this shit out at the same time. It's bad enough that I'm losing you. I don't want to lose him too. I'm not prepared for that. Don't be silly. You're not going to lose me. We'll still be friends. Maybe someday after everything is finalized between us, who knows? We may even be ready to go on a double date. 10. Baz. I touched my hair and peered at myself in the floor-length mirror that hung inside my closet door. I'd changed my outfit 3 times, something I'd never done before when going out with Andy, and we'd gone out together a lot of times. But this time was different. We were going out on a date, and I wanted to look good. No, better than good. I wanted his eyes glued to me like they would to the movie screen later. I'd swapped outfits from super casual to semi-formal and chic, finally deciding on a pair of purple pants, a sheer top with purple buttons for accents, and a tube top underneath. Andy was used to me showing skin in public, but I chewed on my bottom lip, my heart thudding in my chest. Maybe I should dress a bit more modestly for our date? I narrowed my eyes. Fuck that. I wasn't changing who I was for anyone, not even Andy. Besides, he'd long since accepted me exactly the way I was. No need to reinvent myself at this point. I checked my phone. I still had 15 minutes left before Andy should pick me up. 15 dangerous minutes that could be filled with self-doubts and have me browsing my closet again. No, that wouldn't do it all. I grabbed my jacket, slipped the straps of this cute little purse I'd bought, and had been dying to wear all this time, over my shoulder, and pounded down the stairs. The short walk across to his house seemed long, like I was wading through a quagmire. I rang the doorbell. For fuck's sake, why should this be any different? I'd always barged in, and from our conversation earlier, I surmised Mal had moved out, so there was no reason to hold back now. Andy? I entered the house and closed the door behind me softly. No answer. I went up the stairs to the bedroom he'd moved to after he'd come back from Iran. Andy, you in there? I knocked. Footsteps approached the door, which opened, revealing a half-dressed Andy. He already had his shoes on, along with a pair of black jeans that were still hanging open at the fly, showing off the hair that disappeared into the waistband of his gray boxers. Unlike mine, his body had very little hair, and I knew for a fact he didn't shave or wax or anything. If I didn't want to come out looking like a grizzly bear, I had to keep my waxing appointments. Baz, what are you doing? I dragged my gaze away from Andy's happy trail. What do you mean? We have a date. But you're ruining everything. I blanched. What? I'm supposed to pick you up. That's what we agreed on. I was just putting my shirt on. It's fine, I shrugged. I don't mind waiting. He let out a growl and glared at me. What did I do that was so wrong? This is a date. I'm supposed to come over and pick you up. I bought flowers. Oh my. You did? I glanced past him, and my eyes fell on the most beautiful bunch of purple orchids in a transparent glass container. Oh fuck, they're gorgeous. I passed him and drew the flowery fragrance into my lungs. The petals looked so delicate and were soft to the touch. You just couldn't wait, could you? I turned with a grin and rocked back on my heels. Maybe I wanted to ogle you getting dressed. Get on with it, then. I should send you back to your place so we can do this properly, he muttered under his breath, but picked up his shirt from the bed and pulled it over his head. The burgundy material of the turtleneck shirt sat snugly against his muscles. Maybe I should look away, but then again, a little looking never hurt anyone. Andy cleared his throat. So Mal officially left. I dragged my gaze up to meet his. Uncertainty flickered across his face. How do you feel about that? It feels weird. Like I know she isn't here and I'm all alone. But it still feels normal, reminding me we've been drifting apart all along. You're not alone. You have me. He smiled, shrugged on his jacket, and stuffed his hands into his pockets. How do I look? Was bangable an appropriate word? Handsome. Hot. I eyed him up and down. I'd do you if you were down for it. Andy's jaw dropped and he glanced from me to the bed. I couldn't resist the urge to tease. Think about it. We could star in our own show right here. Or we can go to the movies. He swallowed, looking adorably flushed. The movies. Disappointment flared inside me, although I'd only been teasing him. Andy might be curious, but he was also skittish. It would take more than teasing words to get him into bed with me, if we ever ended up in bed. We only had 2 weeks for this dating experiment, and I doubt he was quick to fall into bed with anyone after Mal. Too bad, I winked so he'd know I was teasing him. Let's go then before we end up late. I'll get the flowers when we return. In his car, I fiddled with the radio until I found a station playing old hits. I was a sucker for oldies music, and it was one of the few things Andy and I had in common. Like two stoners back in the 70s, we belted out the lyrics to Hey Hey My by Neil Young and Crazy Horse, and followed up with others. When he found parking near the theater, the tension had slipped away. My throat was hoarse from all the yelling, and I was craving popcorn with extra butter and salt and a raspberry slush. You know there's a Travis Erickson show coming to the city next week, he said as we walked toward the entrance of the theater. A cool wind whipped past, and I clutched both sides of my jacket together. No kidding. Want to go? Think we can score concert tickets this late? He took my arm as a car drove too quickly past us, but dropped it right after we crossed the street. I tried not to let my disappointment show. Probably not, but I'll look into it. It'll be fun. I glanced over at him. He looked so relaxed, more relaxed than I'd seen him lately. What about the crowd? I think it's time I try to get over certain things, don't you? Therapy is going well, then? Yeah. Maybe soon I'll even be able to use that expensive camera you bought me. You didn't have to spend so much on it, you know? You always use the best equipment. I wouldn't have bought you something subpar. I'm sorry I couldn't get my hands on an identical one. Nah, I think this way is better. Won't bring back all the memories. I wanted to delve, to ask him about those memories, that time in his life that he hadn't shared with me. Maybe I should have asked back when he had just returned home, but time had passed, and now it seemed awkward to bring it up after leaving it for so long. If he'd wanted me to know, he would have told me, right? At the ticket counter, Andy's rumble snapped me out of my head. He ordered 2 tickets for a blockbuster movie that had been released 2 weeks ago, so we didn't expect the theater to be that crowded. It was also in the middle of the week, and the weekend usually attracted a bigger crowd. Thank you, Andy said to the ticket agent. I'll get the snacks. Nope, it's my date idea, remember? Are you sure? He hadn't worked for over 2 years, and I didn't know his finances. But he'd been worth quite a lot before he got arrested in Iran. Some of those pictures he'd stored to the cloud before the authorities confiscated his camera and locked him up had also sold well. Mal and I had helped organize them for a gallery that had been interested, since he hadn't wanted anything to do with them when he got back. He could still be loaded, but I didn't want to assume. Don't worry about it. I nodded, trusting that if he needed my help, he would ask for it. The lobby had a few arcade-type games and a photo booth, but a glance at my watch and the lines at the concession stand proved we didn't have the time to fool around before the movie began. Hi, how can I help you guys tonight? A perky teen at one of the stands greeted us. We share a tub? Andy turned to me. Yeah, and the raspberry slush. Like I'd forget. He rattled off our order of the large tub of popcorn, asking for extra butter, the slush for me, a pop for him, Milk Duds, and Skittles. Aren't you afraid you'll ruin your figure? I teased him as we walked toward our movie hall. Not in the least. You'll love me anyway. I would, but I didn't have the guts to tell him. Besides, the lump in my throat prevented me from answering. We handed in our tickets and entered the auditorium. The lights had already dimmed, but the blue lights installed on the floor helped to find our seats. Andy nudged me toward a center seat. More people had the same idea of watching this movie than I had expected. I hope it's as good as the reviews I read online, Andy whispered as we sat. I rolled my eyes. He had a habit of looking up movie reviews and spoilers before watching a film. For me, that just defeated the entire purpose and spoiled the experience. He knew better now not to mention anything that he'd read online about the movie. The film was so engrossing that I didn't have time to feel guilty about the amount of popcorn I ate. By the time we hit the bottom, both our hands in the bucket, I had no idea which of us had eaten the most. Should I get you another? Andy leaned sideways and whispered in my ear. His hot breath rushed along the side of my face, filling my insides with warmth. He smelled buttery and sweet, like the candy he'd been chewing on between the popcorn crunching. If I turned my head at the right angle, I could kiss him. Do it, do it. The theater was dark, no one would know. We'd agreed on seeing what felt right at the moment rather than planning it. I took a deep breath and turned my head. I didn't go in for the kiss right away, but gave him enough time to pull away when he recognized my intent. The sounds of the movie faded away. It was impossible, yet I could swear I heard his heart beating, though it was more than likely mine. He blew hard, hot air hitting my face. Andy? He bridged the inch that separated us and softly placed his lips on mine. The empty popcorn bucket tumbled to the floor as I shifted to kiss him better. His mouth was warm, his lips soft, and his scruff scraped at my skin, sending a tingle down my spine. I grabbed Andy's shirt and moaned into his mouth, hanging on to my sanity with my fingertips so I wouldn't push too fast and plunge my tongue down his throat. Andy cupped my cheek and slid his tongue between my lips. I sucked it gently into my mouth. My cock hardened and the studs through my nipples tingled. Nipple power activated. I squirmed at how sensitive and pointy they were getting from just Andy's kiss. The kiss might have lasted for a few seconds or minutes. I had no idea. I was too focused on Andy's mouth on mine, his hand touching me the way I'd always wanted him to pay attention to the screen anymore. Would anyone notice if I crawled over the armrest and into his lap? More. An explosion thrummed throughout the auditorium, followed by someone shrieking. Andy jerked his head back. He was breathing as hard as me. Was he hard too? Maybe the kiss had been an experiment for him, but if I reached across his lap and cupped his groin, I would know for sure if me kissing Andy turned him on. For me. I settled back into my chair and fastened my unseeing eyes on the screen. How on earth was I ever going to forget Andy's mouth and everywhere I wanted it? We made it through the movie without talking about the kiss. He didn't visibly react to the explosion scenes on the screen. Maybe he was thinking about the kiss as much as I was. Would it be too forward to ask him if he'd enjoyed it? Normally, I wouldn't have given a damn. If I kissed a guy and he didn't like it, I would move on to the next one. But I desperately needed for Andy to be as horny from our kiss as I was. The movie ended without me understanding the last quarter of the show. The lights came on, still a bit dark, but bright enough for the guests to make their way safely toward the exit. I didn't move. Neither did Andy. To be fair, we weren't the only ones who didn't seem in a hurry to leave. But screw everyone else. I just kissed my best friend, and I liked it way more than all the times I'd thought about it. What's on your mind? I couldn't stand the suspense anymore. He swiveled his head around. What do you think? The kiss? Oh God, please let me have this conversation without being too emotional about it. I could always rely on my humor to get us out of the awkward moment, but I didn't want the easy out this time. He'd kissed me back. Did you hate it? God, no. I waited for him to elaborate, disappointed when he didn't. He looked like he was in shock. We should go then, I said, and gave him a wry smile. I thought kisses brought people back to life, not turned them to stone. I must be really horrible at it. You're not. He climbed to his feet. Let's go. He walked out ahead of me but stopped in the aisle. I brushed off a popcorn kernel that clung to my shirt and started past him. He fell in step next to me. His hand brushed mine. Sorry. I shuffled aside to give him some space. Where are you going? He caught my hand and pulled me back to his side. We're in this together, remember? Like I could forget. Next date is on me. I dumped my entire cup into the recycle bin we passed. A couple of coworkers invited me to a party this weekend at their place. Would you like to go with me? Like a big party? He tightened his hand around mine. It's fine. I can go alone. I can think of something else. No. I'll go with you. I peered up at him. You sure? I wouldn't want you to be somewhere you're not comfortable. And I won't know until we go. It's fine. I promise. I gotta take a piss, though. I dug my heels in. Oh, you go along. I'll play one of the arcade games until you're done. He frowned at me, then dropped my hand. I'll be back. I watched him go, finally allowing myself to breathe properly. Holy shit, why was this so awkward between us? I knew this man inside out. I was more comfortable around him than anyone else. But the moment we'd kissed, we shifted into uncharted territory. And from his reaction, we were both trying to steer the ship and not doing a very good job of it. 11. Andy. I blinked at Baz, dazzling in something that was either a short dress or a long shirt with fishnets beneath, a jean jacket, boots with 3-inch heels, and bright eyes. He looked stunning and ready to party. Shit, now I feel underdressed, I muttered, not sure what else to say. Was it okay for a man to blabber about how attractive he found another man? Or would he think me too sappy? Or worse, feel like I was treating him like a woman? Fuck, I hated this. Baz, my best friend, I could tell anything. Baz, the guy I'd kissed in the movie theater, then regretted not kissing again when I took him home, was harder to understand. Was I overthinking things? You're comfortable, aren't you? He asked, pulling the door closed behind him. That's all that matters. Not everyone can be as fabulous as Baz. He winked at me over his shoulder as he locked up. The jean jacket settled around his waist, and the material of the dress stretched temptingly over one curvy backside. I dragged my gaze away before Baz turned around and caught me ogling him. You know, talking about yourself in third person makes you sound conceited, I said, instead of blurting out what was on the tip of my tongue. how uncomfortably tight my pants were getting right now, and how my palms itched to know the intimate shape of his ass. If I'm conceited, it's all your fault. He walked down the steps beside me. I remember a college guy, one that knew absolutely nothing about the concept of privacy, who made me see how beautiful I am. He opened the door on the passenger side, and it was now or never. I wrapped an arm around Baz's waist. He stumbled back into me. Andy, what the hell? You are beautiful. I pressed my face to his neck and inhaled the sweet scent of his cologne. An overwhelming feeling had me clinging to him, not wanting to let him go. Andy? He whispered. I want to kiss you again. Is that okay? He went still in my arms, then turned. I loosened my hold on him. You never have to ask. He cut my face, the rings he wore cool against my skin, even as his lips claimed mine and breathed heat into my core. Kiss me back, Andy. Until he said the words, I hadn't realized I wasn't giving, just taking. With a groan, I slung my arms around him and crushed his mouth to mine. Too fast, too fast. The words blared in my head like a siren, but I ignored them. I wanted Baz like I hadn't wanted anyone in a long time. Did he know how emotional it was to have my dick respond to him after so many frustrating attempts to get it up? Andy. Yes? I backed him up onto the hood of my car and pushed him to sit, and then stepped between his parted legs. His dress rustled up, leaving his creamy thighs on display beneath the pretty, tempting stockings. Andy. I thrust my tongue into his mouth, and he released my face to pull at my shirt and shove his soft hands underneath. He spread his hands across my abs, and his kisses grew harder, deeper. The car groaned beneath our weight. Andy! This time he tore his lips away before I could kiss him again. We're going to break your fucking car. Let me up. I don't care. I do. Let me up. I stared down at Baz, his lips plump from my kisses. If you want me to, you should stop touching me like that. He yanked his hands out from under my shirt. There, happy now? Not in the least. But what was I supposed to do? We hadn't talked about anything other than spontaneous kisses. I couldn't be the one to push for more, and Baz seemed to be withdrawing. With a sigh, I stepped back and gave him a hand to help him up off the hood. As soon as he stood firmly on the ground, Baz released my hand. He tugged at his dress, covering those curvy thighs. I wanted to kiss him there, in other places too. How much liberty would he allow me to take? Are we going to the party or what? He asked. You know, there will be some gay dudes there who you can experiment with too. I can introduce them. Baz's words were like cold water thrown into my face. The blinds lifted. Right. He just thought he was helping me out. This meant nothing to him. Baz had been with so many men that this was the norm for him. Jealousy twisted inside my gut. This was wrong. He needed to know this wasn't a game to me, that I wanted to do more than explore with him. I wanted to open the pieces of myself I was keeping from him and let him all the way in. Baz, there's something... Andy, you don't have to analyze every little kiss. Kissing someone and liking it, whether with a partner of the opposite or same sex, is completely normal. Every little kiss. Was that the way he interpreted what we had just done? While my world had been reshaped with every touch we shared, every kiss we exchanged, it was just another little kiss for him. Come on, it's already 10. He opened the car door. We don't have to stay very long, but I promised Steph that I would be there. And I kind of blabbed that I was bringing someone, so everyone's excited to meet you. I nodded, and without another word walked around to the driver's side. I shut the door and started the car, but before I could put the car into drive, Baz placed a hand over mine. Are we still green? No, we weren't fucking green, but I couldn't call red either. No way in hell could I stop this after we've come this far. I just had to ride this out. Yeah, we're green. He sighed. Good, because I don't want the kissing to make things weird between us. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, but whatever we do, we'll have to live with the consequences after. would the consequences be so bad? Tell me about your friends, I said instead of asking the question. Oh, they're more of co-workers, but they're amazing. His tone held a genuine note of affection when he talked about the people with whom he worked. It was easy to distract him away from thoughts of kissing him, as he filled me in on the hot office gossip and who would be at the party. It might be a little wild because it's the weekend. Social media influencers will be there. Sometimes a celebrity pops up too, so be prepared for anything. They may have food, but definitely lots of alcohol and weed. But I never smoke their joints. I don't trust that someone didn't lace that shit. A little wild might be an understatement. We drove up to a 3-story house that looked like it belonged on Malibu rather than this side of Kansas City. Cars lined the sidewalk and every inch of the yard. People crowded the balconies, and I had to drive around the block twice to find a parking spot. We walked back to the house in the cacophony of loud music, chattering, and laughter. It might not be my typical scene, but the people we passed outside seemed to be having a good time. I wasn't the only one dressed down, and I sensed a certain theme here. Many of the guests were fashionably dressed up like Baz. Why didn't you make me change? Most of the guests have something to do with the fashion industry. They have an image to uphold. You're my date, and you look great. Nobody's going to ask you what you're wearing. Come on, let's get something to drink, and then we can mingle. I'm the designated driver. He laughed. Stop worrying. What's the worst that will happen if we're both drunk? We leave the car and call an Uber. Stop thinking and relax. I want you to have fun. We found drinks in the living room downstairs. They had pushed the furniture back against the wall, creating a makeshift dance floor. Baz, you made it! I spun around. A young woman rushed toward Baz, not hindered by a dangerous-looking pair of high heels. Decked out in multicolored, tight spandex pants with a yellow top, she was hard to miss. Lupe, you look gorgeous. Baz embraced the woman. Gorgeous? Let's talk about you. Baz, you are rocking that dress. She glanced up at me. Hello there. Baz, you didn't tell us your date was going to be tall, dark, and handsome. You left out "and mine." Baz laughed and pushed his arm through mine. Rawr, Kitty's got claws tonight. Lupe grinned. I don't blame you. Andy, this is Lupe, Baz said. She's one of the journalists with the magazine. This place belongs to her and Stephanie. Lupe, this is Andy. Lupe arched her eyebrows as she shook my hand. I wasn't the only one who realized Baz hadn't referred to me as anything to him, just my name. Was it a good thing that he at least hadn't called me his best friend? Nice to meet you. Same. Lupe waved an arc around her. I have to mingle, but help yourself to anything you want. The fridge is loaded. She seems nice, I said when Lupe left us. She is really sweet. Let's get us some drinks. In the kitchen, we grabbed 2 bottles of unopened beer. There was more alcohol than at a frat party, but without the boisterousness. For such an open party, the crowd was pretty subdued, mature, socializing, or networking, as Baz put it as he pointed out different people in the room. We returned to the living room, where we found a love seat. Though the seating arrangements were few, they were unoccupied as everyone moved around the room, chatting or dancing. Baz and I squashed together on the sofa, which I didn't mind at all. Baz attracted attention, and it was easy to see why. He was a friendly guy who welcomed people with a genuine smile. I relaxed beside him, content to join a bare minimum of the conversations he sparked when someone came over to us. Oh my God, she's here. Baz elbowed me in the ribs. Who? Victoria Cartier. She's a model, relatively new on the scene, but she's blown up. He nodded toward a stunning brunette wearing a short, silky-looking gold lame dress with a plunging neckline. She kept playing with her hair and smiling, with her head angled as if posing for photographs. She looks even more conceited than you, I teased Baz. I am not. And she might be a little, but it's self-explanatory, right? She's gorgeous. All the top magazines have been vying for a shoot with her, but her management team is tough. Elliot's trying to get her for flair. Can you imagine the level of attention the stylist who gets to work with her will achieve? You still want to be a stylist? I thought you were transitioning to being a writer. His face clouded a bit, and he ducked his head. Yeah, that. He jerked beside me. "Do you think you'll be okay by yourself for 5? I see someone I want to say hi to." He climbed to his feet and turned. "Or do you want to come with?" "Go ahead, I'm fine." "I won't be long, promise." Baz hurried across the room to a bald black man with a muscular build. The man smiled and embraced Baz, then pressed a kiss to his lips that raised my hackles. It was a brief kiss, but I didn't want another man's mouth where mine had been earlier. Baz laughed and gestured with his whole body, leaning into the man while they talked. The way the man looked at Baz was predatory, like he wanted to devour him. And Baz wanted me to flirt with other men? If he was willing to not only endure but suggest that, then he really didn't care about me more than a friend. Just seeing him so close to this guy left me untethered. "Hey, you." A tap on my shoulder pulled my gaze away from Baz. A man around my age frowned at me. He was smartly dressed in a checkered vest and dark blue jeans. He wore glasses that were way too big to be anything but a fashion statement. "Can I help you?" I asked over the noise. "I know you," he said. "I'm sure you don't." "No, I do." He stepped into my line of vision, blocking out Baz. I rose to my feet. "Will you excuse me?" The man grabbed my arm. "No, wait a minute. I want to talk to you. I'm Will Cheney with the BCJ TV, and I've left several messages to speak with you about your imprisonment in Iran. You're that photographer, aren't you?" He snapped his fingers. "Anderson Kyle." My heart skipped a beat and my mouth went dry. I yanked my arm out of his grip. Baz had tried to prepare me for this party, but neither of us had seen this coming. Different news outlets had bombarded me with calls trying to interview me about my time in an Iranian prison. I'd ignored them all. Every now and again I still received a call, but they were now far and in between. "I need to go." I stalked off, but the determined man grabbed my arm again. "Don't you see you owe it to the world to let them hear firsthand what it's like being so far away from home and imprisoned? Mr. Kyle, please, I just need half an hour of your time." "Let me go, man." He tightened his grip instead. "I'll take even 15 minutes with you. Is it true that you were tortured? That they thought you were a CIA spy?" 12. Baz. Armand Vigo was a fashion icon who'd been nice to me when I first dared to show my round cheeks to the world, professing to be a stylist. He never did a double-take, never looked me up and down with a critical eye, never stooped to snobbery or backhanded compliments. If my world hadn't already revolved around my best friend, I could have fallen for him. "Baz, you beautiful angel." He greeted me with a signature Vigo kiss square on the lips, then enveloped me in a hug. I snuggled against his chest, inhaling the crispness of his cologne. "Armand, it's been too long. When did you get back from France?" "Just 2 days ago." He loosened his hold on me. "And you can always make the time we run into each other shorter. My bedroom in Limoges still waits for you." I chuckled and stepped back. "You're way too much of a good friend for me to spoil that. A week living together and we drive each other insane. We're way too alike. But think of all the fun we'd have together, mon cher." "We deserve more than fun. We deserve love and not just settling." I glanced over my shoulder at Andy, who was talking to a man I'd vaguely seen around before but didn't know his name. Was he already being hit on? "I see your heart's still spoken for." I swung around and took a swig of my vodka mix. "What have you been up to?" "Meetings here and there. Honestly, love, it's exhausting. I thought I'd stop by this party and get reacquainted with old friends from the magazine." "It was really nice seeing you again." I touched his arm. "You've always been a great friend." "Yes, a friend." A commotion went off behind me and I turned. My heart leaped when Andy shoved the man he was talking to so he fell onto the couch. "What the fuck's wrong with you, man?" The smaller guy scrambled to sit up and fix his glasses. "Oh my God, Armand, I have to go." Andy looked so lost, standing there staring down at the man he just pushed away. Other guests in the living room watched him and a few cameras clicked. Some were no doubt videoing it. I squeezed past a couple to Andy and grabbed his arm. "Andy, stop touching me." He shrugged off my hand so violently I tumbled to the floor, the glass falling from my hand. I put a hand out to catch my fall and went down hard. Fuck! My wrist throbbed. Baz? Andy's bewildered gaze found me. He blinked and a horrified look came over him. Oh my God, Baz, I didn't mean... I'm sorry. Andy stooped and helped me to my feet, but instead of letting me go, he crushed me to his chest in a tight hug. He trembled against me, his heart pounding in his chest. Andy, it's okay. Discomfort and uncertainty warred within me. So many people were watching. I'm fine, but we should go. I swear I didn't mean to. He wouldn't let go of me. I patted his cheek. Don't worry about it. I know you wouldn't intentionally hurt anyone. I glared at the man who'd been harassing him. The whole situation might not be clear, but one thing was certain. He'd provoked Andy. You, sir, are an asshole. Me? He's the one who shoved me. Because you harassed him. You weren't even there. You don't know what happened. The man rose to his feet and took a step toward me. Andy's arm landed on my shoulder, pulling me back to get between us. No, let's just go. I was only making things worse. I tugged on Andy's hand, and we made it through the front door without further mishap. Andy walked silently beside me to his car. Do you want me to drive? He handed me his keys without a word and slid into the passenger seat. I had to lean over to lock his seatbelt in place. I flexed my hand, rotating my wrist. At worst, it was a sprain. Your hand is fine. He kept muttering under his breath during the drive, but nothing that seemed to be meant for my ears. As much as I wanted to know exactly what had happened, I didn't push and gave him time to calm down. But we had to talk about it, and the time was now. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I parked in my driveway, but neither of us attempted to leave the car. I released my seatbelt and leaned back against the seat, closing my eyes. In hindsight, I should have known better than to take him somewhere crowded, where people could easily startle him. But he'd been doing fine. He would have done fine hadn't that asshole pestered him. I'm sorry. What? I shouldn't have taken you there. I gripped his car key tight in my fist. There were too many people. Something was bound to have happened. You've nothing to apologize for, Baz. Nothing. His head hit the door with a soft thud. The problem's me. I freaked out over nothing. Again. And what's worse, I hurt you. I can't believe I hurt you. I reached for his hand and held on to him, even when he tried to pull away. It was an accident. I understand that. I pushed you away and now your hand is hurt. Because of me. I'm so sorry, Baz. Okay, I accept your apology. I do. Now stop beating yourself up about it. Let's go inside. I'll pour you a stiff drink and we'll hug it out. It won't work. He shook his head. Nothing works. I'm doing the therapy, but shit like this still happens. It's like they broke something in me back in Iran, Baz. Something that can never be fixed. Tears prickled my eyes at the anguish in his voice, and I hated them. Hated every one of them who'd done him wrong when they imprisoned him just for bringing attention to the social ills of a group of people. I squeezed his hand. Please come inside with me. Okay. He trudged heavily beside me into the house. I took his coat and shoved it along with mine into the closet. I am just so exhausted. The fatigue was heavy in his voice. Tonight had been brutal to him. I led him upstairs into my bedroom. Take off your shoes. I'm going to put you to bed. Tomorrow's going to be a better day. You'll see. I turned my back to him and removed the excess pillows from the bed. If you want, go brush your teeth. You know where the new toothbrushes are. This wasn't the first time he would fall asleep in my bed, but usually I wasn't at the beginning of whatever had caused him to seek me out. I'd be sleeping and my phone would ring in the middle of the night. His heavy breathing always sounded so scary, and I could never say no to him when he asked to come over. Sometimes I would warm up some milk for him, or offer him chamomile tea before I put him to sleep in my bed. I was so stupid. I should have known something was wrong. Why hadn't he sought out Mal when he had those horrible nightmares? Instead, he came over and fell asleep in my bed like a little boy, frightened and needing me to keep the monsters at bay. The signs had always been there, and I'd ignored them, not wanting to do or say the wrong thing that could topple our carefully balanced relationship. While Andy used the bathroom, I changed into my pajamas. He came out looking less harried than he had earlier. "Hop in," I patted the bed. "Make yourself comfy. I'll be right back." I didn't want to leave him alone for long. I quickly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and took a piss, then returned to the room. He'd settled on his back, the sheet up to his waist, and his hand folded on his stomach. He frowned at the ceiling. "The first couple of days they locked me up. I thought it was just one big joke." I halted. The significance of what he'd said hit me hard. I could tell something was wrong. I sat on the bed at his knee, facing him. "You didn't call or text me, and you always do." "They took my phone, my camera, my passports, wallet. They took everything." "Not everything." I pressed a hand to his chest. "They can never take this away." Andy's hand came on top of mine. He took my hand in his and stared at my fingers. "My therapist is the only one I've shared in great detail what happened to me back there. I'm sorry if I can't do that with you, Baz. It's bad enough that I had to relive it once." "No, it's okay. Remember, you can say red at any time." He nodded. "But I want you to understand enough of what happened, so you don't give up on me." "I'll never, ever give up on you." His smile was wistful. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I got careless when I was there," he said. "I usually take my pictures only when I'm certain authorities who are part of the regime aren't around. They thought little of me at first, just another tourist with a camera. I'm not sure how they found out, but they caught me in the act, talking to an Iranian mother whose daughter, only 9, had been taken and trafficked, along with many others, to other Arab states of the southern margin of the Persian Gulf. They asked to see my camera, my papers to show that I was in the country legally. I went with them, thought if I cooperated everything would be fine. I had done nothing wrong." "No, you hadn't." "To them, I had. I don't know what was worse, the psychological torture or the beatings." I couldn't hold back the tears. They flowed down my cheeks, but Andy didn't seem to notice. He stared at a fixed point over my shoulder. "They kept me in isolation at first. For months, I had no interaction with anyone, wasn't allowed outside the cell. I felt like I was losing my mind. But the solitude was better than when they came in. The merciless taunting, all the sick, twisted games they played. One day they'd tell me I was finally getting out. Then another they would lead me to a fake execution. Oh my God, it was even worse than I'd thought. Andy's gaze shifted, meeting mine. There were days I thought I would die in that rank, windowless cell. Do you want to know what kept me going, Baz? Knowing I had to make it back home to you, or you'd spend the rest of your life not knowing what happened to me, with no closure. And I just had to see the man I'd fallen in love with one more time. My jaw went slack. I couldn't look away from Andy. Say what? Did he just say that he was in love with me? I know you might not feel the same, but ever since that first day I saw you, there was always something there. He tightened his grip on my hand, reminding me he was still holding on to me. I didn't plan to tell you about it. I don't want to ruin our friendship. But you can't tell me you didn't even feel a spark when we kissed at the movies. Nothing, Baz? My head was spinning and I felt queasy. This was what I'd wanted all along, wasn't it? I should throw my arms around this man, confessing my undying love for him too. But my tongue was too heavy and my thoughts were scattered. Baz, please say something. I get it if I'm too damaged. Not exactly what you want, but I think I make you happy, and I can do so much more. And God knows that my favorite place to be is Baz. He thought he was too damaged for me? The idiot. I jerked my hand out of his. The look of devastation on his face, as if I'd rejected him, slammed through me. Andy loved me. He really loved me. I scrambled up onto the bed and straddled his lap. I might still be wordless, but I could show him. His arms came around me as they always did. How could I have not known? I clasped my hands at the back of his head, slanted my lips over Andy's, and kissed him hard with all the feelings of years suppressed. Baz, he said against my lips. Does this mean? Yes. Yes, I loved you for so long, but you were getting married. You were happy. I didn't want to come between that. You and Mal were so good together. I never thought for 1 second it wouldn't have worked out between you two. You really feel the same? I nodded, then choked on a sob and a laugh. I've loved you so much I moved in next door to you just to be close enough to you in the only way I could. It might have been terrible of me, but I couldn't stay away from you, Anderson. When you were in prison, I was devastated. I knew you would be. When you returned, you saw a man putting on a face to welcome you home and be there for you. What you didn't know about were the hours I'd spent alone, crying from relief that you were finally home. I was going out of my mind. I told Mal not to mention it to you. Not to mention what? I swallowed hard. I didn't cope well at all. Mal and I comforted each other, but the fear I felt for you was too much. I pushed myself at work, taking on everything I could to keep busy, partying hard every chance I got because I didn't want to go home and lie in my empty bed, which for some strange reason felt emptier with you away, even though we've never slept together. I got sick, so sick I was hospitalized because I didn't take care of myself. But how could I make myself care when I didn't know what the hell you were going through? By the time you got back, I'd lost so much weight from being stressed out about it. You didn't even notice when you returned. I did, but I thought you just wanted the new look or something. I shook my head, my eyes hurting from all the crying and my nose all stopped up. I missed you so damn much. There were so many doubts. I didn't know if I would ever see you again. Andy tucked my face to his chest while I cried the tears I hadn't wanted to shed in front of him when he came home. But it was clear for the first time that he wasn't the only one who needed healing. I think I need to see a shrink. Andy chuckled, rubbing his hand up my back. Then it's a good thing I know one. I squeezed him as I worked on my breathing and getting a hold of myself, but I couldn't seem to stop crying. For everything. The end of his first love, his time in an Iranian prison cell, and for the glimpses I had for the first time of a life with him. Baz, he murmured. Should we talk about it? Us? Yeah, but right now, just hug me. I'm feeling so overwhelmed. It's okay, Baz. I've got you. 13. Andy. The mattress shifted beneath me, waking me up. I squinted against the sunlight streaming into the bedroom through the sheer curtains of Baz's windows. He shoved the seat aside and got out of bed, tugging down the hem of his shirt. I could have let him know I was awake too, but I just watched him being thoughtful and tiptoeing his way to the bathroom. He disappeared inside, and I rolled over onto my back with an arm over my face to block out some of the brightness. How did I feel about last night? I'd told Baz I loved him, and he'd said it back. Was it really this easy? What now? Where did friendship end and romance begin? After our emotional conversation last night, I'd fallen asleep next to Baz, my arms around him. Everything had seemed to make sense. I loved Baz, and he loved me. Why did everything feel the same and yet so different? An image of Baz on the floor at the house party flashed through my mind. I clamped my eyes shut to bury the disturbing memory. He'd forgiven me, understood it was an accident. But what if I'd done more damage? Baz was taking long in the bathroom. I'd assumed he'd gotten up to take a piss. But what if he was hiding out in there, regretting last night's poor decision? What if he was having a freak out right now for telling me what he thought I wanted to hear instead of how he truly felt? Baz was the sort of guy who would say whatever he thought I needed to hear to make me happy. My throat constricted. How could I know for sure that what Baz felt was real, and not a fabrication because he deemed my mental health a fragile place right now? I shoved the sheet off me and vaulted off the bed. I had my ear pressed against the bathroom door for a second, then jerked back. What was I doing? Friends didn't spy on each other, and neither did people in love. If I wanted the truth, I should ask him. I rapped on the door. Baz, you in there? I could have walked in, but I didn't want to make things worse by barging in on him if he was using the can. The door opened and Baz frowned at me, a toothbrush in his mouth. What's wrong? I stared at him for a few seconds. He didn't look like he was having a meltdown. Need to take a leak? I fibbed, though it wasn't completely false. Oh. He shifted out of my way, then backed out of the bathroom. Where are you going? Give you some privacy? He said around the bristles he had his teeth clamped around. Since when do you need privacy from me? We've shared a bathroom many times, Baz. He nodded and closed the door, then went over to the sink. An uneasiness descended upon me as I pulled down my sweatpants. He turned the faucet on, and the rushing water mingling with me emptying my bladder just made everything that much more awkward. Baz grabbed a towel from the rack and patted his face dry. Well, I'm done. I guess I'll see you back in bed. He slipped out of the bathroom before I could form a word. With a sigh, I flushed the toilet and brushed my teeth as well. The last time we'd woken up together, he'd mentioned my morning breath. When I entered the bedroom, Baz was indeed back in bed, sitting up. I swallowed the lump in my throat, walked around to the other side of the bed and slipped in, leaving a few inches between us. You should get blackout curtains, I mumbled, staring up at the ceiling. It will make the sunrise more bearable. Maybe, but not having them helps me to wake up if I sleep through my alarm, like I did a couple of days ago. I don't see how you can sleep in on the weekends with all the light pouring in. I did see some beautiful green ones when I bought those. You should get them. You think so? Yeah, or I can buy them for you. Baz went silent. When it stretched for too long, I turned my head to him. His face was bright red. What? He burst out laughing. It started as a cute giggle that gathered momentum, and then took off with a loud snort. Baz laughed so hard tears gathered in his eyes. Oh my God! He gasped and knuckled the moisture from his eyes. Oh my God, what? What did I say? Not just you. The laughter died down to a small chuckle. Us! We're talking about curtains the morning after we talked about loving each other. Is that the best we can do? Ah, that was the reason for his mirth. I smiled. I'm not the only one who feels awkward, then? God, no. I practically ran to the bathroom to get rid of my morning breath before you woke up. Funny, we never used to worry about morning breath before. Do you know how many times I've woken up to your stale breath in my face? That was before and different. Now we're... I rolled over onto my side. He'd shifted to lie down, and I was practically on top of him. My heart skipped a beat. I wanted to be on top of him. To have him so close and yet having to restrain myself, not sure how fast he wanted to move, was killing me. I didn't want to start anything I couldn't deliver. Now we're what? I asked. I don't know, he whispered. You said you love me. That was real, right? Yes. And you said you love me back. What now? He licked his lips and lowered his eyes. Well, there's one thing I don't mind doing right now. Which is... make out with you? The breath flew out of my lungs. Like a couple of teens? Unless you don't want to, we can talk and... I drew closer and propped myself up on my arms until I was framing Baz's face, then slammed my mouth onto his. He gasped, stunned for a couple of seconds. Only a couple. He groaned and grabbed my shirt, pulling me over him. Fire stoked in my belly, a fire that hadn't sparked in over a year. It came crashing down, and Baz seemed flame retardant enough to not mind it. I licked inside Baz's sweet mouth. He slipped a hand down my shirt and grasped my ass, thrusting his hips up so our cocks ground together. I just meant to explore his mouth a little, erase the awkwardness that had descended on us, and it had worked. But now I craved more of Baz. He was so soft beneath me, and he felt fucking good. His mouth was so addicting, and the way he kept thrusting at me had me so hard, short-circuiting my brain. "Take your clothes off." Baz tore his lips away. "You sure?" What came after kissing with other guys? Damn, Baz and I had talked about everything but his sex life. With a woman, I would know exactly what to do next. But what was second base with a guy? "Yeah, unless you don't want me to blow you." Baz smirked at me, and his confidence made me feel better. He knew what to do. I sat up and yanked my shirt over my head. My shorts went next, but I hesitated at my underwear. "You don't have to take it all off if it makes you feel more comfortable." This was Baz. What did I have to be uncomfortable about? I kicked off my boxers and was left kneeling beside him on the bed, my cock so painfully erect. It had been a long time since I felt this sort of pleasure coursing through my veins. "Lie on your back." Baz knelt between my legs, pushing them apart. My heart thudded in my chest. He was still dressed while I was all naked beneath him. "Aren't you going to undress too?" "Maybe. How about we concentrate on you right now and what makes you feel good?" I wanted to disagree. I needed to see him naked, level the playfield a bit. But he wrapped his hand around my cock, his hold tight, squeezed, and all the blood flew south. "Baz, you've got such a beautiful cock, Andy." He stroked up and down my length. "I fantasized about it, you know." "You have?" A long moan startled past my lips when he cupped my balls, tugging at them, stretching. "I always felt guilty about it, but I couldn't stop. And now I get to do this." Baz's pink lips settled over the head of my cock, and he swallowed, taking me to the back of his throat in one swoop. A grunt erupted out of me, and I fisted his hair, but then let go immediately and clutched the sheets instead. Confusion swirled through me. I wanted to touch him, but I'd never touched Baz this way before. Baz eased back, allowing my cock to pop free from his mouth. He watched me as he stroked my cock. "You're overthinking this. If you want me to stop, I will. Am I pushing too soon?" "No, don't stop. Keep sucking." My cheeks burned. "I like the way you do that with your lips, and the way you take me all the way to the back of your throat is very talented." He chuckled and licked the tip of my cock. "I will continue if you promise me something." "Anything." "Don't think too much. Do whatever feels right to you. Put your hands back in my hair. I'm giving you permission to use my mouth, Andy, so there's nothing to be ashamed of." "I'm not ashamed. Uncertain if I'm doing this right, but I swear I'm not ashamed of this." "Good." He stared directly into my eyes. "Then let go and fuck my throat like I know you want to. Slap my face with your dick and force me to take it all like a good whore." Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I was hovering at the edge already. This was a Baz I'd never gotten to see before. His mouth settled around my cock once more, and he worked just the soft tip with his tongue and lips. It was maddening. I pushed away the doubts that still lingered and grabbed a handful of Baz's hair. "More." The word came out hoarse. "Take more of me into your mouth, Baz." His nostrils flared and he sank down a few more inches. "Don't stop. Take it all." I gently pushed down on his head until Baz was gagging with his mouth at the base of my dick. I held him there with a hiss and thrust up. His body stiffened and his face turned red. I released him. Baz raised his head and gulped air, saliva running down his chin. The basest instinct to hold him down and keep fucking his throat hit me hard. "Do it again," Baz said. "I'll let you know when I've had enough by tapping your thigh twice. Do you get that, Andy?" "Yes." I took him by the back of his head, understanding now what Baz wanted from me. I guided him down to my cock, but halfway down my length I tugged at his hair. "Right there. Stay right there." I snapped my hips and fucked my best friend's mouth. It felt better than it should have. I drove into his wet mouth, forcing my cock past his lips and teeth, an inch more every time, until I had him right where Baz wanted to be. My eyes on his face, I carefully got to my knees, and he shifted so our angle remained with the new position. Baz's eyes were blown as if he was getting high just from sucking me off. Who knew my dick would have the same effect on him as the hit of weed I allowed him now and again? My thrusts were shallow against his tightening throat. He gagged a second, then tapped my thighs, twice. I released him. Baz gasped for air. I circled my dick with my hand and stroked hard, jacking off under his watchful eyes. He followed the movements of my hand like a starved kitten waiting for the first splash of milk. "Don't waste it," he begged. "I want your seed inside me." That was the last straw. Baz's mouth latched onto my cock as I erupted. I gripped his hair tight, choking out a cry as he sucked me dry. With a moan, Baz swallowed, then licked around my cock, cleaning me up. "Good?" he asked, rising to his knees. I laughed. "Better. Way better. God, Baz, you're so fucking sexy, you know that?" He smiled at me, his eyes pleased. "Thank you." He leaned over and kissed me. I pulled away at the taste of my spunk. Damn, that's going to take some getting used to. "What? You've never tasted your own cum?" He poked at my chest. "No, never." "Come on, what did you do? Have Mal rinse before kissing her?" "Actually, Mal didn't enjoy going down, and she definitely didn't swallow." "Oh, you poor, poor thing." Baz ran his hands down my chest. "Don't worry. You're in Baz's capable, perverted hands now." I threw my head back and laughed. "For your information, that sounds more scary than seductive." "I'm not complaining. A bit of fear can be a good thing." I shook my head. How did I not know this side of you? "You didn't need to. We weren't lovers." I placed a hand on his thigh and stroked him there through the soft flannel material of his pajamas. Maybe I should return the favor? I swallowed, prepared to taste my first cock. "You haven't come yet." "I can take care of it in the bathroom." He actually made to move off the bed, but I grabbed his wrist. "What? No. Right here. Let me return the favor." "You never have to see sex with me as returning a favor, Andy. I wanted to suck you off. I've been dying to suck you off forever. But I want you to come too." He chewed on his bottom lip. "Are you sure? I'd planned to go slow and let you get comfortable with things." "I'm going with what feels good and right. And this feels right. Tell me what to do." "Lie back on the bed." I fell back against the mattress and Baz shifted between my legs. My heart pounded in my chest. "Wait." He's startled. "What is it?" Fuck. How did I tell him I didn't want to be the one at the bottom? Would he be offended by it? "You can tell me, Andy." "I don't think I should be the one to bottom." My chest rose and fell heavily. I mean, if you want to, I'm sure I can. But I was sort of hoping that, maybe you'd prefer taking it than giving it." "But I've dreamed of fucking you for so long." Dumbstruck, I stared at him. Maybe I could try for him. He chuckled, reached for his shirt and pulled it over his head. "Relax, Andy, I'm just joking. See, sex doesn't always have to be so serious. You can rest assured that I'm a total bottom. I'll always want your dick inside me." He pushed down his pajamas and underwear in one movement and threw them off the bed. My big, beautiful Baz was naked between my legs. I'll always prefer a good pounding. I was made to be fucked, and now only by you. But you were right about something. About what? I relaxed now that it seemed we were on the same page about what we wanted. You said I like muscular guys, and you were right. I do. I love to worship my man's muscles. What? Let me show you. Baz burrowed his face into my neck and kissed me there, trailing his tongue down the cords of muscles he found. He traced the length of my shoulder, kissing and moaning. His skillful tongue lapped at the nipple of my right pec. He licked and tugged at the tight bud, and then buried his face into my hard chest. I want to kiss and lick every muscle. He rubbed his cheek against my obliques, sniffing me, nosing me, following by licking every crest, every cut line. His breathing increased, hot and heavy against my flesh. Fuck, I was getting hard again. He kissed all the way down to my pelvic bone, and when he was done, he made his way back up my body, trailing his fingers over every muscle he could find. Now let me do your back, he whispered. How could this turn him on so much? He was doing everything to me, yet his shallow pants didn't lie. Baz was getting off on all the attention. Worshipping, he'd called it. He paid my body. He stroked over the muscles in my back, kissed and rubbed his face over my body. He didn't stop at my back either, but kissed and kneaded the muscles in my ass, my thighs, my legs. You're amazing, he panted. I want to paint your abs with my cum and sip it from your muscles. Will you let me? Well, when he put it like that, how could I resist? I flipped over and Baz straddled my thighs. With one hand, he stroked me wherever he could reach, and with the other, he pumped his cock. Flushed pink from the blood flow and his rough handling. You feel so good, Andy. He fucked his fist harder. So fucking good. Andy! He shouted my name as he came, splattering my stomach with his cum. Baz breathed through his mouth heavily, moaning as he squeezed the last bit onto me. His chest, the soft flesh there, his neck and cheeks were flushed. His stomach jiggled with his deep breaths. I grasped his thick thighs, needing to hold on to him. Baz, my God, Baz, you're... I shook my head, unable to find the right words to describe this magnificent man. With 2 fingers, he spread his cum into the grooves of my abs. He followed his movement eagerly. I have so much to teach you, he whispered. How open are you to learning? He raised his head and stared right at me as he leaned over and licked his cum from my abs. If everything he had to teach me was as hot as watching him right then, I was very much open to learning everything. 14. Baz. Mine. The word popped into my head as I rubbed the soap over Andy's chest, reveling in his rippling muscles. Would he think me weird if I licked his muscles again? My brain was still buzzing over having one of my deepest desires fulfilled. Andy was as scrumptious to lick as I'd imagined all these years. He bulged in all the right places. I don't get it, Andy said, his voice low and relaxed. After we'd had sex, we'd both fallen asleep, and had woken up about 15 minutes ago. As soon as we'd crawled out of bed and into the bathroom, I'd taken the soap from him. He hadn't objected, but stood still, allowing me to worship his hard body. What don't you get? I asked. This fascination you have with my muscles. He cupped my ample hips and smoothed his hands up my sides. You never showed any indication that you wanted to lift weight and gain muscle. That's because I don't. I placed the soap bar in the dish and rubbed my soapy hands down his chest, washing away whatever trace of cum might be left in those delectable abs of his. Muscles look great on you, but it has no bearing on how I see myself. I smiled up at him. My fascination with your muscles, as you put it, is me wanting to lick and touch them, not for me to have them. Yeah, I'm still confused about the whole muscle worship thing if you're not personally into building muscles. I bit my lower lip. How to explain it to him in a way that he would understand? Turn around. When he presented me with his back, I gave it the same attention I'd done to his front. Think about it this way. You know how sometimes I say that an outfit looks good on someone and it does, But I couldn't pull it off, nor do I want to. Yeah? It's kind of the same. So the muscles look good on you, and I'm totally into it for you. But I can't imagine ever packing the way you are. Does that make sense? I guess when you put it like that. He turned around and took up the soap. And you have my permission to worship my muscles anytime you want. If you allow me to do the same, worship all your curves. I'd been worshiping muscle for years, but this was the first time a man had returned the sentiment. Andy rubbed the soap over my chest, around the soft tissue of my breasts, teasing my nipples with his fingers. I gasped. He chuckled. Ah, someone's sensitive here. Yes, very. You said you like bottoming. What else do you like in the bedroom other than deep-throating, swallowing your own cum, and licking my muscles? I like lots of things, but just because I like them doesn't mean you have to as well. We'll experiment and find out what works for us. I like the sound of that. I slipped my arms around his neck and tilted my head. Andy lowered his and covered my lips with his. I hummed at the back of my throat, my stomach dancing with joy at the feel of his tongue along mine. He ran his broad hands down my naked back and cupped my generous ass. I couldn't wait to have him slide his cock into me. But we'd done enough for now. I tore my lips away from him and turned the shower head on to full force. Andy yelped and tried to duck from beneath the spray, but I blocked him. You, he sputtered, yanking me forward and stepping back so the water hit me right in the face. All right, you win. He released me and lowered the water pressure. I got out of the shower first, and we took turns drying each other off. Would I ever tire of touching him? He seemed just as intent to touch me, too. Are you hungry? He asked in the bedroom as we dressed. We slept through breakfast. I slapped his ass as I passed him. I don't know about you, but I got enough nutrients this morning for breakfast. The blush that stained his cheeks had me chuckling. He wasn't used to this side of me, but he would come to learn I wasn't a prude in the least. I'm talking about actual food. Are you saying you're not hungry, so I could go out and get only myself something to eat? You do that, Anderson, and you'll never get back between my sheets. Then don't take too long to get dressed. I gotta run next door and change into fresh clothes. And then I'll take you out to get something to eat. I'll be ready. After Andy left, I flung my closet doors open and rifled through my outfits. Did I feel femme or masc today? Maybe a bit of both? But I needed colors. Bright colors to show the world how happy I was that I'd finally gotten my man. I paired green linen paper bag tapered pants with a russet top that draped flatteringly over my frame, and a pair of mules with bows at the front. As I was debating between two scarves to complete my ensemble, Andy walked in. He groaned. Aren't you ready? Almost. Just need to choose between these two scarves. What do you think? Years ago, when he hadn't known me better, Andy would have told me to not wear any scarf at all or to just choose one. He'd learned neither of those were appropriate answers. Now he gave them both careful consideration, even if he didn't have any fashion sense. Proved by the generic black jeans riding his thigh like a horny hooker, and the tight white shirt that put his pecs on display. The one on the left, he said. I prefer this one, I pouted, holding up my right hand. He threw his hands up. Why did you even ask me if you wouldn't take my suggestion? You're right. I'll wear this one then. I quickly wrapped the scarf around my neck and grabbed my wallet and keys. You know, I should be the one taking you for brunch, I said as we descended the stairs together. You got my car fixed, brought me lunch at work, and took me on a lunch date. Are you keeping tabs? Well, I don't want you to appear the better boyfriend. I locked up the house and turned. He hadn't moved but blocked my path. What? That's the first time you've called me boyfriend. You like it? I do. I haven't been anyone's boyfriend in a long time. Mal and... Never mind. We don't need to talk about that. I followed him down the steps to his car. I waited until we were buckled in to follow up. Andy, you and Mal were together for years. You know I don't expect you not to talk about her, right? It just feels weird. I don't want to bring up memories that'll get you down.
I don't begrudge you what you had with her. You were together years before you met me, and seeing the way you treated her in that relationship showed me the man you are. I leaned sideways and kissed his cheek. You don't have to watch what you say around me.
That's good. It would be hard to pretend the last 14 years of my life didn't happen.
He took me to one of my favorite restaurants to eat breakfast. The Homemade Forte was a small diner owned by a sister and brother who had taken up the business after their parents died. The furniture and counters were rustic wood, but the second we entered, the delicious aroma had us salivating. We seated ourselves and dismissed the menus, since we already knew what we wanted to order. Brunch went by quickly, and at the end we argued over splitting the bill, something we'd never done before.
I don't see what the big deal is.
Andy held the door open for me to get out ahead of him.
I always pay for our lunch.
But that's when we were just friends. Now maybe we should make things a bit more equal. Sometimes I'll get the bill and sometimes you can.
Or I can take care of it all the time.
I glared at him over my shoulder. Don't be sexist. He scoffed.
How am I being sexist? We're both men.
I came to a halt and poked him in the chest. Did you or did you not pay when you went out with Mal?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with us?
You're trying to push me into Mal's space, so you think you should always pay because you're the man of the relationship.
I don't know why we're fighting over this. I always paid for our lunch.
But we were just friends. It's different now. I want to be an equal in our relationship and not boxed into some stereotypical role you have in your head of how you should treat a woman. He huffed out a breath, and a couple walking toward the restaurant gave us a wide berth. Good God, we were having our first argument as boyfriends in the streets, broadcasting our business for all to hear.
You keep saying that. I am not treating you like a woman. I'm treating you like someone I'm in a relationship with. Your gender has nothing to do with it. I simply like to treat my partners. Why is that so wrong all of a sudden?
My cheeks burned and insecurity weighed heavily in my gut. I hated it. I'd never been an insecure man, not in a damn long time, and here I was worried.
What's this really about, Baz?
He closed the gap between us and rested both hands on my hips. We touched a lot in private, but I never expected him to be so comfortable touching me that familiarly in public. It made me ridiculously happy. Okay, you're right. I pressed a hand to his chest. His heart thudded steadily. I was worried about the place I now occupy in your life. That you're just substituting me for Mal. But I don't want to be your male version of her.
Baz, if I wanted to be with Mal, I would be with Mal. Understood?
I nodded.
Good. Now let's go get you that bicycle I promised you.
He took my hand and we continued our walk.
I can't ride, I spluttered. You don't trust that I can teach you?
I groaned. This is important to you?
It's something we can do together, unless you'd really rather not.
Fine, we can buy me a bicycle. Andy must have had this in mind from before. He knew exactly where to take us. Macintosh Cycling and Fitness. We barely had a foot in when a gangly guy who looked fresh out of his teens approached us.
Hey, I'm Ty. Looking for anything special?
He scanned over me, then settled his gaze on Andy.
Yes, we're looking for a bike. Experienced rider, right? Not for me. A beginner bike for Baz. Something he'll be able to handle as a noob.
Ty swept his gaze over me again.
Ah, okay. Step this way and I'll show you what we have.
I knew nothing about bikes, so I hung back and allowed the two men to discuss the finer points of what would make a suitable bike for me. A sleek pink and white helmet caught my eye. If I was going to get on a bike with Andy, I might as well look good doing it.
What do you think, Baz?
I spun around to Andy and Ty and the electric orange bicycle between them. There went the pink and white helmet. It looks great, but I'll need a matching helmet. And do you have one of those basket thingies I can attach at the front? Andy groaned.
What do you need a basket for?
To store things. It's not like a car where I can put everything in the trunk.
Fine, you can have a basket.
Andy turned to Ty.
Do you think you can find one?
I'm sure we can. Let me hook you right up, and then you and your, friend will be set. He'll definitely lose some of that weight in no time." My jaw dropped open. Did I just hear right?
"What the hell was that?"
Andy demanded, his tone hard. "What's what?" The clueless clerk frowned at Andy as though genuinely not seeing anything wrong with what he just said. "It's an excellent bike, sturdy enough to hold his weight, and it's a guarantee he'll lose some weight if he takes it out for a spin a few times a week." Beside me, Andy stiffened.
"First of all, he's standing right there, and it's disrespectful talking about him as if he's not here. Second, no one asked your opinion on his weight. We came here to buy a bike and not for unsolicited commentary on my boyfriend."
Ty's face paled, and he glanced nervously at a man frowning at us from across the room, probably his boss. "I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean anything by it. I just assumed—"
"Baz, we're leaving."
Andy took my arm and marched from the store without waiting for the rest of the explanation. "But what about the bike?"
"We can buy it elsewhere. Or maybe I shouldn't have tried forcing you to get one. I'm sorry."
"No, it's okay. I want to ride with you." He squeezed my hand.
"I'm sorry you had to listen to that idiot. But you know he's wrong, right? My intention for us riding together has nothing to do with any secret desire to get you skinny."
He lowered his head and kissed me hard right there in front of God and anyone who happened by.
"Because I find you sexy as hell the way you are, Baz. And if at any point you decide you need to lose weight, that will all be on you. It has absolutely nothing to do with me and doesn't change the way I feel about you. I want you to understand that."
I brushed a lock of hair back from his forehead and smiled. "I understand, Andy. Believe me, I do. But let's get a bike anyway. Hopefully you have nothing planned for the rest of the evening because you're going to teach me how to ride." I grinned up at him and leaned in closer. "And then later, I'll return the favor and show you how I know to ride. Fast and hard."
15. Andy.
"Maybe we should cook at my place,"
Baz said as I unlocked the front door. I stepped aside to let him in. "Our kitchen is bigger, and since I volunteered to help you, we need all the space we can get." He chewed on his plump bottom lip.
"But it feels weird having you refer to it as our kitchen, meaning you and Mal."
"Just an expression. The divorce can't be filed until we're separated for at least 6 months. But she moved out, Baz."
"Okay."
He walked ahead of me, carrying one of the brown paper bags. On our way home, we'd stopped by the supermarket to buy the food we need for tonight's dinner.
"Have you thought about what you're going to do with the house?"
He placed the paper bag on the island and unloaded the items. "No, we haven't discussed that far ahead. I'm not sure she'll want the house, but if she does, then she can have it." He glanced up, his eyes stricken.
"But the whole point of me moving next door was to be close to you. You'd move somewhere else?"
"I'm sure we'd figure something out. Don't worry about it."
"I just don't want you to have a nasty divorce. I want us all to remain friends."
"Neither of us is bitter about the divorce. We both have someone else we love in our lives, and we're ready to move on. Besides, I'd sooner part with everything than fight over stuff with Mal." He nodded.
"Okay, I just worry. Do you think we should have waited until your divorce was finalized to get together?"
I snuck up behind Baz and wrapped my arms around his waist. "Out of what? Pretense? I don't want to spend another minute with you in this world and not mine." He tilted his head to the side and I kissed his neck. I chuckled. "I thought we were going to cook." He pushed his ass into my groin.
"Then get off unless you're ready to use that thing that's poking me."
"I'm not even hard." But I released him and helped to finish up packing the groceries. He was the expert, so I stood aside as he opened cupboards, took out plastic containers, and placed them on the counter.
"Get the chicken breasts and empty them into this bowl, will you?"
"Yes, sir." He grinned. "Ooh, I like that. You keep it up." Cooking with Baz was fun and flirty. He made everything sound sexy even when he wasn't trying. He did most of the work, seasoning the chicken breasts while I fetched whatever we needed, like his good little errand boy. Baz moved efficiently, slicing into the chicken breasts and pounding it. "A good, careful pounding is just what this needs,"
He flashed those damn dimples at me, and although I hadn't been hard when we started, my cock was digging into my zipper now, and he damn well knew it too. What would he do if I untied the bow at the front of his pants and pulled them down? Would he be up for it if I fucked him right here while he prepped the chicken? Andy, your mind's wandering. I glared at his knowing grin. Because you keep saying things. What things? I'm just teaching you how to make chicken cordon bleu, so you don't have to waste money at an expensive restaurant. I know how much you like it. What else do you like? You, Baz. I happen to like you very much. That's sweet. Pass me the cling wrap, please. He couldn't even throw me a bone. With a sigh, I handed him the box of cling wrap. Here you go. Thanks, love. He packed the chicken with the Swiss cheese and ham, then rolled them up. All nice and tight the way we want them. Not too loose so things don't fall apart. I gritted my teeth as he packed the rolled chicken breasts into a glass container. Now we put them in the fridge for 45 minutes. I wonder what we're going to do in that time. He glanced over his shoulder at me. Want to watch some TV? A game might be on. No, I want you to wash your hands and come with me. Whatever for? Don't make me put you over my knees, Baz. Now, why would I want to stand in the way of that? Do you know how much I like when my ass gets a good spanking? I sucked in a deep breath. You do? Yeah. I even have a paddle you can use. Yes. He laughed. All right. Let me get it from my place and I'll meet you in your bed. You'll be back, won't you? I will. I just need a moment to prepare if we're going to go all the way to penetration. My chest tightened. Yes. Okay, I'll see you in a few. Baz headed for his place, and I tore up the stairs to use the bathroom and freshen up, since we'd been out for practically the entire day. I toweled my body dry and returned to the bedroom. Should I really put clothes on when I was going to take them off anyway? I glanced around the room. Everything looked so bare. I could do better than this for Baz, couldn't I? Candles, that would make all the difference. We had many since Mal always liked to light them around the house. I brought a dozen up to the bedroom and strategically placed them around the bed. With the bedroom light off, the soft flickering glow was perfect. Did I need music? I fiddled with my phone, scrolling through my selection. I hadn't been in any mood to listen to music for months, and I had nothing new added to my playlist. Did Baz even need music? What if he laughed at all the fuss I was making? Fuck, maybe the candles were too much. I needed to get rid of them. A knock sounded on the door, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Baz came in wearing just a robe that fell mid-thigh. The fresh scent of his soap wafted to me from across the room. I wasn't the only one who'd washed up. He had a small case in his hand. Wow, this looks great. Do you know how rare it is to find a guy who actually makes the effort? He walked right up to me and slipped his arms up my chest and around my neck. That's why I always appreciate you so much, Andy. You know how to make me feel special, even when we're just friends. I let out a soft breath and relaxed. This was Baz. He wouldn't make fun of me if I got something wrong. I was trying to find a playlist. Do you like anything? Oh, we get to fuck to music too? Let me. He took the phone from me and found a playlist someone had already built for passionate sex. That can be our next project. Make a playlist just for us. What do you think? Yes. As the soft, pulsating beat filled my room, I captured Baz's lips with mine. He moaned into my mouth, tightening his hands around my neck. I dropped my hands to his ass and kneaded his cheeks. There was so much of it. I just wanted to bury my face between them. I pulled back and stared at him. Something wrong? God, no. Everything is right. Did you bring the paddle? Yes. He opened the case and showed me the bright red paddle with a black handle inside. Before you spank my ass raw, can we just kiss a bit first? He didn't need to ask twice. I backed Baz up against the bed, and when he sat, I straddled his thighs and devoured his mouth all at once. He caressed the muscles on my back, panting against me. I stroked his tongue with mine, nipped at his bottom lip, and kissed him over and over while rubbing against his soft belly. "Andy," he moaned, "remember our traffic light system?" "Yes." I trailed kisses across his cheek and down his neck. "I want to take a bite out of you." A shiver ran through him. "Do it. I love that. I love a little bit of pain." I sank my teeth into his shoulder and was rewarded with a cry that tore from his lips. I licked the bruised flesh that was already pinkening from my assault. "I want you on your knees." I slid off him, went over to the night table, and ripped off a condom in the lube. Baz perched at the edge of the bed. The robe had ridden up his thighs and gave me a peek at his bare ass cheeks. His torso was flat on the bed and his ass high in the air, knees apart. Oh my God, Baz. I picked up the paddle and used the handle to flip the hem of the robe up. Lust pummeled through me into an uncomfortable hardness between my thighs. He wasn't completely naked underneath. A lace thong partially covered Baz's ass. The sight of his ass and lace was like crack, a drug I didn't know I needed. Fuck. I dropped the paddle back to the bed. Before I marred the perfect cream flesh I needed to touch. I spread my hands over his ass, rubbing and cupping. Baz shifted restlessly under the quest of my hands to learn the shape of him. Leaning forward, I kissed his right cheek, then sank my teeth into the meaty underside. Baz gasped, then moaned, "Do that again." I obliged, nipping at his ass, leaving both cheeks covered in my teeth marks. Baz's low moans mingled with the soft music playing in the background. When I was satisfied, I grabbed the paddle. "I'm going to smack you now. You tell me if you want it harder or softer." "Yes, just do it, please. I'm so hard for you, Andy." He wasn't the only one hard. If we hadn't already decided on this, I would have said fuck it with the paddle and mounted him. I wanted to give in to my baser instincts, climb on top of him and sheath myself in the willing hole he was providing. "How many?" I asked. "A dozen, 6 on each side. Start gently, then increase. I'll count each strike. Once I'm counting, you know I'm fine." The paddle connected with a soft slap, and his cheek jiggled under the impact. I liked that way too much. Spank, spank, spank. I delivered the next 3 while he called out the number. The first 4 smacks were soft, too soft. I applied more pressure and he gasped. Much better. 5. Smack, smack. 6, 7. He squirmed, his ass cheeks a delightful reddish pink. I found paler flesh where I hadn't smacked him yet, and I fired off the next 3. Sweat coated his back and he moaned, chest heaving against the bed. "The last 2 are going to hurt more," I said to prepare him before delivering the penultimate blow. Baz cried out his number, his voice sounding hoarse. "What color?" I rasped. "Green. Make it real hard." "Harder than the last?" "Yes, but then you have to kiss it and make it better." That I could do. I raised my hand and leveled the sharp slap hard on his left cheek. A sob choked out of him. I dropped the paddle to the bed and smoothed my hand over his back. "Shh, I'll make it better, I swear. I'll always make it better." His ass was a deliciously bright pink. I placed soft kisses over his skin and murmured that it was over. I wasn't going to hurt him anymore until his sobs quieted. Who would have known that I enjoyed hearing Baz's sobs, knowing I was responsible for them, just as I was for drying up those tears. And I knew one thing for sure that would do the trick. I hooked a finger in the string that crested Baz's cheeks and tugged at it. I caught the other end down to his taint and rubbed the material back and forth. His knees spread his knees wider. "So good. I'm ready for you when you are." But I wasn't ready for him yet. I spread the string hooked by my index finger and pried Baz's cheeks to reveal the darker hue of his asshole, ready for penetration. I tapped the index finger of my free hand against the puckered flesh. It tightened, then relaxed. With the pad of my finger, I rubbed over the hole and dipped my finger inside, testing him. He'd already applied lube, and my finger easily slid inside him. "Andy!" He pulled off my finger but pressed his ass back to claim it. I picked up the lube and got my fingers all slick, then slipped 2 inside him. The stretch was tight. Being inside his ass would be amazing, and it wasn't like this would be my first time, though I'd experienced it infrequently. Baz's moans overpowered the music, but I didn't mind it in the least. I loved the throaty sound of his desire. Fucking his ass with my fingers, I stretched him, loosened up those muscles to stop resisting me. And truth be told, in the time I'd seen Baz's naked ass and the way it moved like rippling waves, I'd simply become fascinated. I could play with his hole forever, but my dick disagreed. I trailed my nails down his inner thigh and he shivered. On your back, Baz. I want to kiss you while I'm buried deep inside you. Need to see your face and how much you're enjoying your best friend's dick pounding you. He groaned and turned over, shifting to the center of the bed. I didn't take my eyes off him as I removed the condom from the packet and rolled it down my dick. Baz fisted his cock and stroked himself lazily, biting his bottom lip as he watched me. You're going to wreck me with that monster between your legs? I hesitated as I squeezed a generous amount of lube onto my cock. I can go slow. I wasn't complaining. I'm gonna love every inch of that fucking me. Promise me you won't be gentle. How about I promise you that you'll like it, whether gentle or hard. Just don't torture me with it. He spread his legs and planted his feet on the bed. Staring directly into my eyes, he spat in his hand and brought his hand to his hole. 2 plump fingers fucked himself. My nostrils flared as he slapped his hole. Come take it. You know it's all yours. What are you going to do with it? I'd rather show you. I settled between his parted thighs and leaned forward to kiss him hard, smashing my lips into his. I sucked his tongue into my mouth and pushed my dick against his hole. His body curved up into me as I filled him up, giving him every inch he'd asked for. Baz grasped my shoulders, his fingernails digging into my skin. He gasped against my lips. That's it. Own it, Andy. Show me that it's yours. Fuck yes. This tight ass is mine, Baz. I eased out of him with care and slammed my way back inside, rocking the bed. The candlelight danced over his features, playing peekaboo with the pleasure on his face. Yes, he hissed. Do it again. I slowly retreated out, then rammed hard into him. Fuck, he felt so good. I couldn't stop, couldn't pull completely out anymore. It was happening way too fast. I'd meant to take my time, but I couldn't stop fucking Baz. Baz, oh fuck, Baz, I'm sorry. Where was the finesse? The years of experience bringing someone else pleasure before mine. I caught Baz's legs and pressed them up into his chest. He let go of me and clawed at the sheets, his cries loud sobs that begged me. But what did he want? Should I slow down? Fuck, I couldn't. So good, too good. I'm so fucking sorry, Baz. I kept muttering an apology as I unleashed the years of no sex on him. I eyed how his hole sucked me in, the way he pushed out, and his pucker spread around my girth, gripping me on every slip and slide. Don't stop! Don't stop! Yes! Yes! Baz's chants filled the room. He reached between us and took hold of his cock, stroking himself with just as much force as I rocked into him. Sweat trickled down my back into my eyes. It stung like a bitch, but short of the world ending, and maybe not even then, could I stop fucking him. My best friend, my lover. He stiffened beneath me and cried out. Relief coursed through me at the cum emptying onto his belly. I let go and allowed the thundering climax to smash through me. My only regret was my seed filling the latex instead of him. I breathed hard, sucking air through my mouth. Baz's chest rose and plummeted. I released his legs. He placed a hand at my back and closed his eyes tight. Baz, did I hurt you? I asked, concerned at how overwhelmed he seemed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go so hard, but it's been so long, and if you've ever been inside you, Baz, you'd know how impossible it was to stop. Baz's lips curved into a smile and he opened his eyes.
I'm not hurt, not upset. This was so much more than I could ever have imagined between us, Andy. Did you feel it too?
Yes. Everything fitted. We fitted together. I pulled out of Baz and tied off the condom. Stay there. Don't move.
Move? I'll be sitting gingerly tonight while you finish dinner under my tutelage. Damn, Andy. You got a lot of power in those hips.
My cheeks burned. I'm sure we can manage dinner, but let me clean us up first. I got a fresh towel from the bathroom and returned to Baz. I cleaned up his stomach, then rubbed the cloth gently between his cheeks. He hummed softly as the warmth of the towel pressed against his hole. Would a warm bath help? I asked.
It actually would.
I kissed the skin between his shoulder blades. I'm going to run you one.
Only if you share it with me.
Deal. At the bathroom door, I glanced over my shoulder at a naked Baz. My chest swelled with emotions. I had one failed relationship behind me. Whatever it took, I would make sure I never lost Baz. He meant too much to me. He always had. But now that we were lovers, he just cemented his place into my heart. Surely it was impossible for anyone else to love someone the way I loved Baz. And nobody could tell me otherwise. No wonder my marriage had failed. It would never have worked out, no matter how much effort we put into it. It was always going to be Baz.
16. Baz. Baz. Chloe smiled at me as I entered her office. Come on in. Such a cute scarf, and you're absolutely radiant today. The nervousness that had been bucking and swaying inside my gut gentled. I closed the door behind me and approached her desk. Thanks, Chloe. I'd like to talk to you about the article I was working on. Of course, have a seat and tell me. How's it going? I stared at the fresh coat of nail polish I'd applied to my nails yesterday after Andy and I took a break from exploring sex together. Andy, the reason I was here. I'm afraid the article isn't going as well as I'd hoped. After you told me to make it personal, I thought about why I wanted to do the article in the first place, and kind of started dating my best friend to prove I was right. And how's that going? I'm not sure where to start with what I've discovered. Forget about the article for now. I meant you dating your best friend. Are you happy, Baz? Yes. I giggled and immediately stopped. You didn't giggle in front of your boss. I cleared my throat. I mean, I've had a thing for him for so long, and apparently he did for me too. Then congratulations. I'm glad you're getting your heart's desire. I stared at Chloe. She was an amazing boss. How many bosses would care if their workers were happy and in a relationship? Thank you. Now about that article. Tell me what you were going for and what you now think. I gripped the arms of the chair. I was looking at reasons it would be terrible to date one's best friend, the biggest of which is the potential to ruin a great friendship should the relationship fail. And now? It's scary, but after what I've experienced with Andy over the past week, it was so worth it. The prospect of never knowing each other the way we do is more frightening now that we've seen how good we are together. Go on. I was thinking of arguing how dating someone new is exciting because you get to know them and solve the puzzle of who they are. Where's the fun in that if you already know everything about each other? And you don't feel the same now. I find there are things about Andy I didn't know as a friend, but that I know now from dating him. And it's not such a bad idea that we know so much about each other already. It means there are fewer awkward moments, but there are still some. I'd never have thought I'd ever be awkward around him after these years of friendship, but it turns out when you're in a relationship, something changes. I blathered on about my preconceived notions about dating my best friend and how I was proven wrong just from dating him for 1 week. Now you see my dilemma, I concluded. The point of my article doesn't even make sense anymore. Chloe crossed her arms and sat back in her chair. I don't see a dilemma here, Baz. What I see is your experience shining through for this article.
You thought one thing and encountered another. Share it as you just did with me. It will make the article so much stronger reading about your personal experience on the topic. Don't doubt yourself, Baz. You're doing a good job. I am? You are, and it seems you've even found love in the process. I couldn't be happier for you. Now get that article written. I'm giving you until the start of next week. Can you have it ready by then? Yes, I can. Good. I swept out of Chloe's office, more self-assured now that I had her approval. Stephanie waved at me from her desk. I'd been so worried she would be upset about what had happened at her house party, but she had apologized for Andy being harassed. She had also asked those at the party to delete the videos they had taken, but a few had popped up online anyway. I hadn't watched them, preferring not to go down that path on social media. I'm sorry again about the party, she said. I'm having a more quiet affair over the weekend. Just another couple for games night, and thought you and your friend would like to join us. That sounds lovely, but this weekend might not be so good. I'm planning to visit my parents, and my mom would never let me off the hook. No prob. We do it once every month, so maybe we'll see you there next time. Sure, that's good. The office was almost empty as the workday had already ended. Elliot had left early. I gathered my stuff and made a stop at the bathroom, then took the elevator down. Maybe I should pick something up for Andy and me to eat. I was too tired to cook anything, and I could do with a good old-fashioned nap. Andy had worn me out over the weekend, but my cock still twitched thinking about the way he'd fucked me so desperately, as if he couldn't have enough. On the way home, I stopped at Dee's Delight, a soul food restaurant I probably should avoid. Oh well, I could do that some other time. The place was packed, so it took a while to get my order to go. I snapped a photo of myself and posted it to Instagram, since I'd forgotten to update my status all day. Here you go, sir. I shoved my phone into my pocket and smiled at the server. Thank you, this smells great. Someone held the door for me as I walked out the door. I carefully placed the food bag on the front seat and shut the door. The evening traffic was exhausting, and not even music helped. When I parked in my driveway, relief coursed through my veins. Finally. I'd stacked the food on the counter in the kitchen when footsteps echoed in the hall. Baz? I smiled. In the kitchen. Andy strolled in, wearing his riding gear that left little to the imagination, especially since I had nothing to imagine now. The black bike shorts clung to his muscled thighs, and the bulge between his legs was begging to be freed. Hey, you brought food. His arm circled my waist, and he lowered his head. I tilted mine and met his kiss. How did this feel so natural, like we'd been kissing for years? I sighed, and when he released my lips, I leaned into him with my eyes closed. What's wrong? Nothing, just tired. Damn, then you can't go for a ride with me? I'd gotten the hang of riding a bike, but we still hadn't left our street. Definitely not this evening. I pressed my cheek into his muscled chest and sighed again. I'm going to take a shower, park my ass in front of the TV, and fall asleep to whatever reality TV show I can find. Andy chuckled and patted my ass. Did I wear you out over the weekend? It's your fault for telling me how you like it. I pushed off his chest and squirmed out of his arms. Well, I didn't know you would understand the assignment so well. That's a compliment, by the way. Then thank you. I aim to please. Shoo! I waved a hand at him. Go on your ride and don't get me excited. Next thing you know, you'll have me naked right here in this kitchen. Is that what you want? It was, but I was tired. Andy! All right, I'm going. He kissed my cheek. Take your nap and I'll be back later. Okay, we can eat when you return. I almost called Andy back as he strode from the kitchen, that hard ass just out of reach. The front door closed and I sighed. I needed sleep more than sex. After showering and changing into something more comfortable, I brought a blanket with me downstairs and stationed myself on the long couch. I couldn't have gotten more than 5 minutes of Chrisley's voice before I dozed off. The boom of thunder jerked me awake. I sat up on the couch, my heart pounding. The TV had timed out and I stared into the darkness. A streak of lightning illuminated the room for a split second before another thunder rumbled. How long had I been sleeping? I turned the TV on and noted the time. I'd been sleeping for almost 2 hours. Didn't Andy get back yet? I shoved the blanket off and walked to the side door, where I had a view of the house next door. Why weren't any of the lights on? I tried Andy's cell phone, but it rang without an answer. He would have come straight here after his ride. Did this mean he wasn't back yet? But it was pouring outside, and it had gotten dark way too fast. Maybe he was in the shower and didn't hear his phone ringing. I had to know. I put on my rubber boots and shrugged on my yellow raincoat. Umbrellas were useless in this kind of weather, as I'd learned from the day Andy and I met. The wind tore the door from my hand, and I had to grapple to shut it. I took a deep breath, then rushed out into the pummeling rain. Despite the protective hood, my face got wet, and I could hardly see, much less hear anything. Lightning flashed, and I clapped my hands to my ears in anticipation of the thunder. When it rolled on by, I removed my hands and dashed the rest of the way up the steps of the house. I let myself in, slamming the door shut behind me. Complete darkness. There was no way Andy was home. I clicked on the light, shrugged off my coat, and hung it in the mudroom. Where the hell was Andy? What if he got hurt somewhere? Should I go back to my place in case he went there? But he would see the lights and know I was here. I turned on the lights in the kitchen and living room, then trudged upstairs to find towels and a blanket. I placed them on the sofa and took up vigil. The rain raged on outside, and I had to talk myself out of calling 911. He would know better than to ride in this weather. He would wait it out somewhere and then make it home as soon as he could. About half an hour later, the lightning and thunder ceased, and the rain let up. I sat on the steps with one of his big coats on. The temperature had dropped, and cold air nipped at me. But I wasn't leaving my porch, not until he came home. Fuck. I raised my head from my knees. I must have dozed off again. Andy rode into the garage, soaked through to the bone, but in one piece. Andy! I scrambled to my feet and rushed over to him. Are you hurt? Are you okay? I was so worried about you. Yes, I'm fine. I had to hole up somewhere until the rain eased up a bit. It just came out of nowhere. I touched his arm, which was cold. We need to get you out of these wet clothes and warm you up. I lowered the garage door to keep the biting cold out and grasped the hem of Andy's shirt. His fingers seemed too numb to help, so I pushed his hands aside and undressed him. I left the soaked clothes on the steps and hustled him inside the house where it was warm. God, that feels good, he moaned. Don't stop. I have towels and a blanket in the living room. He rubbed his hands together, and I grabbed a towel and started on his body. I dried him off quickly, then draped him in the blanket. Hold on to it. Your hair's wet too. He sat on the sofa, and I straddled his lap and rubbed his hair with a dry towel. I'm so glad you're okay. I woke up and saw it was raining and you weren't back. Do you know how worried I was, Andy? Andy! He'd pushed his hands into my shorts and cupped my ass. What are you doing? Your hands are icy. Isn't it obvious? I'm warming them up. Then put them inside the blanket. You rubbing on me has made me more than warm, Baz. Do you know what you sitting on my lap does to me? I want to fuck you. He squeezed my ass and I dropped the towel, lowering my head to kiss him. His fingers must have indeed warmed up, because he had no issue at all peeling down my shorts. I shifted so he could rip them off. Fuck, I love the way you look in lace. He nipped at my bottom lip, framing my ass. Tell me you want it. I groaned. You know I do. How could I resist when he worked over my body so well? Kneel on the couch. I'm going to get the lube. Andy. Baz rolled over onto the couch. I smacked his ass hard once and grinned at his yelp as I rushed up the stairs, my hard cock leading the way. I grabbed the lube and condoms. For a moment, regret hit that I had to use them at all. Mal and I had been together so long that we never used them. It wasn't until we started drifting apart that she'd asked for them, and I'd respected her wishes. I should have known right then that our relationship would never recover. Baz had removed his shirt and kneeled on the couch with his back to me, lace stretched over that gorgeous ass. Don't just stand there gawking. He slapped his ass hard enough to leave an imprint. You started it. And I'm gonna finish it. Put your hands on the couch, Baz. Only I get to touch you. Possessive. I like it. He locked his fingers together and I groaned. I slipped on the condom and lubed up. Dropping to my knees, I freed his cock and balls from the lace. He was already hard. I stroked his length and licked at his balls, my first taste of a man's testicle. It wasn't unpleasant. I released him from my mouth and turned. Come down a bit, Baz. I want to taste you. I'd watched him suck on my cock over the weekend. As much as he thought I shouldn't be returning favors in the bedroom, I couldn't help it. I wanted to pleasure Baz as much as he did me. Baz scooted down to the edge of the sofa, and I slid between his thighs. His cock bumped my chin. I guided it to my mouth and tasted. Warm, hard flesh with a bitterish tang. It wasn't exactly great, but nothing to turn me off either. And the way he moaned when he shifted to feed me more of his cock made me want to do anything to hear more. Hips rolling, Baz carefully fucked my mouth like I'd done his. The sofa rocked and groaned with each movement. "Stop, stop, stop!" he cried out, and I slipped out from under him. "What?" "Too good. I was gonna come if you kept sucking me off like that." "So you liked it?" I squirted lube onto my fingers and massaged two inside his tight body. "Yes," he moaned. "How much?" "A lot. Will you stop teasing me already and fuck me, Andy?" I kissed the center of his back. "Why are you always so impatient? It's a good thing seeing you so desperate for my cock turns me on." "Andy!" I laughed. Okay. I spread his cheeks apart and stopped laughing as I pushed inside him. I groaned at the sight of my cock buried deep in Baz's body. "Just like that, muscle daddy." I thrust against him over and over, steady and strong, knowing how much he enjoyed being dicked down hard. Having endured mostly silent lovemaking all my life, hearing Baz so loud and gagging for my dick was everything I didn't know I needed. "You like taking this big dick, baby?" The words flowed from my lips. "Oh, fuck. Yes, give it to me. Give it to me." "Gonna give it to you, Baz." My pelvis smacked into his ass over and over, stinging every time it connected, but it was important to make Baz come. "Like that, Baz? You love me stretching that hole open with this cock?" I pulled out and spread him, hissing at the sight of the pinkness of his opening. "Put it back in!" "I love when you beg for it, when you act like you can't do without it now that you've had it." I placed a hand in the center of his back and guided my dick back to his entrance. With one hard thrust, I buried myself into him, grinding my pelvis against his ass. His guttural groans filled the room. "Fuck!" he exploded as I moved. "Keep doing that! Yes, that angle! You're hitting my prostate and it feels so good! Oh, my God!" Baz shuddered, his flesh rippling under the impact. I didn't stop but kept thrusting at the right angle to hit his spot. "Oh God, yes, milk that prostate, baby! Every single drop!" I rode him through his orgasm until he collapsed back against the sofa, spent and breathing hard. I pulled out my dick and ripped off the condom, then stroked my dick, slipping my palm up and down the rigid surface. I stiffened, gasped, and shot ropes of cum onto Baz's big, beautiful ass. Fuck. I collapsed onto the couch beside him, the muscles in my stomach aching. My legs had gone weak, and I might never walk again. "That was so good," Baz whispered. He lowered his head to mine and kissed me lazily. Spent, I cupped his chin and kissed his nose. "I'm so fucking happy with you, Baz." He tucked his face into my neck. "I'm glad, because you always make me happy." 17. Andy. "Can I ask you something personal?" Baz tilted his head back from its position in my lap and peered up at me. It had taken almost half an hour, but we'd crawled upstairs to take a shower and dress. I'd run next door to grab the food Baz had bought us, and we'd piled blankets and pillows on the living room floor and eaten dinner there. It had been the best damn meal I'd had in a long time. Just us, relaxed, in love, and sated on good food and each other. After dinner, we'd poured some wine and settled down to watch the first Jaws movie that ever came out. Hence the reason Baz was all over me. "Shoot, though I'm going to assume it's about my sex life since you know everything else." "Kind of. Is it still okay?" "Yep." "What's your worst sexual experience?" "Other than the first time? Because that was a disaster." "Tell me about it." He scrunched up his face. Damn, it was so long ago. I was 14 and a half. 14? I gawked at him. Isn't that a bit early? He chuckled. Don't say it like that. We were both 14. I guess that's why we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. It was messy and gross and hurt like hell. I almost thought I was a top because I hated it so much. I didn't try again until a couple of years later. And? I tried topping but didn't like it at all. So I returned to bottoming, and it hurt less. By then I'd learned enough about prepping. What about you? You know my dad is a religious nut. Yeah. For a long time I thought to make him accept me that I should try to live my life by his rules. He accepted Mal. We were together for years before we first had sex. It was a bit disappointing. What do you mean? It felt too clinical, and it was so painful for her, so we basically stopped in the middle. After several tries, it got better, which makes it funny that the first time we just hit it off right. You and me. To be fair, both you and Mal were inexperienced, but I knew what I was doing. True. Did you have other horrible experiences after you got older? He buried his face in my stomach. Please don't let me relive them. Just one. Fine. There was this guy I met on Tinder, and we went back to his place for a quick fuck. I spent like 2 hours there waiting for him to get it up, but nothing. It was so embarrassing, especially when I was trying to make him not feel bad about it. But he flipped the script and said he wasn't interested in me because he was grossed out by me being overweight. What the fuck? Then there was the time one of the guys I was having fun with didn't heed my safe signal and almost fucking choked me to death. Tell me you're joking. I tightened my hold on him. It was a long time ago. Hardly worth getting upset about now, although at the time I was pretty steamed up about it. It still didn't beat the time I had sex with this older guy, like way older. And after having sex with me, he locked me up in his library and wouldn't let me out. I was so freaked out because we'd been doing some kinky rope tying, and he didn't untie me. I thought for sure I was fucked. But it turned out his wife had come home unexpectedly, and he didn't have time to explain. My hands had fallen asleep by the time the wife left, and he came back to free me. So you have a thing for married men. Fuck off. He gave me a half-hearted shove. I didn't know the guy was married, and you're going through a divorce. Why am I just hearing about these things? You were overseas when those happened. Plus, I was too embarrassed, so I kept it all a secret. I stroked Baz's cheek. I didn't like that he kept secrets from me. Don't keep things from me, please. I don't know what I'd do if something ever happened to you. I've been more careful over the past few years. Most of the reckless shit I did was when I was younger and out to prove to the world I wasn't any less desirable because I was a bigger boy. And now? Now I don't have to prove anything to anyone. Damn right you don't. Besides, do you know how much I enjoy seeing you naked beneath me? Sometimes I look at you and forget to breathe. I find you sexy as hell, Baz. He grinned. I noticed your fixation with feeling me up, especially a certain part of me. I slipped my hand beneath the blanket and into the elastic waistband of his shorts to feel his ass. He hadn't put back on any underwear after we showered, and I missed the lace. Yeah, well, all the more for me to love. We should get a mirror in the bedroom. Then you'd see the way your ass moves when I fuck you. When you do, you'll understand my fascination. Baz chuckled and hummed contentedly as he returned his attention to the television. I kept stroking the cleft of his ass. You want to do it again, don't you? He whispered. No, I just like touching you. Are you sore? I'd seen him wince earlier, and the way he gingerly lowered himself to the floor. Just a little. Maybe I can help with that. Baz protested as I shifted his head from my lap to the pillow. Where are you going? You said there's something you loved, but I haven't tried yet. I want to. Kneeling at Baz's hips, I hooked my hands into the waistband of his shorts. Up. He raised his hips, and I pulled down his shorts and tossed them to one side on our makeshift nest of love. Spread your legs for me, Baz. Andy. He gasped my name but pushed his thighs apart. You know you don't have to. I spat in my hand and stroked his flaccid dick. Are we going to spend the rest of our lives with you reminding me of things I already know? I want to. I must warn you, I get even more excited when someone eats my ass. Good. I love the way you moan my name. Now do it with my tongue inside you. On your knees. Baz rolled to his knees and I pressed gently on his back until his torso hit the floor. Standing back, I hissed in a breath as I took in every inch of his gorgeous self, spread open for me. If only I had my camera, he would make a beautiful view. That was it. Don't move, I'll be right back. He groaned. Andy, you damn tease! I swear I'm not, this is good. I'd left my camera in the den where I'd had it last, relearning its feel in my hands like a lover's body the way my therapist had explained it to me. I plucked it from the side table and returned to the living room. Baz was in the same position I'd left him in. He raised his head. What are you doing? I want to take photos of you. Erotic photos. Will you allow me to? He bit his bottom lip, then released it. Do you think it will help? I clutched the camera to my chest. I haven't had the urge to photograph anything in a while, Baz. And then there's you, looking so photogenic as always. And I want to capture you before and after. Will you let me? He shrugged. Okay, but you already know I'm no model. I don't need the manufactured perfection of a model. I just need you to be human. I turned on the camera and took a deep breath, then engaged the single shooting mode. I adjusted the lighting and the zoom, and snapped my first picture in over 2 years. Looking at him through the lens was like a new way of viewing Baz, like he was a discovery all over again. My hand shook, and the first pictures came out blurry, but with each click of the shutter, the steadier they became, the more the past faded away. This was now, me taking pictures of the man I loved. Take your cock in your hand, I said hoarsely. Baz reached between his legs, grasped his cock, and stroked. I switched to take multiple photos at once, and had him lie on his side with his knees bent. Next on his back, legs slightly apart. I photographed the hell out of Baz. My cock grew hard, but I'd made him a promise. Back on your knees. I carefully placed the camera aside and kneeled between Baz's thighs. Cupping his balls with one hand, I parted his cheek with the other, and licked a wet stripe from his taint and over his hole. Andy. There it was, the sound of my name on his lips, all husky and needy. For someone so meticulous about their appearance, I was pleased Baz didn't shave his asshole. There was something enticing about the way the wet hair framed the opening. I stroked his cock and licked slowly, passing my tongue over the ribbed edges. Baz whimpered, rocking his ass back against my face. I spread him open, pressing my mouth over his hole, and kissed him right there. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! He writhed, rolling his hips. I stuck my tongue out, and he threw his ass back, riding my tongue. His gasps filled the living room, drowning out the TV audio. Please don't stop! Oh, fuck your tongue! Andy! Oh, God, Andy's so good! I grasped both his hips and held him down so I could feast on his ass. I fucked him with my tongue, simultaneously soothing his ass from our rough fucking earlier, and working with everything I could orally to make him come. I fished between his thighs for his cock and squeezed him gently, tugging at his flesh, stroking him while I plundered his ass with my tongue. The fleshy underside of his ass was too tempting. I bit into the thick flesh, and Baz cried out, his body spasming as he shot ropes of cum onto the blanket. He collapsed onto his stomach, breathing hard. I leaned over his back and kissed his shoulder while rubbing against his ass through the soft material of my sweatpants. Okay, I murmured in his ear. Yes. Did you come? I don't want to fuck you again just yet. You're still sore. Maybe your mouth can help me out? He raised his head and I kissed him. Tell you what, why don't you fuck between my thighs? Yeah? Trust me, it feels good. Try it. Baz rolled onto his side, and I wedged my cock between his thighs just as he'd suggested. It felt awkward, until I moved, thrusting into the crevice that had formed, his skin rubbing against my cock. "That's it," Baz whispered. "I want to see you come." I clutched Baz's hip, nails biting into his flesh as I jacked away between his thighs. I groaned, closing my eyes as I came, cum gushing between his skin. Rubbing his belly, I caressed him as I lazily thrust away the tail end of my climax. "So, how was it?" he asked. "You ask me that a lot." "I know most of this is new for you. I have to check in to make sure that you're okay, that we're okay." "We are. We haven't done a single thing yet I don't want. Don't move." I climbed to my feet and got back my camera. I'd never been one for boudoir photography before, but I was drawn to capturing Baz in post-coital bliss. He looked completed, fucked, spent, ruined, but so content and at peace with what we'd just done. He groaned and pulled a pillow over his face. "No, don't do that. I want to see your face all flushed and happy." "You're embarrassing me." "I am? It's a bit much." "All right, I'll stop." I put the camera away and returned to spoon him, slipping a leg between his. I didn't even mind when I encountered my sticky release between his thighs. How could anything we had produced together be anything but disgustingly beautiful and fulfilling? I kissed Baz's neck and he hummed deep inside his chest the way he did when he was happy. Did I really want to disturb this peace we had found? The rain still beat steadily against the house, albeit not as forceful as before, and the warmth of our bodies and the thermostat meant we were both cozy. "Baz?" He said in a sleepy voice. "Will you be my boyfriend?" "What?" He shifted onto his back and frowned. "What do you mean?" I traced a finger over the folds of his chest. "I mean, I've called you my boyfriend before, but I never asked you if that's what you wanted. So do you want to be my boyfriend?" "Are you sure? You're new to all this. You could explore what's out there instead of settling with the first gay guy you fucked." "This isn't about me fucking your brains out, Baz. I know I can do that with other guys, but I don't want to. When I said I love you, I meant every word. I want to wake up next to you every morning and go to bed with you beside me at night. And when I'm horny, your body is the one I want to be inside. And why do I need anyone else to explore? I can do that with you." Baz placed a hand on my hip. "Just to be clear, are you asking for exclusivity?" "Yes." My heart skipped a beat. "I know you like to party and have sex, but I was hoping the sex part would only be with me from now on." A slow smile spread across Baz's face. "Of course I'll have completely monogamous sex with you, Andy." I closed my eyes and sighed. You have no idea how happy this makes me. I thought my life was over, Baz, but it's not. I want to be with you, and I might be ready to pick up photography again. He wrapped his arms around me and hugged me tight to him. "I'm glad. You know I'm here to stand by you no matter what." "I know. You always have." "And even if your photography takes you to other places, I'll miss you like hell, but I'll always have a nice spread waiting for you when you get back home. I'll always wait on you." I tucked my face against his neck. "About the condoms." Baz chuckled. "I knew that was coming. I don't want to use them with you. I want to be inside you bareback all the time." He stroked a hand down my back. "Sure, that can happen. But we'll keep them for now until we get tested and talk some more about what all of this means for us. How does that sound?" "Like the best damn news I've heard in a long time." 18. Baz. "Andy, I'm leaving." "No." Andy pulled me onto the bed and hugged me to him. "Not ready to let you go yet." My heart melted and I wanted to stay. I wanted to stay so badly, but no, I couldn't. I can't, babe. I need to go home and get dressed for work. Can't you take a personal day? He slipped a hand into the knot of the robe I had on and untied it. I can think of several things we can do together. He rubbed his palm along my belly upward and tweaked my nipples between his fingers. A moan slipped out of my mouth. I gasped and peeled his arm away, scrambling off the bed. Sorry, I can't leave Elliot to fend for themselves on such short notice, but I'll try to leave work on time so we can do something together. Just no cycling. I'm too tired when I get home from work. We can do that on the weekend. I'll hold you to it. What are you going to do while I'm gone? I nodded back the robe, his robe, and swept my phone from the night table. I have a therapy session, but after I'll probably take my camera to the park. Thank God. I smiled at him. I hope it goes well today, but don't fall in love with anyone else by snapping their photo without their permission. He chuckled. You were so mad. It was funny watching you march toward me, fire in your eyes and soaked through. I could see your nipples through your shirt, you know. I think that's when I had the first inkling I might not be straight. I was horrified. You know how sensitive I was about my stretch marks back then. Come on over here and I'll kiss every single one of them. Fat chance. You're like a horny sex machine that keeps going and going, but I have to get going. I blew him a kiss. I'll call you. I closed his bedroom door and, grinning like a maniac, took the stairs quickly. Hopefully I could cross over to my house without anyone looking too closely at what I was wearing. Next time I would bring a few changes of clothing over so I had options. The front door opened and Malia entered. She paused and stared at me. My stomach dipped and my mouth went dry. She didn't see me as the other woman, did she? I'd only listened to Andy's side of events about their divorce. But what if she secretly wanted to work things out with Andy and I was getting in the way? Sorry, I mumbled, my face burning. I was just leaving. I tiptoed past Malia and got to the door. Do you at least love him? Excuse me? I turned around. Do you love my husband? My chest tightened and my knees went weak. If Andy hadn't distracted me, I would have already been next door, and this confrontation wouldn't be happening. Yes, I do. I always have. You've hidden it well. You certainly had me fooled. I didn't fool anyone. Andy was married. I would never have dreamed of coming between you two. I loved you both. If your relationship hadn't ended and you weren't getting a divorce, I would never have told Andy how I felt. Well, don't feel bad about it. Our relationship was doomed from the start. We were both pleasing other people instead of finding out what we really wanted. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I cocked my head. Our fathers were both leaders in our church. They encouraged our relationship. It's a wonder we lasted that long, especially after you came into our lives. I could never compete with you, Baz. He comes alive just from talking about you. I could never cheer him up the way you did after a bad day. I scanned her face but found no malice or hatred for me dating the man she hadn't divorced just yet. I hope I had nothing to do with your decision. That would make me feel awful. It didn't. The moment we both walked away from our parents and their oppressive expectations, we started drifting. There was nothing to hold us together anymore. Don't get me wrong, I cared about Andy deeply. I still do. But we both did ourselves a disservice when we got married. We're finally getting it right, and that's what matters. Please, Baz, don't feel guilty about anything. Just make him happy. He hasn't been happy in a long time. I'll always try to make him happy. I know you will. I won't keep you any longer, but we should plan a date sometime. You, me, Andy, and Phil, who I'm now dating. We can talk about it. After discussing it with Andy to see where his head was at. Our situation might not be antagonistic, but it was still strange going out with his not-quite ex-wife and her boyfriend. For what it's worth, Mal, I'm glad you're happy too. Bianca, you're a lifesaver. I hugged the owner of Bashful, an haute couture boutique downtown where we scoured a few of our more high-end garments and accessories for our photo shoot. I'd been searching all over town for the right bracelet to go with one of our looks for a handbag shoot, and nothing had felt right until Bianca had shown me the double knot bracelet in brass with a gold finish. It was exquisite, beautiful, without being too flashy and detracting from the bag. It was also something I'd love to wear if I could afford the hefty $4,000 price. Anything for you, Baz. She summoned a tall, slender guy with curly brown hair on top and the sides shaven. He wore round glasses that only drew attention to his pretty gray eyes. He was gorgeous. Teddy, can you box this up for Baz to go, please? Sure thing, Miss Bianca. She sighed as he walked off to do her bidding. It's been a week of me trying to get him out of calling me miss, but the boy just insists. He's beautiful, I said, ideas already running through my mind. In fact, he would be perfect for a shoot Elliot is doing next. Do you think you'd be interested? You trying to steal my worker, Baz? The bracelet isn't enough for you? She teased. I chuckled. You know I can't resist an excellent opportunity when I see one. You can ask him, but I don't think he'll do it. He's a shy one. Shy, you say? I had my ways of getting people out of their shells. Here you go. Teddy returned and handed me a small shopping bag with the logo of the store. Thank you. Baz has something he'd like to ask you, Teddy, Bianca said. I'll leave you two to talk about it. She gave me a wink and strutted off in her 6-inch heels I could never pull off. Okay, maybe I'd done so once to the detriment of my feet, but never again. Hi again, I'm Baz. I shook his hand. His fingers were as long and elegant as the rest of him. I work with Flair magazine as an assistant to the editorial stylist, and I think you'd be great for an upcoming photo shoot. Is that something you'd be interested in? His eyes bugged out behind his glasses, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Me? A model? No way. I know the idea is daunting, but it's actually more relaxed than it sounds. We have a great reputation for diversity and strong interpersonal relationships with clients and workers alike. If you don't mind me being frank, you're gorgeous, and I think the world would be pleased to see you. His face turned red. I don't know. It sounds so glamorous. Just working here and meeting all Miss Bianca's clients makes me nervous. I smiled gently at him and dug into my pocket for my wallet. Understandable. Maybe we can talk sometime? Maybe you can even come by the office and I'll show you around and introduce you to my boss and tell you a bit more about my project. That way you can have a better understanding of what we do. Here's my card. Think about it and call me. I didn't even second-guess myself about getting a model without Elliot's permission. When I just started working with them, I might have been hesitant. But over the years, Elliot had taught me to go with my gut. They would be pleased with my discovery, and if Teddy wanted, his name could get out there. His life could change, and all because we featured him in our magazine, if he was interested. When I got into my car, my phone chimed and I checked the caller ID. Andy. Hey, lover boy. Yeah, that's not going to work. He chuckled. I've been waiting all day for you to call me. I activated my Bluetooth and backed out of the parking spot. Sorry, I've been on my feet all day. I know most people don't think we do much of anything, but that's not true. I know you work a lot, maybe too much, but I still thought you'd want to talk about it. About what? Running into Mal this morning. Oh, that was what this call was all about. There was nothing to tell. We had a nice little chat, and it ended. Actually, it didn't. She wants us to go out together with her guy. You don't think that's weird? I laughed. Look, man, this whole situation is fucked up, but I'm happy and you're happy, so it doesn't seem so bad. We don't have to go. Maybe after the divorce, so it would look less tacky. It's all your decision. Yeah, maybe it's best to wait for now. Maybe from now on, all the racy stuff should happen at my place. Doesn't matter where as long as it happens. I love me some Baz. I choked with laughter. Will you get off my phone? I'm driving back to the office and you're about to make me lose control of this damn car. All right, be safe. Always. He hung up and I drove back to the office with a big silly-ass smile on my face. I breezed into our space and Elliot's face stopped me in my tracks. What's wrong? Thank God you're here. They grabbed their satchel. My mother's girlfriend just called. She took a tumble and is unconscious and on her way to the hospital. I have to meet them there. Rhea should be here in the next half an hour. Courtney Ray will be here before then for her shoot. We've been through this, Baz, and I know you can handle it. Normally, I wouldn't mind handling the shoot. The photographer always knew what to do. But Courtney Ray was a well-known model who had a bit of a reputation for her snark. Elliot wouldn't have contracted her in the first place if the designer label we were using for this shoot hadn't insisted that it was a condition of us featuring their latest line of bags in our spread. You can handle this, can't you, Baz? Sure thing. Please let me know how your mother is as soon as you have information. They nodded, their eyes somber as they walked out of the office. I took several deep breaths, then dashed into the showroom to double-check everything was ready for the photo shoot. My confidence buoyed. I'd done this before, and there was no reason this should be any different from the other times. Boy, I couldn't be more wrong. Sometimes talk about celebrities was blown out of proportion, but with Courtney Ray, everything was true. An hour after our session was set to begin, the drop-dead gorgeous brunette strolled in without so much of an apology. Courtney, hi, I'm Baz. I held a hand out to her and she barely brushed it. Where's Elliot? She asked. I don't have all evening. But she was the one who'd arrived late. I forced my nervous smile. Elliot had an emergency and had to step out. I'll be directing the shoot today. She plucked her shades from behind her ears and swept me over with one dismissive glance. I'd taken pride in choosing my outfit this morning. Suspenders and my scarf instead of a bow tie. But the way she looked at me made me feel like the 12-year-old who bullies tried to stuff into lockers just to get a giggle out of me not fitting. You're directing the shoot? Is this some kind of joke? Rhea approached us with a frown. Hey, Baz, is there a problem? We've already wasted an hour. If we could get this started, I have another engagement soon. Bless her heart. I had spoken with her earlier and she was free for the evening, but she must have seen my dilemma. Let's get started then. Courtney didn't seem pleased. I could do this. I'd suffered through her type before. Let's get you changed into the first outfit. Elliot and I had worked to put a few styles together for her. We tried to be flexible in giving our models options where there was room for changes. Is this what I'm supposed to wear? She tugged on the billowy sleeve of the blouse I handed her. Are you kidding me? This is so last season. It wasn't. It came directly from a new line from a top-end designer. Maybe this one is to your liking? I ended up showing her 3 different tops, and she complained about every single one. A true professional would have understood that her job didn't require an opinion on what she was wearing. The bags were the focus of the shoot, not so much the model or the clothes. The outfits we'd picked out were to that aim. Anything too flashy would have drawn attention to the wrong thing. In some shots, only parts of her would be shown. Rhea, one of the kindest persons I knew, was beginning to show signs of frustration. Courtney argued about the poses Rhea instructed her to make, and outright did what she thought was best instead. Can we take 5? I spoke up before the vein throbbing in Rhea's forehead burst. If Elliot were here, they would have diffused the situation, and that was exactly what we had to do. I need to get a bottle of water next door, Rhea said, heading for the door. I'll be back in 5. I'm sorry, I whispered. It's not you, Baz. She patted my arm and hurried out of the room fast. Courtney marched over to the side table and took up her phone. What could I say to a person like her to make the experience more bearable for all of us? Snap, snap. I blinked at the sound of her taking photos with her phone. Courtney? I zipped over to where she was. Are you taking photos? Yes. I have to send them over to my virtual assistant so she can keep my status up to date. I'm sorry, but you can't send anyone those photos, and I'll have to ask that you delete them. That's too bad. I already sent them. Then let your VA know that she can't post those. This is an exclusive shoot. Those photos can't be released before the magazine issue goes out. Amateur, she scoffed. These aren't the photos being used in the shoot, so it's cool. While that's technically true, we put together the entire outfit for the issue. You're wearing the outfit that wasn't sanctioned by the designer for this usage. You must delete it. For the first time since she took up her phone, she gave me her full attention. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? As the stylist behind this shoot? Stylist? She laughed. Is that what you're calling yourself? Because no offense, honey, but you've got way too much going on to wear pants so tight. Nobody wants to see all that. She pointed at my top. Something looser would work well to cover up some of that. Honestly, these days, everyone thinks they can pull off the same styles as others. My jaw dropped and my heart skipped a beat. Tears prickled in my eyes. Her words shouldn't matter. I wasn't that 12-year-old anymore. But her words cut deep into insecurities I didn't even realize I still had. Was I a fraud all these years pretending that I was confident? Something I was obviously not if what she said hurt so badly. She's nothing but a bully. The words echoed in my head over and over. I swallowed down the lump in my throat and dug deep for the professionalism that was definitely lacking during this shoot. I'm sorry you feel that way, but you're still required to delete the photos and contact your VA right away not to post them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I need to get some water as well. I spun around and walked right into Rhea. How much had she heard? If Elliot were here, they would know what to do. Maybe I did the right thing trying to transition into writing articles, and styling wasn't the best place for me. Everything okay, Baz? Rhea asked. Yeah, I cleared my throat. Just forgot my bottle of water, too. I'll be back.
19. Andy. The second I walked into the bedroom and found Baz still in bed, I knew something was wrong. I'd sensed it yesterday when he got home from work, but he made up some story about having a hard time with his article, and I'd believed him. Then, when we finally got into bed for the night, I'd kissed him and only gotten back a lukewarm response with a mumble that he was tired. I'd started calling his bullshit, but then he'd asked me to cuddle him, and I'd let it go. But Baz never moped around in bed, especially on a workday. He would never leave Elliot to fend for themselves, not now with Elliot's mother in the hospital. Baz. I placed the cup of coffee I'd gotten him on the night table and kneeled on the bed. Baz, what's wrong? Are you sick? His alarm had woken me up. He'd asked for 5 more minutes of sleep, but when I dressed to go out to get us something to eat, I'd had to rouse him again. I'd expected him to be in the shower already. Baz, sweetheart. I caught the end of the sheet and tugged it from his head. The way his body was curled tight, I knew he wasn't asleep. Baby, if you don't tell me what's wrong, I can't fix it. You can't fix it either way. I'm a fraud. What? I pulled him over until he was lying on his back. He kept his eyes tightly closed. I don't understand. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll be fine. Just not today. You don't have to do anything. Was he kidding me? Baz was always there for me. Did he really expect me not to want to do whatever it took to make him happy again? I can't not do anything. Will you at least look at me? He opened his eyes. The glassy gaze staring back at me hurt. Oh, Baz, baby, tell me. He wrapped his arms around my neck and buried his face into my chest, sobs racking his frame. I angled my body to the side and clutched him to me. My beautiful Baz didn't cry. He was the most carefree, loving, and sweetest guy in the world. What did I do? I rasped, sick to the stomach that I could be the one causing him so much pain. Please tell me so I can fix it. He shook his head, his sobs getting louder. It's not you. Then tell me what. I stroked the back of his head. All right, you can cry for as long as you need to, but then we're talking about this. I can't bear seeing you hurting this much without doing anything about it. It was hard to hold him, stroke his hair, kiss his face, and wait on the tears to dissipate. But eventually he calmed down. His sobs had quieted to the small hitching of his breath. Something happened yesterday.
he said hoarsely. Where? At work? Whatever could have happened there for Baz to be this upset? He liked his work. The people he worked with were nice and supportive. Yeah, Elliot's mother was sick, and we had a photo shoot. We'd already set the background and everything up so we couldn't cancel it. They put me in charge. It didn't go well? It was a disaster. The model was unlikable. How so? He took in a deep, shuddering breath. She didn't like the outfits Elliot and I put together for the shoot. She came an hour late and then became argumentative during the whole shoot. I'm not even sure if we got any decent shots of her. Baz had dealt with difficult clients before, though. I frowned at him. What else? I don't want to say it. I shouldn't have let it upset me, and I'm so angry at myself for letting it. How could I allow what she said to affect me so much? I stiffened, dread filling my stomach. What did she say? She commented on my weight. Basically told me I shouldn't be styling anyone and I should wear bigger outfits to disguise how fat I was. She fat-shamed you? Heat surged through my veins and made my blood boil. But I've met people like her before. She wouldn't be the first person to do that in this industry, and it never bothered me. Why did it bother me this time, Andy? Why? Do you know what message I send the world every day I walk into that job? That I belong there, and that I am big, beautiful, and loving me for who I am. And you are. He shook his head. Not from the way her words cut deep. I'm nothing but a fraud. Are you kidding me? I tugged Baz's head back for him to look at me and see how serious I was. You are fierce, confident, proud. But I'm not if... No, you listen to me, Baz. We all have moments of weakness. We all get insecure about things from time to time, but that doesn't change who you are in here. I pressed a finger to his chest. So you had a bad day. You reacted in a way that makes you feel horrible at your reaction. But that's because you know that's not the guy Baz is. I kissed his nose. Baz is a big guy. I rolled him over onto his back. And beautiful. I pulled at the bottom of his t-shirt and pulled it up, revealing his naked body. And kind? He eased up enough for me to tug the shirt off and throw it to the ground. And funny? I hooked my fingers into the waistband of his pants and rolled them down along with his boxers. I missed seeing him in lace. Andy. No, I'm not finished. I straddled him. You love to worship my muscles. Let me worship every single part of you, my love. There wasn't a part of Baz's body I didn't kiss and touch. From his forehead to the toes he jokingly told me were delicious. Taking my time, I lavished his body with not only attention, but the outpouring of love and gratitude I had for this man, who'd made such an impact on my life that I couldn't imagine breathing air without him in it. I made my way back up from his toes, kissing the inside of his thighs and paying extra care to lick the pink lines that ran along his sides, his love handles, the folds of his chest, and his nipples. I feasted on his neck, marking him there like we were teens, wanting everyone to know we'd made out. And when I got to his lips, I pulled back. He trembled beneath me, breathing hard. Baz, the day I met you was the day I found out what living was. You were unexpected, a distraction, and my heart knew you were mine before my head accepted it. I love you, all of you. And if it takes me a lifetime to say it for you to believe it, that's okay, because that's what I'm going to do. I love you too. I kissed him, and my Baz returned minute by minute. He moaned into my mouth and clamped his hand behind my neck to hold me in place while he licked into my mouth. I smiled against his lips. Does this mean you want to? Hell yes. On your back, Andy. I rolled over onto my back and Baz grabbed the lube and condom. He tugged up my t-shirt, but instead of rolling it off, he knotted the arms around my wrists and tied them to the headboard. His smirk was everything I was used to from Baz. I would have given anything to see that self-assured look on his face. "This is how I want you." He trailed his hands down my pecs and up to massage my shoulders. "Magnificent. So are you." "I know." He winked at me and leaned forward to start his beloved trek of my muscles with his tongue. "Baz," I gasped, "if you have any chance of getting to work on time, we have to make this quick." He sighed. "I suppose you're right." He sheathed my dick quickly and lubed me, stroking my cock lovingly. "Are you ready?" "I was ready since I started kissing you." Baz shifted over me and straddled my hips. He descended, taking my cock inside his tight heat. I clamped my eyes shut and clenched my toes as he sank to ground his ass into my pelvis. "Mother of pearl," he gasped. "You always feel so good, Andy." "Well, don't stop now. Fuck me, Baz." He rose and fell over and over, biting his bottom lip, which did nothing to stem his moans. Hot damn, I'd underestimated his stamina. His hot ass kept smacking into my pelvis, my cock disappearing into his tightness before he pulled off, only to claim me again. "Mine," he groaned, rubbing his hands over my abs. "For so long I've wanted you as mine, and now you are. You really are." I anchored my feet on the bed and punched up. His eyes widened and his eyes rolled back. I nailed the same spot over and over. A flush crept over Baz's cheeks and ran down his neck and chest. He grasped his cock and stroked himself, his breath hiccups and broken cries. "Come for me, Baz." Andy." His face turned red and he struggled to draw a breath in as he came all over my chest. Assured of his climax, I dropped my head back and let go, fucking him until the rapture that I knew only with Baz claimed me. I groaned, hips falling back to the bed. Baz untied the shirt and pulled it from my hands. I clutched his waist before he could shift off me. "Baz?" "Promise me you won't keep things from me. That if you ever feel insecure about anything, that you'll talk to me about it." He nodded and placed his head on my chest. "I will." "Good." I slapped his ass hard. "Up, we need to get you to work." Baz was late for work, but he'd made it. I took him there myself. He released his seatbelt, and I reached for his bag in the back seat and handed it to him. "Thanks." He smiled at me and turned the mirror to check his scarf was still in place. "What are you doing?" His cheeks turned red. "It's very unprofessional to walk into my workplace not only late but wearing hickeys. I can't believe the damage you did." But he didn't seem mad about it, so I would take that as a win. "Your scarf will hide them and no one will suspect a thing." "True. Hopefully I remember to keep it on." "Stop worrying. You look great. And you called ahead to let them know you would be late." He sighed and let his body sag. "You're right. I have nothing to worry about." He smiled at me. "I didn't say thank you for earlier. For..." I placed a finger across his lips. "What are partners for if not there to be strong for the other in moments of weakness? You've been there for me through many of mine." He nipped at my finger and I removed it. "What are you going to do today?" "I have a meeting with someone from JBC's network." His eyebrows shot up. "Does that mean..." "Yes, I'm ready to talk about it." "Are you sure?" 100% no, but I know you'll be here for me in my moments of weakness." "Always." Baz stretched across the console and we kissed. He stroked my cheek with the back of his hand. "You're an amazing man, Anderson Kyle, and I'm proud of you, no matter what you decide to do with that story." "Call me when you finish work, and I'll be here to pick you up." "It's so sweet that my car works, but you want to bring me to and from work." He kissed me on the cheek, then got out of the car. "I'll call you, and if you need anything, call me." After dropping off Baz at work, I had an hour to spare before I had the meeting with Renee Rock, a senior reporter with her own segment on the JBC's network. I arrived at the cafe where we'd decided to meet, ordered a cup of coffee, then settled down at a table for two in the back and began my search for job prospects. It had been too long. It was time to rejoin the land of the living.
Anderson?
I was composing another email to a potential employer when a shadow fell over my table. I glanced up. A black woman of medium height and a shaved head stood next to the table. Yes, that's me. I climbed to my feet and extended a hand to her. You must be Renee.
I am.
She showed me her badge, even though I recognized her face.
Thanks for agreeing to see me.
Have a seat. I pulled her chair out, and when she sat, I settled back into my chair.
Thank you.
She placed her tan leather bag to the side of the table and took out a notepad and pencil.
I must be honest that I never thought you would return my call. I know many journalists reached out to you, and I'm honored that you chose our network to share your story.
It's time to talk about it. I laced my fingers together, gripping tight to prevent them from showing signs of the tremor that rocked me on the inside. But I'm not giving you this story just yet. I have conditions.
Of course.
Most of the calls I've received to interview me have been about me and the situation I endured while in that country. And while it was a horrific experience that involved psychological torture and subsequent trauma, I don't want to be the sole focus of this interview.
20. Baz. When I arrived at the office, Elliot wasn't in, which gave me enough time to walk through what had happened yesterday in my mind and make peace with it. The photo shoot hadn't been great, and I'd probably cost the magazine money if Elliot didn't find any of the photos acceptable, and they had to do it all over. They would never put me in charge of anything again. Instead of stewing on it, I went over the article I'd written for Chloe and emailed it to her. Something good had come out of the disaster of yesterday. This was where I belonged, and I wasn't going anywhere. I didn't need to find another useful skill for contingency. It was styling or nothing. About an hour later, the phone on Elliot's desk rang. Elliot's office, this is their assistant Baz speaking. Baz, it's Chloe, the editor-in-chief said. Do you have a minute? I'd like to see you in my office. I assessed her tone. Neutral. No hint at all whether this was bad news. Had she read through my article already? Maybe she'd heard about the disaster of a photo shoot? Courtney was just the kind of person who would complain and blame what had happened on someone else. I'll be there. I hung up and took several deep, shuddering breaths. I was steady on my feet when I crossed the floor to Chloe's office. Gwen smiled at me briefly, then returned her attention to the computer screen in front of her. Go right in, Baz. She's expecting you. I knocked once on the door and entered. Chloe stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the hub of activity below. She looked amazing in a yellow dress with three-quarter sleeves and multicolored pumps. You know, sometimes when you're so high above everyone else, it can make you almost forget that we are all the same. People. But there are certain things in life that are always there to remind us. Sickness and death, for one. I fell silent. What was I to make of her musings? This was a side of Chloe I'd never seen before, and it made me nervous. She turned and walked over to her desk. Have a seat, Baz. Let's talk. I tried my best with the article, I said as I took a seat across from Chloe's desk. You asked me to make it more personal, which I did. And I'm sorry for wasting your time with the article, but it's taught me this isn't actually what I want to do. I thought at the time that I should, but it really isn't. Chloe frowned. Your article is very good, Baz. That isn't the reason I asked you to see me. It's not? My face heated and I stifled my groan. Shit, I should have let her do all the talking. No. And while it's disappointing that you won't be joining our staff of regular writers, I'm happy you've discovered what you truly want to do. What your role is at this magazine. Oh. I furrowed my brows. If this isn't about the article, then what is it? We'll get to that in a moment. But why did you choose to pursue writing in the first place? I admit I was taken aback. I always thought you enjoyed working with Elliot and being in the styling department. And I do. Elliot is wonderful.
I sucked in a deep breath and ignored my bundle of nerves. I guess something kind of shook me up. Someone I love dearly risked his life to show the injustice that's happening in this world. And I felt inadequate picking out clothes and finding the perfect accessories for photo shoots. Like there must be something more to life. Something more I could contribute to. Baz, not all heroes wear combat gear and fight wars, she said softly. Many of us are regular people who fight the smaller battles of everyday life. What we do here at the magazine inspires people. You inspire people. I remember the day you walked in for your interview and you were hell-bent on working at Flair, and nothing was going to stand in your way. We make a difference. When you advocate for body positivity, you make a difference to the world, and you should be proud of that. You really think I make a difference here? I know you do, which leads me to what happened yesterday. A heavy weight landed in my chest. Chloe might not have been upset by me wasting her time reading my articles and not following through, but yesterday was a different matter altogether. I'm sorry, I know I messed up. She cocked her head to the side. How exactly do you figure you messed up? Well, I could have handled the situation better. Elliot would have had a different result. But you're not Elliot, are you, Baz? She thumbed through a folder on her desk. Rhea sent over the photos from yesterday's shoot. While there are several we could use, I have opted to go in a different direction. I'm not sure I follow. This morning, the designer label called to complain about our stylist who handled the photo shoot. Apparently, you left quite the impression on Courtney. She claimed you were difficult to work with and demanded that we fire you and do a reshoot. My chest tightened, making it difficult to breathe. She wants me to be fired? She does, but you won't. I take pride in knowing the people I work with, Baz, and I immediately knew something was wrong. Rhea confirmed the vile things Courtney said to you. I dropped my gaze to my lap and clutched my hands. Maybe I could have handled it differently. You shouldn't have had to handle it at all, Baz. She placed her arms on her desk and leaned forward. I don't care which celebrity enters these doors. None of them will abuse my staff. I didn't cultivate an environment where my employees feel safe for anyone to walk in and undo all of that. You don't take that kind of insult from anyone ever. A chill ran through me at the sincerity of her words, and I nodded, blinking several times to will the tears at bay. Thank you. It means a lot knowing you are on our side. I'm truly sorry the photo shoot didn't go as Elliot would have wanted. She winked. You know Elliot as well as I do, perhaps even better. Had they been there when you were addressed like that, they would have ended the photo shoot. I chuckled. She was right. Where do we go from here? With your permission, I would still want to run the article you wrote. It's a well-written piece. Of course, I'd like that. And with Elliot's mother in the hospital, they've requested a month off, which I've already granted. Gwen is compiling a list of interns to work with you. You should have it at your desk by the end of the day. I want you to choose someone to take your place while Elliot's away. My jaw dropped and I stared at her. You want me to take Elliot's position? Yes, is that going to be a problem? Elliot assured me you can handle the job. I think so. You think so? I mean, I know I can. That sounds more like it. She rose to her feet and crossed over to the wardrobe. Well, I have a meeting to run to, so I should get prepared. I'm looking forward to seeing your work in this current capacity, Baz, starting with a fresh shoot. After our reports to the label, they've dropped Courtney as an ambassador. Guinevere Scott's the new model who we'll be working with. I'm confident you know what to do. A few hours later, I was riding the elevator down to meet with Andy for lunch when my phone rang. Mom's name flashed across the screen, and I answered it without hesitation, even knowing the tongue lashing I would receive for not getting in touch with her in days. Was it over a week? Hi, Mom. I walked out of the elevator and waved to Danny at the front desk as I made my way to the exit. Baswell Rhodes, I'm glad to know your phone still works. I winced at my full name. I'm sorry, Mom. Things have been hectic for the past couple of weeks. Is it a man? Has one finally convinced you to settle down? Andy's car was parked out front, and he leaned against it. I waved at him and smiled as I took off down the steps. Mom, why does everyone need to settle down? You just do, baby. I'll do so when it's the right time and with the right man, Mom. She grumbled under her breath. The least you can do is come and see me this weekend. I walked right up to Andy and kissed him. He dropped a hand around to rest at my lower back. I'll be there Saturday, Mom. My words came out muffled since my lips were still pressed to Andy's. What's that? I stopped kissing Andy. A damn shame it was, too. I said I'll be there on Saturday, Mom. And you'll stay the weekend? I'll have to leave Sunday evening to get to work on time Monday. Can't you take a day off? I would say yes, but I'm taking over for my boss Elliot for a month, and I don't think I can take a day right now. Andy's eyes widened. You are? He mouthed. I'll tell you all about it in a minute, I whispered to him. That's wonderful news, baby. I'll see you on Saturday then. Mom, wait a sec. I held the phone away from my ear and turned to Andy. Want to visit Mom with me this weekend? As a couple? Of course as a couple. Sure thing. Mom, I pressed the phone back to my ear. Would it be okay to bring someone? Her loud squeal almost deafened me. I had to pull the phone away. Will that be 1 bedroom or 2? I rolled my eyes. She wasn't even trying to be subtle. Just 1. Then I couldn't help teasing. But don't get too excited. I'm bringing Andy. Andy? Your friend Andy? Yes, Mom. Is that a problem? You just got me excited for nothing. Of course, Andy's always welcome. Awesome. We'll see you on Saturday. Love you, Mom. Andy held the car door for me and shook his head. Why are you teasing your mom like that? You know she'll be happy for us. I chuckled. Happy, yes. But think how ecstatic she'll be when we tell her in person. She'll be elated that I finally got the guy I've always wanted. I got in and Andy closed the door. He slid into the driver's seat and started the car. You mean she knew you were into me? No, but the details won't matter to Mom. She just wants to see me with someone and happy. He backed out of the driveway. Where do you want to go for lunch? Not too far. I want to get back on time. Trying to impress the boss? Congrats, by the way. Thanks. Everything worked out perfectly. On the short drive to the restaurant, I told him about my meeting with Chloe this morning. He took my hand so casually as we entered, and I smiled at him. I spotted an empty table close to a window and directed him in the direction. There is something else I need to tell you. He opened his menu but looked up at me. Sounds serious. It's not really, but I decided not to write after all. What made you change your mind? I was writing for the wrong reasons. The truth is, I felt guilty after what happened to you. Guilty about what? That you were out there doing something so dangerous to the point you got hurt. My job seemed pale in comparison. But your article wouldn't have changed that. Perhaps not, but I wanted it to be a start. And then when my confidence grew, I could move on to write hard news. Andy reached across the table and took my hand. That's sweet, Baz. But we all leave our mark in different ways. I just want you to be you. The server arrived at our table. Have you decided on your order, or would you like more time to think about it? We were ready, so we placed our order, and when he walked away, Andy leaned forward. I have something to tell you, too. Yeah? I have a tentative agreement with a news outlet to talk about what happened to me. I'm going to do it. We still need to arrange a date, though. I smiled at him, my heart bursting with pride. In the past, I'd worried about him and the impact the trauma he'd faced in the Middle East would always have on him. But deep in my gut, I knew he was going to be okay. We were going to be okay. 21. Baz. Hey, what are you doing? Andy yelled at me as he ran toward his bike parked in the driveway. I had a good head start on him. even though I told him I would wait while he grabbed his phone from inside. "Racing you to the park!" I laughed so hard the bike wobbled and I had to concentrate on steadying my gait. "Last one there has to say yes to the winner for 24 hours. "That's not fair, you're cheating." "All's fair in love and cycling. Cheaters never win." To save my breath, I didn't bother responding to him. I pumped my legs as fast as I could to keep my lead. Even with the feet that separated us, it wouldn't be easy to beat Andy. He rode every day while I was at work. But all those hours spent on my feet, checking stores for the right clothes and accessories, were paying off. I could keep my momentum. We had originally agreed to go cycling tomorrow, but we had to visit my mother instead. Instead of disappointing him, I'd suggested we ride after work. I'd been sure to leave on time, and the sudden burst of energy I felt ever since taking over Elliot's responsibilities meant I wasn't as tired as I usually was at the end of the day. If only I could get to the park before Andy. As the park loomed ahead, I glanced over my shoulder. Damn, Andy was gaining on me. He was riding hard, his legs spinning those wheels fast. Fuck, he'd been deliberately hanging behind me. My legs couldn't go any faster. I'd already pushed them farther than they were used to. Andy zipped by me, laughing. "What happened to not leaving me behind?" I yelled after him, breathing hard. Shit, we might be sleeping in the park tonight because I didn't know if I would find the energy to ride back home. "That was before you cheated. Gotta teach you a lesson. How else will you learn?" The last few feet were the hardest. Andy waved me over from the bicycle parking rack with a smirk. "Are you ready to say yes to me for 24 hours? He asked. "Screw you." He chuckled and held the bike steady for me to get off, then leaned over and whispered in my ear. "I do the screwing. Now, don't be a sore loser. You started it. But you're a far better man than me. Stop trying to butter me up." While I caught my breath, he slid my bike into the rack and chained it to his. "You okay?" he asked. "I had plans for a leisurely ride here, and you had to make it a challenge." I grinned and wiped the sweat from my forehead. "I'll live, but maybe I overdid it." He shook his head and removed the basket from my bike. "Let's find a spot near the pond where we can watch the sunset." Andy caught my hand and linked our fingers, guiding me at a sedentary pace. "I haven't been here in a long time," I said. "Forgot how beautiful it was." "Yeah, this place doesn't get enough credit, but it's become one of my favorite spots when I want to be alone and think." "I'm glad you have a place where you can feel safe to unwind." "Other than you mean." He kissed my temple. If I'd had any doubts about riding to the park with him, they were gone. He found a spot for us up a small incline overlooking the pond, where a duck and half a dozen ducklings were playing. I could see why he enjoyed coming here. Even with the people who walked by or, like us, had found a spot to lounge, the place had a serenity to it, giving the illusion that time had stopped for us. Together, Andy and I spread the blanket I'd packed on the ground. I sprawled onto my back and didn't lift a finger to help him lay out the sandwiches I'd made for us. He didn't seem to mind that he did all the work. "Your basket came in handy." He settled down beside me on his side. I shifted and looked at him. Of course it did. I had exactly this cozy idea in mind when I decided I wanted my bike to have a basket. I'm a romantic. He snorted and I pinched him. "Hey, I am a romantic. I even packed wine." "Of which we can only drink a little since we have to ride back." "It's still romantic." But it was my idea to get you the bike in the first place." "And I made the sandwiches."
"And I found the perfect spot overlooking the lake."
He shuffled closer to me and placed an arm around me. The way he touched me in public was so natural, like we'd been together for decades, and he wasn't a guy who, until a couple of weeks ago, had only slept with one woman. I rested my head on his shoulder and we fell silent, basking in the cool evening, the tranquility of everything around us as we watched the sunset. It was breathtaking. When was the last time I'd taken the time to appreciate something as beautiful as what nature offered? "Thank you for taking me here," I said.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
"Yes."
"Just like you."
He kissed my cheek. It's been a long time since I felt this relaxed, Baz. Like everything's falling into place. I know, right? But it can't be this easy, can it? I rubbed a finger over the fine hairs on his arm. I think everything looks rosy now because our relationship is new. But I believe that even after the newness wears off, I'll still be crazy about you. You'd better be, because I reeled you in, and I'm not throwing you back into the pond. I laughed aloud. The sound startled birds in a nearby bush to fly away. I reeled you in, not the other way around. Are you kidding me? I convinced you we should date for your experiment, and I told you how I felt about you first. I guess that's true. But it was my article that pushed us together, so I win. He groaned and pressed his nose into my hair. Will everything be a competition for you? Not everything, but I want it on the record that if not for my article, we might never have known how the other felt. Let's eat. I sat up and found the roast beef sandwiches. Do you honestly believe without that article we wouldn't have ended up together? I swallowed my mouthful of sandwich and shrugged. I don't know. What do you think? I'd like to believe that something else would have brought us together, if not the article. Maybe you're right, but it hardly matters now. We have each other. He'd been in touch with the gallery that used to exhibit his photography. Contacts he'd had before were being renewed, and I had high hopes for us. Elliot's mother would require one-on-one care, and they decided that they should be the one to do it. So they might take the year off, which meant I would continue working in their capacity for longer. Yesterday, when they'd stopped by the office and we'd talked, they'd made it clear I could call them whenever I had questions or needed a pep talk. What are you thinking about? Andy nudged me in the side. Work, taking over for Elliot. I thought we came here to forget about work for a while. You're right. He lowered his head and I hooked an arm around his neck and arched into his kiss. His lips met mine and I opened up for him, sucking his tongue into my mouth. Shit, public park. He pulled away from me but took my hand and pressed it against his arousal. I stroked him through his shorts. You know this park pretty well, right? Yeah, why? Didn't you find the lube and condom in the bottom of the basket? What? Check again. He rolled away and dug through the basket until he found the supplies I'd tucked away. My, aren't you naughty? I'm trying to be, but only if you can find somewhere no one will discover us. Let me think. I glanced around us, then cupped his cock and squeezed. He groaned. How am I supposed to think when you're doing that? I pulled my hand away. Sorry. I think I've figured it out. Come on. Andy surged to his feet and held out a hand to give me a boost up. He tugged me after him, moving fast. Wait, what about the blanket and stuff? We'll get them after. He led me along a worn path, and we twisted and turned until I was certain we were lost. With the sun gone down, most people were heading out of the park and not farther into the park. The longer we walked, the more distant everyone else felt. Andy, what if we get lost? I whispered. We won't. You trust me, don't you? Yes. We're almost there. He pushed his way through a thicket of bush. Be careful. I wiggled my way through and came upon a small clearing secluded behind enormous trees. We don't have much time, Andy said. We need to return before it gets dark. It was creepy being all the way out there with Andy, but when he dropped to his knees and reached for the waistband of my shorts, all the blood flowed south. Desire trumped fear. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I love seeing your cock. Andy stroked my semi to a full hard-on, then caught the tip into his mouth and sucked. I moaned, grabbed the hem of my shirt and stuffed it in my hand into my mouth. With the other, I held onto Andy's head and thrust my hips. He was getting so good at this, sucking my cock. Andy, I keened. He withdrew and stroked me. Almost there? Yes. Good. I want to fuck you on the ground, Baz. Get down on your knees. I checked out the ground was free from any rocks, then went down on my hands and knees. Don't be gentle. We don't have time for gentle. He ripped the condom wrapper open and rolled it down onto his cock. I'm going to fuck you hard and fast until I come. But you have to be a little quieter than usual, Baz. I know it seems we're far away from the others, but it's not too far, I promise. Andy crouched over me and hooked 2 lubed fingers into my ass, shoving them deep inside roughly. I gasped and squirmed for more, but they were gone. I made a sound of protest only for him to push his cockhead against my hole. He gripped the back of my shirt and cannoned forward. I caught the cry that rose in my throat before it spilled out, but I couldn't contain the whimper. "Hard and fast, baby," he whispered, pulling out. He rocked into me, his pelvis smacking into my ass, the sounds filling the late evening silence around us. "Andy," I moaned his name and brushed a hand down my shorts, then stroked my cock as furiously as he pounded me. I squeezed down hard and gasped as I came. Andy bore me down fully onto the ground and covered my body with his, using my hole as a pleasure sleeve, showing no mercy, no remorse, holding back nothing. "Baz," he grunted. "God, fuck, Baz. I could just die from fucking that sweet, tight." He bit my shoulder and shuddered on top of me. A long groan left him on a sigh. His heart pounded in his chest, beating as wildly as mine. "Fuck, Baz, did I hurt you?" He pulled out of me and rose to his feet. "I was so rough with you." I grinned as he helped me up, then brushed at my clothes. "That was hot and fast. My poor ass." His cheeks reddened. "I'll run you a bath when we get back. We should go. Do I look decent?" I eyed him up and down and laughed. "Pretty sure anyone who sees us will know what we've been doing." I plucked a leaf from his hair. "But I don't give a damn, since they didn't catch us in the act. Do you?" "Not one bit. Come on, let's pray we don't get lost on the way. It might be hard explaining to a bear what we're doing in its territory at this hour." I squeaked. "Bears? Andy, you're joking, aren't you?" "Sure." I couldn't tell if he was or not. 22. Andy. "Andy and I are about to leave now, Mom." Baz rolled his eyes and made a cuckoo sign at the side of his head with his index finger as he entered the kitchen. "Like 5 minutes away from pulling out. I just need to grab a couple of bottles of water for the road." His cuckoo gesture turned into one of his brain exploding. "Don't set me up with anyone while I'm there, Mom. I'm with someone." "No, Mom, I won't tell you his name, but I swear you'll love him." Yes, it's serious." "Love you, Mom. I gotta go if you want me to get there on time." He ended the call and shook his head. "Why does she have to be like that? We'll be there in an hour. You'd think she would have figured out you're the guy I'm talking about." "Hey, she's happy you have someone. You've never been serious about anyone before." He grinned. "I wonder how long it will take for her to realize you're the guy I'm seeing. I can't decide if I want to kiss you in front of her right away or torture her throughout the weekend." "Don't be cruel. You know she's not afraid to box your ears." "Well, it'd still be worth it. You all ready?" He went over to the pantry. "I just need to get some snacks." "Yeah, I've got to lock up the house next door, but that's it." "Hurry then. I'll meet you out front." I strode across to my house, my steps slowing at the car parked in the driveway. Mal hadn't said anything about stopping by today, although technically we co-owned the place, so she didn't need to alert me or anything. I walked in and found her pacing the hall. "Mal, what's wrong?" "Andy, thank God." She rushed toward me, aiming straight for my chest. I placed an arm around her and patted her back. "Hey, why are you so upset? Had she broken up with her boyfriend?" "I've been trying to call you since last night." "My phone was off. I was with Baz. Why didn't you call him?" She shook her head. "We have to come up with something." "I don't follow." "I got a call from Dad last night. He's coming into town." She checked her watch. "They'll be here any minute." "They?" "Yes, your father's coming too. I think they suspect something might be wrong. Is there any chance you posted something about you and Baz?" "No, I haven't been on social media in a long time. Did you?" "I don't know, maybe. Whatever it is, they're both coming here. And you know what they are like, Andy. What are we going to do?" I frowned. Our fathers used to drive the fear of God into us, so I could understand why Mal was so worried. The church her father was the leader of didn't believe in divorce. For him and my father, the day we vowed to be together until death do us part was the day we had sealed our fate together, and nothing except death could change that. Now, there's nothing to do but tell them the truth.
Do we? Do you know what will happen if we do, Andy? They'll make our lives a living hell, not stopping until they drive us insane with their crazy ideologies and trying to push us back together.
I don't see we have a choice. We're not kids anymore. They can't force us to be together.
Do you really want to live the rest of your life with Baz being badgered by your father about your way of life and his meddling to get us back together?
No, I didn't. Knowing my father, that was exactly what he would do. The man was persistent. He and Mal's father had convinced us we belonged together since we were teens. When we'd moved away from home instead of staying in that town, they'd treated us as castaways and counted us as lost to the ways of the world. The only reason they'd left us alone for so long was that we were still married. What do you suggest we do?
If I'm right, they're coming here to check that we're still together and to talk us out of separating or divorcing. If we lead them to think there's nothing to that rumor and we're still in love, they'll leave us alone, just as they've done for the past years. They're able to deal with us as breakaways from the church, Andy, but they'll not stand for a divorce.
This isn't their decision. Baz and I are together. You have a boyfriend you're looking forward to marrying.
And all of that will be ruined, and our spouses will be miserable when they encounter the force that is our parents. Can you see your father ever accepting Baz?
It doesn't matter if he does. It's not his life.
Why can't you do this for me? She cried. This one thing I've asked. Have I demanded much of you, Andy? Don't you see they'll blame me for the divorce?
I won't let them.
Andy, please.
The door opened and Baz came in. He stopped and glanced beyond my shoulder. I'm sorry, am I intruding on something? He returned his gaze to me, his eyes wary. There was no way I could go along with this ploy. No, you're not. I faced Malia. I'm sorry, but I have plans with Baz, and we need to go.
So that's it?
She planted her hands on her hips.
You're not just refusing to think about my solution, but you're going off to let me handle the two of them alone? For God's sake, Andy, it's been about Baz since the two of you met. Can it be my turn now?
Guilt surged through me, and Baz's face paled. What's going on? Our fathers are coming here, I said. We're assuming they got wind of our upcoming divorce and are joining forces to put a stop to it. Baz humphed.
And what can they do? You don't need their permission to get a divorce.
Of course, Baz had no idea what my father was truly like. We'd seen each other only a handful of times, and I'd always steered Baz away from him and his toxic ideas. Our fathers can be very persuasive. Baz blinked at me.
You can't be serious. Baz, we don't expect you to understand, Mal said. You live in your little bubble of the perfect supportive family. We never had that growing up. So until you've been in both of our shoes, this really doesn't concern you.
What choice do you have, though? What are you going to do, pretend you're still together and not getting a divorce? Silence stretched, and Baz glanced from me to Mal and back at me.
You agreed with this, Andy?
No, of course not. I walked over to him and took his face in my hands. I don't want to lie about the divorce. I don't want to lie about us and what we mean to each other. But I can't leave her to handle them alone.
I see.
No, he didn't. His eyes filled with hurt, and he shoved my hands away from him.
Maybe while you're here, you can think about whether you really want to be in a relationship with me.
Baz, I don't need to think about that. I love you.
Just not enough to do the right thing.
He stormed out of the house, and I went after him. Baz, please wait. Let me explain.
You don't need to, he tossed over his shoulder. When you're done playing husband, you know where to find me.
I took another step, but a black SUV drove up the driveway. I froze as the car rolled up and blocked the path. It had been years since I last saw my father. He stepped out of the vehicle, tall, almost as tall as me, and broad-shouldered. He wore his clergy outfit, even though he was making a social visit. No, not a social visit, but an intervention. The door to the passenger side opened, and Malia's father got out. So did our mothers. Fuck. If they brought the women, then they meant business. The revving of an engine tore my eyes away from them to the yard next door. Baz's car barreled out of the driveway and raced down the street. My heart leaped in my throat, and everything inside me yearned to go after Baz. If only he'd let me explain. But I could catch up with Baz. Mal was right about one thing. This was our mess, and I couldn't leave her to face it alone. "Son, you look well," my father, Deacon Kyle, said. "It's too bad I can't say the same for your soul. Let's go inside. We have much to talk about." "Mom," I called softly to the woman who'd given birth to me. We'd never been close. My father always believed a man should raise his son, so growing up she had had little input on my life. Why did I expect now to be any different? She followed Dad inside the house. They all did. I took one last lingering look in the direction Baz had gone, then strode toward the house, shoulder square. The faster I handled this, the sooner I could go after Baz. What was going through his mind? He had to know Mal and I were truly finished. Everyone had taken a seat in the living room. All eyes turned in my direction when I entered. I walked over to where Mal sat and stood next to her. We might no longer be together, but this was our decision, and I would stand by it and take the blame. "Well, Dad, I'm sure this isn't a social call." I raised my chin. "What, pray tell, did we do to upset you now?" He shifted in the armchair, leaning forward, eyes flashing. "There's a rumor that has reached home that you and Malia are separated and seeking a divorce. We have come together to prevent this from happening." Malia reached for my hand and I squeezed it. "And how do you plan to stop this from happening?" "By praying for your souls, of course. We will not leave this house until you stand by your obligation as a husband. What God joined in marriage cannot be undone by man." "Is that all you have to say? You're forgetting your place. I am your father." "Are you?" I snapped. "Because you sure as hell didn't act like a father when I came home after being tortured in a cell in some strange country. You didn't walk in here as a father, but as a spiritual advisor, which I have no need of. You only have yourself to blame for what happened to you. Your place was home and not gallivanting around the globe, shirking your responsibilities as a husband. No wonder your marriage has fallen apart, but we're here to help fix the situation. We don't need help, Dad. We need a divorce." Malia's father, Father Jacob, scooted forward in his chair. "Malia, what do you have to say for yourself?" She glanced up at me, eyes wide and chest heaving. I nodded at her. "It's done, Mal. We can't let them dictate our lives. We'll never be happy this way." "I agree with Andy," she said. "A divorce is best. We don't love each other anymore. In fact, if you'd left us alone, we could have been such good friends, but you pushed for more than was there. We should never have followed your advice." "You should have made your feelings known before you got married," her father said. "Now's hardly the time to call your marriage a mistake when it's already done." "You act as if it's irreversible. It's not. The state makes it—" "The state didn't join you together. God did. That sort of bond cannot be broken." "It already has." Malia's shoulders shook, and I placed a hand on her back to support her. "I'm seeing someone else, and I love him. This time I'm not rushing into marriage again, but I'll take my time and make sure we're compatible." "Adultery and fornication?" Father Jacobs clutched his heart. "As have I added. Found someone else. So whatever you hope to achieve today won't happen. In fact, thanks for taking the time out of your busy lives to try to talk us into doing the right thing. But we've decided that we're more than capable of deciding what we want." "You don't know what you want." Dad rose to his feet and advanced toward me. "You have a wife, but I love another man, and there's nothing you can do to change that. Absolutely nothing." 23. Baz. My heart hurt the entire drive to my mom's house. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, expecting to see Andy coming after me. But nothing. Was he really going through it with Malia? Pretending he still loved her and planned to stay married to her? How did he expect me to be okay with that? I'd watched him be a husband to Mal for years. I never thought I stood a chance, and now that I had him, I didn't like the idea of him pretending to be in a relationship with someone else. Was it so wrong for me to feel that way? My heart sat heavy in my chest as I parked in Mom's driveway, but I didn't move an inch. The urge to cry was overwhelming, but I wanted to throw something instead. I stared ahead at the modest 4-bedroom house where I'd lived with my parents before going off to college in the world of work. Malia had accused me of having a stable and loving family, but that was hardly something to blame someone for. My parents had been supportive throughout my life, always there for me as I discovered myself over the years. It was hard to understand Mal's and Andy's position. My father had been the nicest man when he was alive. My phone rang and I took it out of the pocket of my jacket. Andy. Had he gotten rid of their fathers already? Hey. I hated the sadness I heard in my voice. If Andy broke my heart, there was no recovering from it. No going back to being just friends. Baz, did you get to your mother's okay? Yes, I just got there. Good. You were so angry when you left, I worried about you driving. What did you expect, Andy? My seatbelt felt all too tight across my chest. I clicked the button to release it, but it barely eased the suffocating feeling. I wish you hadn't left. That you had given me a chance to explain. I scoffed. Explain how a grown man was afraid of his own father to the point he was okay with pretending that I didn't exist? I'd never have done that, Baz. I told them about us. Please understand that all 4 of them came. I couldn't have left Malia to handle them on her own. It would have been too overwhelming. Together, we were able to do the right thing. Which was? I'd rather talk to you about this in person. You're still coming? You mean after my ride ditched me? He chuckled, but he sounded so tired. Yes, I'll drive there as soon as I leave the hospital. I jerked upright in the seat. Hospital? What hospital? Oh my God, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Is it Malia? No, it's my father. His sigh tore through the phone. If only I could hug him, and I would have been able to if I hadn't stormed away in a fit of rage. When I told him about my relationship with you, he got so angry he had a stroke. Oh no. Yeah, I won't be staying long. He's made it clear he doesn't want to see me, and I'm fine with that, Baz. I'm fine with getting rid of the toxicity from my life and being with you. I meant that. Before I leave, I want to know how he is doing. I understand. I'm so sorry this happened. No, you have nothing to apologize for. Like I said, I'll explain more to you when I arrive. Now tell your mom about us and get all the gossiping out of the way before I get there. I chuckled. I love you, Andy. I love you too. And nothing will ever change that, Baz. Nothing. Andy hung up and I shook my head. No matter what we faced, we would get through this together. Feeling slightly better, I grabbed both our bags from the trunk and trudged up the steps of the porch. The door opened before I could get to it, and a small woman with shiny blonde hair appeared. Baz, my baby. Hey, Mom. I put the bags down and hugged her. It didn't matter that she was so much smaller. Her hug was still comforting. So comforting I couldn't prevent my sniffles. Baz, honey, what's wrong? She peeked around me. Did something happen? Where's Andy? Yes, something happened. She groaned. Come in and we'll talk about it over cannoli. You made cannoli? I followed her into the house and inhaled deeply. The familiar scent of spices catapulted me right back into my childhood, coming home from school and going straight to the kitchen to find out what she was making us. Everything was so much simpler back then. My crushes were hung on posters on my wall, and I'd been under no illusion that anything would come from them. I left the bags in the hall and walked into the kitchen. Mom got out a platter of cannoli and placed it on the table, then took a seat. I sat across from her. These look good. Tastes good, too. I plucked one off the tray and bit into it, moaning as my taste buds exploded from the flavor. I would have still held to my belief that a foodgasm was the best if I didn't have Andy. Now foodgasms paled just a little to the way he made me feel in bed. You know, with you for a mom, I had no option but to get heavy. Nonsense. You take after your father's side. Now tell me why you showed up at my doorstep looking so sad." "It's the guy I'm seeing," I said. "We argued, but we haven't broken up. In fact, he's on his way. His dad had a stroke after learning about us." "Oh no, he's one of those parents? Wait a minute. He's on his way here? I thought you were bringing Andy." "Yes, Mom." I looked her square in the eye. "I'm talking about Andy." "Your best friend, Andy?" she gasped. "Honey, you can't get involved with a married man. You don't need me to tell you why that's a terrible idea." My cheeks burned and I squirmed. "He won't be married for much longer. They're divorcing." "You weren't the other woman, were you?" No. Their relationship was over before we got together. I'm crazy about him, Mom. For years, I wanted something I thought I couldn't have. And now that it's happening, I'm afraid we'll implode. Some days it feels like nothing has changed. And other times, like today, it's the opposite. If something should happen between us, I don't lose just a lover, but also my best friend. Oh, honey, Andy's such a good boy. You know how much I love him for the way he's always been with you." Her eyes widened and she sat back in her chair. "Wow, I can't believe I missed it. You were so close and he was always taking such good care of you. But I thought nothing of it because I know how affectionate you get." "He was really just my best friend all those years." "And now you're in love. What did you fight about?" Andy's wife, Mal, wanted to pretend that they were still together because their families were visiting. I assume they wanted to convince them they can't get a divorce. "Oh, no. Baz, you were never good at sharing." "I've been shared plenty of times over the years, Mom, so technically not true." "Oh, dear." She slapped her hands to her cheeks. "Some things a mother doesn't need to hear, love. Still, those other guys, you never cared about them. You've never been good at sharing the things you really want." "Maybe." I sulked into another bite of cannoli. "But can you blame me? I don't want him to pretend I don't exist." "I understand, son." She passed me a napkin for my sticky fingers. "But maybe you could have given Andy a little more time. You've been gay and fabulous forever. Andy's new at this, isn't he? Remember how you took your time to figure stuff out?" I hated that she made some sense. I didn't like it at all. But what's there to figure out? He hasn't had any issues with being intimate with me. We've done it like 1,000 times and... Baz! Sorry, Mom, but I'm not getting into details here. Just saying that for a guy who's only been with one woman, Andy adapted pretty quickly with me in the sack. We have zero compatibility issues. But there's a lot more to a relationship than just sex. I'm not saying that you should settle for less than you deserve. Good heavens, Baz, you deserve the world. But be a little patient with him along the way, yes?" I sighed, tension rolling off me. You're right. Maybe I could have set my fears aside and be more patient. I groaned. "Oh, God, did I overreact?" "You reacted the way you felt in the moment. I can't see how that's overreacting. But now that you've had time to think, I'm sure you and Andy will have quite a bit to talk about. Now go put your stuff down and let's go over what we're going to cook later for when Andy gets here. You know how much he likes my cooking."
24. Andy. My father had made it clear he didn't want to see me ever again after I dropped the bombshell on him that I was involved with a man. My mother blamed me for the stroke, and a part of me felt guilty. But if he wasn't such a bigot, what I told him shouldn't have bothered him this greatly. If he had been the good Christian he claimed to be, he would have been loving just the same. Hadn't he always preached that God loved the sinner? Where was his love for me now? The last glimpse I had of him, the disdain in his eyes, it wounded me. I glanced around me, then slipped into his room. I shouldn't be here, but I couldn't leave without one last look at this man who'd raised me. A man who I'd looked up to, loved. I still loved him, despite his stubborn hatefulness at something he wouldn't even try to understand. He lay on his back, monitors around him showing signs of life.
The stroke hadn't been severe, according to his doctor, but he would still need to go into rehab. He turned his head and stared at me. I froze. Mom had said he was sleeping, or I would never have snuck in. "Get out." "I will. I wanted to see you one last time, to let you know I forgive you. There's no room in my heart to hate you. I can't let that kind of feeling fester, not when I have so much love to give someone. I raised you better. You raised me to love, and that's what I'm doing. It's a shame you don't practice what you preach. Goodbye, Dad. I'd rather not see or hear from you again, unless you can find it in your heart to love me and the man I'm going to spend the rest of my life with." Walking out was easier than I'd thought it would be, probably because this was a long time coming, even without Baz being in the middle of everything. We hadn't spoken in years, beyond the obligatory birthday wishes. My father had faded from my life the day he disapproved of Mal and me moving away, having career paths he didn't choose for me. I ran into Mom in the waiting room. She rose to her feet when she saw me. Her leather-worn face was so different from when I was a child. Back then, she was happier. The light hadn't gone out of her eyes yet. Now I was looking at a shell, and I felt nothing but pity for her, and gratitude to Baz for all the love he'd brought into my world. "You went to see him, didn't you?" she asked. "Yes, I did." "That was a bad idea, Anderson. You know how easily agitated your father gets?" "Yes, Mom, and that's why we always catered to his whim. But not this time." "You really love him?" she asked. "Another man?" She whispered the words as if not wanting anyone to hear. "I do." I smiled at just the thought of Baz, how colorful and happy he made my life. He's been there for me in more ways than anyone else has. And it might not be now, but one day I'm going to ask him to marry me. And I'm being presumptuous, but he's going to say yes. And we'll adopt a child, or maybe do surrogacy. We're going to have a family, a happy family. Something I've never had. Tears shone in her eyes. "I'm sorry you feel that way, but if he makes you happy, you understand we'll be properly estranged this time?" "I've been estranged from this family for a while. There's nothing that will change that." I kissed her cheek. "Take care, Mom. I have some place I need to be." It was freeing to drive away from the hospital, not thinking about what I was leaving behind, but what was ahead, waiting for me. Because I'd stayed so long at the hospital waiting for test results to learn the condition my father was in, I didn't get to Baz's mother's house until after 6 in the evening. I had to park on the sidewalk since Baz's car was in the driveway. I jumped out of the vehicle and slammed the door shut. I wanted to barge inside the house and find Baz, but I rang the doorbell and waited. Mrs. Rhodes answered the door. I glanced over her shoulder, but there was no Baz.
"Andy, it's good to see you."
She held out her arms, and I stepped into them for a hug. She was a tiny woman, but she gave the best hugs. Her embrace said everything would be okay. Same. I haven't been by in a while. Not since I returned from Iran.
"Baz always made the perfect excuse for you."
She pulled back and grinned at me.
"I can't believe you and my baby."
"Mom, keep up the baby talk and you're going to have a single son on your hands again. Is that what you want?" Baz appeared behind his mother. My throat hitched at the sight of him. He looked relaxed, unlike earlier when he'd left. Mrs. Rhodes chuckled.
"You arrived right on time, Andy. Baz has been wearing a hole in my carpet."
Baz rolled his eyes and passed a hand over his face.
"Now you're making me sound pathetic." "You young people and hiding your emotions."
Mrs. Rhodes shook her head and shuffled past Baz.
"Andy, you and I can catch up after you and Baz work out your little tiff. I'll pop in next door to check on my neighbor Victor in case you want to work it out upstairs. Mom, go, now!
I laughed as Mrs. Rhodes disappeared, leaving Baz and me alone. In case you didn't know it, I love your mom. She's all right. I took a step toward him, then another, and another, until I could cup his cheek. She's better than all right. You bringing me here, letting me see how supportive a family should be, gave me the strength to walk away from mine today.
Oh, man. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that.
He pulled me to him and hugged me.
I'm sorry. About the whole thing. I should have been more patient.
I feel you've been nothing but patient all these years. I lowered my head and kissed him. Baz's grip tightened on me, and the kiss turned hard and crushing. Let's sit and talk about what happened. Baz took my hand and walked me to the living room, where we sat on the long sofa, him curled up against me.
I didn't want to leave, he said, but I truly thought it was best for everyone if I did. Being there would have complicated things, and I didn't see myself sitting calmly next door wondering what was happening.
I understand, and Mal shouldn't have asked me to keep up the facade. But I understand she didn't want to deal with her folks finding out about the divorce yet. They did, though, because I don't want to pretend to be with anyone else, Baz. I'd never do that to you. He sighed and closed his eyes.
And I freaked out. I think a part of me felt like we'd been living in this honeymoon phase, and we've never had to face an enormous obstacle since we started going out together. When it seemed so hard for you to come clean to your father, I suddenly had flashes of being a secret you were ashamed of.
Ashamed of you? I tightened my arm around him and kissed the top of his head. Baz, I can never be ashamed of you. I love you, and you're the most amazing person I know. Plus, you're great in bed. Baz laughed and turned to me. Of course, that's an incentive, huh? Hell yes. You don't mind sharing your mother with me, do you? Because I think I shot my relationship with my parents to hell, and I'd sooner leave it behind than dwell on it.
Are you kidding me?
Baz slid a leg over my lap and straddled my thighs. He cupped my face with his hands.
My mother loves you like a son already, and my dad would have approved of you so hard. I'm just sad he never got to know that we happened.
Clint was a good man. You had no choice but to come out the way you are. Wonderful, sexy, and with a beautiful mind. Baz cocked his head to the side.
Is that your way of telling me you thought my dad was sexy too?
He was a good-looking man, and you resemble him a lot, I teased.
And you accuse me of being a freak. Wait until my mom finds out you thought Dad was sexy.
I raised my eyebrows. Go right ahead. You and I both know she'll just be flattered, then tease you about it mercilessly.
Damn, you're right. You know my family too well.
I rubbed a hand beneath his shirt over his skin. And now you know about mine. Are you sure you want to be with me, Baz? I wouldn't blame you for ditching me after today, but I'd hunt you down and beg you to be with me just the same.
I would love to hear you beg, but yes, I'm quite positive that I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Anderson.
Baz leaned forward and kissed me. I moaned into his mouth and slid my hands down into the stretchy waistband of his shorts. Lace. Fuck yes. His cheeks were bare, so he was wearing a thong. I scooped up handfuls of his fleshy ass and squeezed. Was your mother serious about us making out upstairs? I whispered against his lips.
I think so.
Why?
You want to show me how well you can beg?
You think I have a problem begging, Baz? I slapped his ass cheeks and was rewarded with the way his ass moved. I am 100% okay with begging you in bed. Now lead the way and let's hurry before your mother comes back. It's one thing for her to know what we're doing and another for her to hear. Baz giggled as we snuck upstairs. With him in front of me, I couldn't resist touching him, feeling up his ass as we made our way to the upper level of the house. At the landing, I caught him around the waist and kissed his neck, biting into the tender flesh there.
Love bites, you're going to leave love bites.
I know. With me kissing him, we awkwardly made our way to his bedroom. Baz kicked the door shut and we stripped, then fell onto the bed with me on top of Baz. I leaned over him and latched onto one of his nipples. He groaned and dug his fingers into my hair. I thought we were going to make this quick. I had good intentions. I switched over to his next nipple, but seeing you naked always fries my brain. He grabbed hold of my naked ass and pulled me into him. Then it's a good thing we don't need your brain. Grab the lube from the suitcase, side pocket. The suitcases stood against one wall. It took way too long to find the lube and condoms. A piece of paper fell out. I snatched it up and wanted to shove it back into the bag, but I stilled. It was a printout of a full STI screening. What's this? I waved the paper at Baz. I thought you should have it to be at complete ease with me when you decide to fuck me bareback. Baz widened his legs. You said you wanted to. You mean right now? No time like the present. He grinned. But don't you want to see mine or something? Do you have any doubt? I shook my head. None. Before you, I haven't had sex in a long time. I haven't had sex with Mal since I found out she cheated, and I got tested then. Your word is good enough for me. Come here, BFF. He winked at me. I told you I was going to make you beg. I threw the condom and the piece of paper over my shoulder and pounced on Baz. He wrapped his arms around me, his thighs open and bracketing my hips as I kissed him. I wish I was back home. I want to take my time loving every inch of you. No time for any other inch, but your inch is all up inside me. God, I love when you talk dirty. I latched onto his lips, multitasking, tongue fucking his mouth while I ground into him, rubbing our cocks together, and still trying to get the bottle of lube open. Baz tore his lips away from mine and laughed. Maybe we should concentrate on one thing, like getting lube on your dick. Give me. He took the lube from me and applied it to my cock. I covered his torso in kisses and pushed his thighs even farther apart. You sure you don't want me to get on my knees? Not this time. I want to see your face when I'm finally inside you raw. Baz groaned and kneaded his chest with his hands as I pushed the head of my cock inside him. I slowly pressed my way inside his body, dropping my gaze to the place where I entered him. I hissed a deep breath and returned my eyes to Baz's blissfully tortured face. He was squeezing the hell out of his nipples. You like that, don't you? I chuckled. Having me inside you bare? Uh-huh, he moaned. I can't. Don't allow anyone into my body like this. Never without a rubber. Feels so fucking good. I leaned over and kissed him. I'm so glad. Baz, you make me happier than anyone has a right to be. I thrust in and out of him, grinding my hips forward and back. Baz wrapped an arm around my neck, breathing hard. Please don't stop. Don't worry. I can't stop. Feels so fucking good with you, Baz. Yeah? Yes, baby, too good. Fuck. I need... Holy fuck, Baz. My hips found a life all on their own, smacking forward and claiming Baz like he was a design created especially for me. He was the opposite side of a magnet that pulled me in, sucked me in deeper until I was on my knees holding his legs apart, taking his loud moans as encouragement as I laid each stroke into him. The headboard rattled. Fuck, I sure hope his mother was really gone because I only fucked him harder despite the god-awful clacking against the wall. The bed protested beneath our weight, the feet squeaking on the floor. Andy, make me come! Baz reached above him and grabbed onto the headboard, his stomach jiggling and his chest heaving. Please, Andy! I took hold of his cock and stroked him in tandem to nailing his prostate. His breathing turned shallower and a gasp tore from him as he came over my hand and his stomach. I love you so much, Baz. I kissed him and allowed all the energy to flow inside him. At some point, I slipped out of him but kept kissing him. I shifted to insert a hand between us and rub his cum-stained hole. We're going to need new sheets, I whispered. You're going to have to ask your mom for them. I'll just throw these in the laundry and take another set out. We should shower before she gets back. Baz didn't have a shower in his room, so we had to dash across the hall to the bathroom. We showered quickly, then snuck back into Baz's room to get dressed. We stripped the sheets off the bed. "You can go down before me," he said. "I'll throw these into the wash and get fresh linens." "You just sending me in to take the first wave of interrogation before you." He grinned. "She'll go easy on you." He placed a hand in the center of my chest and kissed me. "Go. For some reason, I'll have to move a bit more gingerly than before." I gave him an apologetic kiss on his temple. I'd say sorry, but I'm truly not. In high spirits, I skipped downstairs, an apology ready for Mrs. Rhodes in case she had heard me making love to her son. The downstairs was empty, but I found a note pinned to the refrigerator. "Went out with Victor for dinner to give you two some privacy. I may be out for the night, so don't wait up. Dinner staying warm in the oven. Love, Mom." Given the portion left in the oven, I figured Baz had already eaten. I helped myself to a glass of iced tea and settled around the table. Baz walked in slowly, his cheeks bright pink. "Don't worry, she's not here." "She's not?" He deflated and dropped down into the chair across from me. "I thought for sure she would have heard us." "Don't get your hopes up yet." I passed him the note and chuckled at his wide-eyed expression as he read. "She definitely heard you." "Me? You were loud too, in that damn bed. It's the reason I couldn't bring guys over when I was in high school. Made too much damn noise." "What about the rest of it?" I asked gently. "You mean her staying out with Victor from next door?" "Yeah. How do you feel about it?" He scrunched up his face. I can't say I'm shocked, and I definitely don't want to think about what they'll be doing throughout the night. But Dad's been gone for a while. I think she deserves to be happy." "She does." I pointed my fork at my meal. "Want a bite?" "I already ate." "Not what I asked." I stabbed a cut of the beef with the fork and held it up to his lips. "Come on, you know you want to. Open up." "That sounds so dirty." He eyed the beef. "Are you sure? I prepped earlier, and if I eat now, we might not have sex again for the rest of the night. And we have the house all to ourselves." "I'm sure we can find other things to do, Baz. Now open up, sweetheart." Baz took the fork between his lips and claimed the offering. When did eating become such an erotic activity? He swallowed, reminding me of how he guzzled down my cum like he couldn't get enough. "You're looking at me," he said softly. "I love looking at you. You'll get used to it, Baz, because I'll never not look at you and think I'm the luckiest bastard alive for having someone like you in my life." Epilogue. Baz. After a 13-hour flight from Madrid back to Kansas City, ditching the fashion week a day earlier than I'd planned, I was jet-lagged. But none of that mattered when I rushed through the doors to the hospital waiting room and saw Andy. The airport might have lost the brand-new Brunello Cucinelli luggage he had gifted me for my last birthday, but that didn't bother me, not given what was about to happen for us. "Andy." He glanced up from the chair where he was sitting, and a smile stretched across his lips. He wore a mustache and a beard now, and I still found it as sexy as the day he'd trimmed it up neatly for the first time and asked me what I thought. "I didn't think you'd make it," he said, nudging the bundle in his arms. "Look, sport, Daddy's home." Camden, the little boy we'd adopted 2 years ago, turned his head, and his eyes lit up. He pulled his thumb from his mouth and squirmed out of Andy's lap. "My daddy!" He ran toward me, and I scooped him up off the floor with a big hug. "My daddy." I hugged him to my chest with a laugh and sniffed the sweet scent of baby powder. "I missed you, love bug." "Missed you." He laid his head on my chest and stuffed his finger right back into his mouth. I chuckled and walked into my husband's arms for a quick kiss. "I didn't know if you were going to make it on time," he said. "How was your flight?" "Long and hard. How's she doing?" "It's almost time. The nurse said the baby will be here any minute." "My baby," Camden said, and I laughed. "Yes, your baby, Daddy's baby, and Papa's. We're going to be one big family now. Are you still okay with that, sport?" He nodded. "I'm going to be a big brother." I took a seat next to Andy's chair and held Camden in my lap. It was getting harder and harder to leave my family when I had trips outside the country. Luckily, they weren't frequent, or I might have had to give up my job as the editorial stylist for Flair. After their mother's accident, Elliot had tendered their resignation, returned to their hometown with their mother, and rekindled the flame with an old boyfriend. They'd gotten married 4 months ago, and I'd been their best man. It had been a lovely wedding. "I'm sorry you had to leave the event early." Andy took my hand in his. "The baby's not supposed to be here for another 2 weeks." I wouldn't miss this moment for the world. "Tell me about it. I could do with the distraction. I don't know why I'm so nervous about this." I squeezed his hand and recounted the hectic schedule I'd been keeping up with since I'd arrived in Madrid. But the words fell away. Madrid hardly mattered when a life we'd created was being born nearby. "We're having another baby," I said softly. "Yeah, 2 kids, Baz." "And you said you wanted 3? Andy chuckled. "Maybe we'll stick with 2 for now and think about the 3rd in a few years. We're going to have our hands full with this little guy and the new baby." "I have my paternity leave. We'll be fine." He leaned forward and kissed my temple. "I know we'll be. We have your mother and mine." Who knew the two would have become such good friends? After Camden came into our lives, Andy's mother Farah had reached out to him to be a part of our lives despite her husband's disapproval. He'd kicked her out after she visited us without his consent, and my mother had taken her in. The two had become fast friends and were equally involved in our lives. Through my relationship with my mom, Farah had discovered the true nature of the relationship she wanted with her son. It took time, but they were getting there, and it helped that she loved our son to bits. "Mr. Kyle?" A nurse entered the room, smiling at us. Andy took Camden from me, and we both rose to our feet. "Yes?" "Your baby's here. Come this way, please." My heart pounded in my chest as we followed the nurse. We had opted out of knowing the baby's gender. It hadn't seemed that important to us. When they grew up, they would decide how they identified. The only thing that mattered was a safe delivery for our surrogate and a healthy baby. The nurse held the door to the room open, and I walked in ahead of Andy. Malia sat propped up against the pillows, nursing our new addition to the Kyle family. She smiled when she saw us. Next to her was her boyfriend, Brendan, who had been on board since Mal offered to be our surrogate. She'd broken up with her ex, Phil, shortly after her divorce from Andy, and Brendan was just the fresh start she'd needed. They were head over heels in love with each other, but had no plans to marry. They'd also become our best couple friends to hang out with. "Come and meet your little girl." Mal raised the baby, and I took the newborn from her, my eyes misting over. "She's beautiful." I couldn't see much of her features through my tears, but she was beautiful. I blinked, and the tears slipped down my cheeks. "Isn't she lovely, Andy? She looks just like you." Andy smoothed a hand over the baby's cheek. The infant squirmed and made a face that had us chuckling. "She is." "I want to see the baby," Cam demanded. Andy shifted the little boy so he had a better view. "That's your sister," I said, my heart so full with happiness I choked up. We had our boy and now our girl, too. This was the family I'd always wanted.
"She looks funny," Cam says. "But I love her. She's my sister."
I turned to Mal, who looked tired. "You should be resting." "I just had to feed her first. While you bond with your new baby, I'll take that rest now." Brendan kissed her forehead. "You did great, babe." He nodded at us. "Congrats on your new baby." But she wasn't just our baby. We'd talked about and decided in great detail. Mal would breastfeed the baby for as long as she was comfortable with, and our baby would grow up knowing her sacrifice so we could bring her into the world. She would be Aunt Mal, and she would have a group of people who loved her as fiercely as we loved Cam. Thank you, Mal. I smiled at this woman who had brought 2 of my greatest joys into my life. There was no doubt about it. She had helped to shape the person Andy was today, the man I was even more deeply in love with than all those years ago. This concludes To Not Date My Best Friend by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by Iggy Toma, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement by Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
I love when you talk dirty. I latched onto his lips, multitasking, tongue fucking his mouth while I ground into him, rubbing our cocks together, and still trying to get the bottle of lube open. Baz tore his lips away from mine and laughed. Maybe we should concentrate on one thing, like getting lube on your dick. Give me. He took the lube from me and applied it to my cock. I covered his torso in kisses and pushed his thighs even farther apart. You sure you don't want me to get on my knees? Not this time. I want to see your face when I'm finally inside you raw. Baz groaned and kneaded his chest with his hands as I pushed the head of my cock inside him. I slowly pressed my way inside his body, dropping my gaze to the place where I entered him. I hissed a deep breath and returned my eyes to Baz's blissfully tortured face. He was squeezing the hell out of his nipples. You like that, don't you? I chuckled. Having me inside you bare? Uh-huh, he moaned. I can't. Don't allow anyone into my body like this. Never without a rubber. Feels so fucking good.
I leaned over and kissed him. I'm so glad. Baz, you make me happier than anyone has a right to be. I thrust in and out of him, grinding my hips forward and back. Baz wrapped an arm around my neck, breathing hard. Please don't stop. Don't worry. I can't stop. Feels so fucking good with you, Baz. Yeah? Yes, baby, too good. Fuck. I need... Holy fuck, Baz. My hips found a life all on their own, smacking forward and claiming Baz like he was a design created especially for me. He was the opposite side of a magnet that pulled me in, sucked me in deeper until I was on my knees holding his legs apart, taking his loud moans as encouragement as I laid each stroke into him. The headboard rattled. Fuck, I sure hope his mother was really gone because I only fucked him harder despite the god-awful clacking against the wall. The bed protested beneath our weight, the feet squeaking on the floor. Andy, make me come! Baz reached above him and grabbed onto the headboard, his stomach jiggling and his chest heaving. Please, Andy! I took hold of his cock and stroked him in tandem to nailing his prostate. His breathing turned shallower and a gasp tore from him as he came over my hand and his stomach. I love you so much, Baz. I kissed him and allowed all the energy to flow inside him. At some point, I slipped out of him but kept kissing him. I shifted to insert a hand between us and rub his cum-stained hole. We're going to need new sheets, I whispered. You're going to have to ask your mom for them. I'll just throw these in the laundry and take another set out. We should shower before she gets back. Baz didn't have a shower in his room, so we had to dash across the hall to the bathroom. We showered quickly, then snuck back into Baz's room to get dressed. We stripped the sheets off the bed. You can go down before me, he said. I'll throw these into the wash and get fresh linens. You're just sending me in to take the first wave of interrogation before you. He grinned. She'll go easy on you. He placed a hand in the center of my chest and kissed me. Go. For some reason, I'll have to move a bit more gingerly than before. I gave him an apologetic kiss on his temple. I'd say sorry, but I'm truly not. In high spirits, I skipped downstairs, an apology ready for Mrs. Rhodes in case she had heard me making love to her son. The downstairs was empty, but I found a note pinned to the refrigerator. Went out with Victor for dinner to give you two some privacy. I may be out for the night, so don't wait up. Dinner staying warm in the oven. Love, Mom. Given the portion left in the oven, I figured Baz had already eaten. I helped myself to a glass of iced tea and settled around the table. Baz walked in slowly, his cheeks bright pink. Don't worry, she's not here. She's not? He deflated and dropped down into the chair across from me. I thought for sure she would have heard us. Don't get your hopes up yet. I passed him the note and chuckled at his wide-eyed expression as he read. She definitely heard you. Me? You were loud too in that damn bed. It's the reason I couldn't bring guys over when I was in high school. Made too much damn noise. What about the rest of it? I asked gently. You mean her staying out with Victor from next door? Yeah. How do you feel about it? He scrunched up his face. I can't say I'm shocked. And I definitely don't want to think about what they'll be doing throughout the night. But Dad's been gone for a while. I think she deserves to be happy. She does. I pointed my fork at my meal. Want a bite? I already ate. Not what I asked. I stabbed a cut of the beef with the fork and held it up to his lips. Come on, you know you want to. Open up. That sounds so dirty. He eyed the beef. Are you sure? I prepped earlier, and if I eat now, we might not have sex again for the rest of the night. And we have the house all to ourselves. I'm sure we can find other things to do, Baz. Now open up, sweetheart. Baz took the fork between his lips and claimed the offering. When did eating become such an erotic activity? He swallowed, reminding me of how he guzzled down my cum like he couldn't get enough. You're looking at me, he said softly. I love looking at you. You'll get used to it, Baz, because I'll never not look at you and think I'm the luckiest bastard alive. for having someone like you in my life.
Epilogue. Baz. After a 13-hour flight from Madrid back to Kansas City, ditching the Fashion Week a day earlier than I'd planned, I was jet-lagged. But none of that mattered when I rushed through the doors to the hospital waiting room and saw Andy. The airport might have lost the brand-new Brunello Cucinelli luggage he had gifted me for my last birthday, but that didn't bother me, not given what was about to happen for us. "Andy." He glanced up from the chair where he was sitting, and a smile stretched across his lips. He wore a mustache and a beard now, and I still found it as sexy as the day he'd trimmed it up neatly for the first time and asked me what I thought.
"I didn't think you'd make it,"
he said, nudging the bundle in his arms.
"Look, sport, Daddy's home."
Camden, the little boy we'd adopted 2 years ago, turned his head, and his eyes lit up. He pulled his thumb from his mouth and squirmed out of Andy's lap.
My daddy.
He ran toward me, and I scooped him up off the floor with a big hug.
My daddy.
I hugged him to my chest with a laugh and sniffed the sweet scent of baby powder. I missed you, love bug.
Missed you.
He laid his head on my chest and stuffed his finger right back into his mouth. I chuckled and walked into my husband's arms for a quick kiss.
"I didn't know if you were going to make it on time," he said. "How was your flight?"
"Long and hard. How's she doing?"
"It's almost time. The nurse said the baby will be here any minute."
My baby,
Camden said, and I laughed. "Yes, your baby, Daddy's baby, and Papa's. We're going to be one big family now. Are you still okay with that, sport?" He nodded.
I'm going to be a big brother.
I took a seat next to Andy's chair and held Camden in my lap. It was getting harder and harder to leave my family when I had trips outside the country. Luckily, they weren't frequent, or I might have had to give up my job as the editorial stylist for Flair. After their mother's accident, Elliot had tendered their resignation, returned to their hometown with their mother, and rekindled the flame with an old boyfriend. They'd gotten married 4 months ago, and I'd been their best man. It had been a lovely wedding.
"I'm sorry you had to leave the event early."
Andy took my hand in his.
"The baby's not supposed to be here for another 2 weeks."
I wouldn't miss this moment for the world.
"Tell me about it. I could do with the distraction. I don't know why I'm so nervous about this."
I squeezed his hand and recounted the hectic schedule I'd been keeping up with since I'd arrived in Madrid. But the words fell away. Madrid hardly mattered when a life we'd created was being born nearby. "We're having another baby," I said softly.
"Yeah, 2 kids, Baz."
"And you said you wanted 3? Andy chuckled.
"Maybe we'll stick with 2 for now and think about the 3rd in a few years. We're going to have our hands full with this little guy and the new baby."
"I have my paternity leave. We'll be fine." He leaned forward and kissed my temple.
"I know we'll be. We have your mother and mine."
Who knew the two would have become such good friends? After Camden came into our lives, Andy's mother Farah had reached out to him to be a part of our lives despite her husband's disapproval. He'd kicked her out after she visited us without his consent, and my mother had taken her in. The two had become fast friends and were equally involved in our lives. Through my relationship with my mom, Farah had discovered the true nature of the relationship she wanted with her son. It took time, but they were getting there, and it helped that she loved our son to bits. "Mr. Kyle?" A nurse entered the room, smiling at us. Andy took Camden from me, and we both rose to our feet.
"Yes?"
"Your baby's here. Come this way, please." My heart pounded in my chest as we followed the nurse. We had opted out of knowing the baby's gender. It hadn't seemed that important to us. When they grew up, they would decide how they identified. The only thing that mattered was a safe delivery for our surrogate and a healthy baby. The nurse held the door to the room open, and I walked in ahead of Andy. Malia sat propped up against the pillows, nursing our new addition to the Kyle family. She smiled when she saw us. Next to her was her boyfriend, Brendan, who'd been on board since Mal offered to be our surrogate. She'd broken up with her ex, Phil, shortly after her divorce from Andy, and Brendan was just the fresh start she'd needed. They were head over heels in love with each other, but had no plans to marry.
They'd also become our best couple friends to hang out with. "Come and meet your little girl." Mal raised the baby and I took the newborn from her, my eyes misting over. "She's beautiful." I couldn't see much of her features through my tears, but she was beautiful. I blinked and the tears slipped down my cheeks. "Isn't she lovely, Andy? She looks just like you." Andy smoothed a hand over the baby's cheek. The infant squirmed and made a face that had us chuckling. "She is."
"I want to see the baby,"
Cam demanded. Andy shifted the little boy so he had a better view. "That's your sister," I said, my heart so full with happiness I choked up. We had our boy and now our girl, too. This was the family I'd always wanted.
"She looks funny,"
Cam says.
"but I love her. She's my sister."
I turned to Mal, who looked tired. "You should be resting." "I just had to feed her first. While you bond with your new baby, I'll take that rest now." Brendan kissed her forehead. "You did great, babe." He nodded at us. "Congrats on your new baby." But she wasn't just our baby. We'd talked about and decided in great detail. Mal would breastfeed the baby for as long as she was comfortable with, and our baby would grow up knowing her sacrifice so we could bring her into the world. She would be Aunt Mal, and she would have a group of people who loved her as fiercely as we loved Cam. "Thank you, Mal." I smiled at this woman who had brought two of my greatest joys into my life. There was no doubt about it. She had helped to shape the person Andy was today, the man I was even more deeply in love with than all those years ago. This concludes To Not Date My Best Friend by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement by Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.